Hey guys, what's up? Why is nobody talking? Mic check, mic check.
Hello, so dude.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Nothing much. Yo, what happened, man? I thought you were muted earlier. You're back.
I don't know, man.
What you do, bro?
I don't remember. It's just some people don't like me around here. People are so sensitive these days, don't you think?
I will agree with sensitive people, yeah.
I don't know. And back in my days, we called them snowflakes.
I'm pretty sure that's still what they call them today, too.
See, I grew up in the gulag, so if you didn't have a thicker skin, you'd be dead within weeks.
Yeah. Really thick skin to be talking about this topic anyway.
People who grew up in the Western civilization, countries, they're just used to being pampered all the time. I think that's the issue.
Could be. Who knows?
Hey, bro, what is Flat Earth Central?
It's just another server with a lot of information.
Is like a closed server by invitation only?
Uh, yes, maybe. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not the one that made it, so I am
You know
not
what? I
actually
just joined
sure.
it, so I think
Oh,
it's
okay.
open.
Okay, cool. I was like, yeah, I have no idea actually.
Who's running that biatch?
DJ?
Right on, right on.
How do you see how many people are in there now? Oh, there it is. 171. Okay.
Kind of looks like a copy of Indio's server.
India has a server? The
Are you
hell?
kidding me?
Yo, India, how come I never got an invite to your server, bro? The heck? I know he's listening.
Bro, it's this VC is just out. It's like a affiliate of the home server, 24/7 Flat Earth, bro. What are you
Oh,
new?
is that Indio's?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that was India. Okay, never mind. I'm in there then. I thought you meant like there's like another.
you must be new to the scene, huh?
Yes, I'll say because I joined February
This
when I
year.
started. Yeah, that's when I started doing live debates.
How long have you known the Earth was flat?
I started looking into it in November of 2023, so about 2 years now. I'm probably one of the newer guys in here. Yeah, I did like 6 months of research. I did 6 months of text debates, and then yeah, started coming in here around February.
Okay, I've been in the arena for maybe like 3 years, but I've only been a flat earther for like 4 months, I guess.
Yeah, I was
Took
gonna say
took
because I
me took me
remember
longer. Yeah.
I remember talking to you when you were still a Glober back in the PNR server.
Yeah, that's pretty much dead now, right?
Yeah, that server's gone.
Used to be my fallback when I got banned here, but then I got banned there as well. So you know how it is.
That was my primary. That's where I started off, just because there was never anybody there. I was like really shy back then. I didn't really want to talk to like a whole bunch of people, so I would just hang out in there all the time by myself. Just get practice with one on ones.
Är det flat fin Roman?
So, oh, never mind.
Yo, pop quiz. Who's your favorite flat earther?
Yo, who are you asking?
And I'm just asking the room.
Well, who's favorite?
Yeah.
I like Crit.
I like
It's my
Indio. I
favorite right
think
now.
Who is?
I said I like Crit. Crit's my favorite.
Did you
Crit's more
say
of a
that because he's
space mystic.
listening?
He's more of a space mystic than a flat earther. But I think Indio is the best.
I'm not saying best. I was just talking about my favorite. Not like debate
Yeah,
wise,
that's
but
what I
he's
meant.
just.
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's just my favorite to listen to. I could listen to Crit
Indio's
talk forever.
definitely in my jinx. He's really in my like S tier basically.
My S tiers, I probably put Indio's up there. I put Sporadic, Cyclone, Jedi. They're all really good. DJ, T-Dub are pretty good too.
EP Dog.
I like Flat Lloyd too. He's like the nicest guy that we have in Flat Earth right now. Flat Lloyd will like destroy you with like the nicest face.
I really like T-Dub, by the way. T-Dub is the man.
He's a little bit unstable though, for my taste.
Nah, he's cool. Well, everybody's pretty knowledgeable in here. It's not like anybody's bad or anything.
I also really like how Jedi is constantly angry. Like, I couldn't even channel that anger for even 1 minute, but he does it for like 24/7.
That's because he's been doing this for years, and Glover's always come in with the same, same sort of dumb argument. I'm like that too. Like if someone's not tracking in the conversation, I get really annoyed.
Hello?
Yo,
Do you think the world is flat?
yeah.
I'm gonna beat the shit out you.
Why?
Oh shoot, I can't say that. I'm sorry. I do not think the world is flat. I think the world is round, and it's scientifically proven that it's round. So,
Oh, perfect. What scientific evidence do you have that it's round?
I can show you right now. So, one, people have went into space and showed video proof that the world goes around. Two, the sun and the moon.
Wait, do you want to wait? Hold on. Before you started like making a list of things, want to go over these things one by one?
Yeah. You want like
Okay,
I
cool.
could like show you like the.
Okay, cool.
Alright.
Can you prove outer space to me scientifically?
Outer space.
Yeah, can you prove it's a real place we can actually go to?
I mean, people have went there. People
Well,
have
that's what
went
they
to.
say. People say they go to Hogwarts all the time too.
There's evidence.
Well, what evidence?
Are you like questioning like this question on like based off of like in general? Are you like those type of people that don't believe stuff because like you just like you just like
Well, I'm just curious
not
what
like
evidence you're
weird,
talking about because
but
you
not like
claimed scientific. So, what scientific experiment has been done to prove outer space?
there has been people that have like contacted Earth while on space. There are people that have been sent to space. The first person that have went to space, I forgot
Oh
his
yeah,
name. I think it's like Neil
we have
Armstrong
video
or something.
evidence. We have like 9 movies and videos and pictures from Hogwarts of people contacting
What the fuck is
us from
Hogwarts,
Hogwarts.
bro? Is that ain't that fucking like from Harry Potter?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, are you going off of videos? Like, what are you going off of? Like, what scientific evidence do you have?
Yo, that's literally a movie.
Yeah, it's video.
Okay, but like this is like real life. Like
Okay, we
No, those are
well, yeah,
videos too, dude. That's the only way you ever
oh my
see them is
god.
on video.
Yo, can you mute? Thanks.
yeah. So, like, what scientific evidence do you have?
I'm be wait, can you wait, I need proof. I need proof that the world is flat though. I just don't know. I have my evidence, but I just don't know how to display it.
It's just a
Well,
belief system, dude. You just believe they went to space.
well, I mean, you claimed you had scientific evidence for outer space. I'm just curious what that is. Because if you're just using pictures and videos, we have pictures and videos of various locations.
Okay, so how is the Earth flat? Do you have scientific
Measured flat? Well, it wouldn't be
Huh?
scientific. It's just a measurement.
the measurements?
Yeah, science deals with cause and effect. We're not using science to measure things.
Wait, so if the world is flat, do you think it's like a block, like thick flat, or like
We're not making any shape
like
claims. We're just describing the surface of the Earth, right?
okay, but if the world is flat, how would it work? Because the Earth will still have a core, right?
Why? Why would it have to have a core?
Is a
Is there a core that's been validated?
is a core not what? Yo, are we living in the same world right now? Are we talking about Earth?
Yeah, but how has it been validated that there's a core? Do you even know how far we've dug down?
The people have dug down like okay.
No, nobody went to
I-
the core. That's science fiction TV crap.
Yo, who the okay, so like the like volcanoes and stuff, right? And it's like or like mountains. Isn't it like built up off of like
Wait, do you
fucking
think that volcanoes, that lava comes from the core of the Earth? Is that what you think?
No, I don't think that.
You don't even know your own model. You're not even tracking your own story, bro.
Do you even know like igneous versus extraneous, like sort of?
No, I don't.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
I don't. But what was I saying? Oh,
wait,
about
hold on.
I still
While you're thinking
wanna.
about what you were saying, hold on. So you come in here, you don't know your own model, and you come here and you think you're gonna cook us because we're like what? We were born yesterday.
I
We
was
figured
talking to
out the
him.
Earth was flat like yesterday, and now.
Yo, I was talking to him. Anyways, so wait, I just want to know your claim on like how like you think the Earth is flat. I think you did say it, but I forgot. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just measured flat. We have long distance observations and measurements showing no drop over distance, which would prove a curving surface.
Is that like was that tested?
Yes.
Do you have like evidence or like
Yes.
Can I see?
Would you like a
pictures?
long distance observation? Would you like the laser test? What would you like?
No, like is there like a not like Google because I don't trust anything on Google.
Well, if you want to go look up surveying, how people survey the Earth, you'll notice that the way they measure the Earth will be flat, and then they calculate sphericity after with those flat measurements, presupposing it's a ball in the first instance.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Wait,
Well,
yo,
the
did he
globe
just
ran
dip?
away.
Wait, bro, what? Oh, okay. Wait, is that actually Mez? Oh no, that's a different Mez. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll unmute you now since the other guy's gone. Alright, go ahead,
The
bro.
other guy's gone. Then
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. All right, never mind. Just mess me again. Mess me.
Do you have any questions about the topic of the room?
Dude, flat Earth is just stupid.
Why?
It's too much like counter evidence Like people can do it in real life. They can go
No,
high up in a plane.
no, dum
They can
dum.
do like all sorts of things to disprove
No,
it.
dum
Like
dum.
the idea of like global positioning systems are based on
No,
satellites
those are called
in
ground
the
positioning systems,
fucking,
not global.
above the
Ground
earth,
positioning
where
systems.
the most like satellites are going to give you the most exacting coordinates because they're all based on like the triangulation and how far you are away from a certain point in time. It's all so stupid. It's not even worth discussing 99% of the time. And I shouldn't even be discussing it now. It's just dumb.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, if you have drop over distance measurements, I would like to see those if you have them or can cite somebody that has done them.
Are you serious? You can't look up for
Yes,
yourself, drop down over distance. Like, if a ship's going out basically perpendicular to you, like how your body is facing, and it's going out straight out to sea, you've never looked that up in your whole life.
I have, but that's not measuring the surface curving. If you're saying that bottom up obstruction is exclusive on a curving surface, I
Do
can
you
show you
know
how
how
it's not.
to like calculate that kind of thing? Like geometry, any of it.
Yeah, they give us the size of the Earth, so we can
Okay.
calculate the drop over distance, and it's
Oh
not
wait,
measured.
wait.
It's
How
an
would
approximate 8
you
inches per mile squared, and
like
it's not measured
change that
anywhere.
because of the size of the Earth as a measurement? Doesn't that make your calculation wrong?
No, that's the size of the Earth that they give us. 24,901
Would it
miles
make it
in
wrong
circumference.
for you?
Well, yeah, it's debunked because that curve,
Yeah, they made it wrong for you too.
True.
yeah, that curve, it's not measured anywhere.
Yeah, so
Oh
it's wrong.
God.
There's no curve.
Yeah.
No
There's
curve, so
none.
it must be flat. There's no
Yeah.
curve, so it must be flat.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. So now your dumb shit that you were saying must not be true. Because if there's no curve, what is it?
Yeah. Why even argue the point?
I don't know why you came in here to try to argue it. Earth is flat and stationary, and that's it. It's measured that way.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking right to you.
Oh God. So you're low IQ? Like, how many crayons do you eat on average per day?
You make me sleepy.
No, I'm just
You guys
curious.
are very
No,
boring
all right.
with your
Elmer's
dumb
glue.
shit.
Do you have an Elmer's glue topping for your crayons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Is that the best you got, dude?
Also, I fucked your mom
That's it?
and fucked you. Oh, yeah, that's
Wow.
great.
So you're gay too. That's weird.
Yes.
I you know it's funny because all Globers do
Here we
like to
go.
have dicks in their
Yeah,
ass.
here we go. Yes, obviously. True. That's all you got?
Yeah, you don't have any other proof.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we
Planes
have all we
fly?
have are how does a plane's flight path change the
Planes
shape of the ground?
fly.
Yeah. You know how they do?
Yeah, because according to the documents, it requires a flat and stationary Earth. So yeah, they fly over a plane.
Really? I need to see those instructions. Could you link them to me?
I'm sure they'll be in the chat in a second.
Yeah, half a second. Easily.
I'm on my phone, or I could post them for you.
Yeah.
NASA says it's flat and stationary too.
True.
Sound like you're gonna have a meltdown. This will be good.
Yes. Very good. That was very good. I learned a lot.
Okay, go ahead, check out that stuff in the side chat. You can read it at you bastard. I got all that stuff for nothing. Dude, you can give me like fucking 30 seconds to get that stuff for him. Oh my goodness. I don't even know why I bothered getting that stuff.
I guess that made him quit.
Let's say maybe he didn't read them as I was posting them. He just like dipped out. Shit,
Oh
I
yeah,
would have if I
he
was
read
him.
it. He read it. He was out of there.
Oh well, on to the next one, I guess.
So can I ask like a genuine question about flat Earth?
Please.
So have you guys like got like a model, an active model, or do you
No.
just deny the globe model? Okay. So like, because I've tried different models for flat Earth to try and figure out how it all fits together, and the one that keeps stumping me is the movement of the stars. It just I
The
can't find a
stars?
model. Yeah,
Well, are the
because
stars independent of the Earth?
yeah, well, exactly. But it's our
Okay.
view of the stars that, like, from a flat Earth's perspective, that doesn't make much sense.
Okay, well, the ground measures flat,
Right?
and B, we have stuff happening in the sky. So
Okay.
anything that happens in the sky is happening over a measured flat Earth.
Okay. But
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
no, but like the way the stars move doesn't it doesn't make sense. Like regardless of what's like the question is what is happening up there essentially. Because yeah,
Well, yeah,
sure, it's separate from
that
flat
can
Earth
be
by all.
unknown forever, but we measured the Earth flat. Like the stars could be drawing the Mona Lisa every night. It doesn't matter. They're independent of the measurements of the Earth, right?
Right. Well, I'm not asking about the measurements of the Earth. I'm asking about how the stars move. I'm trying to
Okay, yeah,
figure
then that's
out.
fine. You can figure that out if you want to, but whatever's happening in the sky is happening over a measured flat plane.
But they just don't make sense over a flat
Like
Earth.
they
Because
could be making figure eights, they could be drawing a double helix, they
sure,
could be
like
making a
by all
swirly
means,
swirl pattern.
but
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all.
and it, I would agree with that if it was consistent over the entire Earth, but it's not. They're
Why would it
different
have to be consistent?
because, like, okay, let's say we're looking up and we're looking at like a screen. Like, imagine a big TV there. If
Okay,
stars move in a certain way on the big screen,
okay.
the whole Earth would see it the same way because we're seeing the same stars, but we're not. They're moving
Why?
differently depending on where you are, and that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, what if they just move differently depending on where you are?
But why?
Oh, I
What's
don't know.
inside's outside. Duh.
It
What?
doesn't matter. Well, you already told me that the stars are independent of the Earth. So, like I said,
Right.
right? Even if the star's movement is independent and dependent on the person's position, like it wouldn't matter because the ground underneath the observer's feet would be
Wait, hang on,
measured
wait,
flat.
When you say
No.
like, huh? When you say like the Earth is independent from the stars, do you mean like it's
Yes.
it's a separate thing, or do you mean like the two models literally have no interaction whatsoever, so it doesn't matter?
The thing is, right? Like it doesn't matter what's happening above your head. The ground has been measured flat. So you can first measure the Earth flat. That's separate. That's done. And now, if you want to figure out why the stars move, why they want to move, or do whatever the hell they want to do, or what they are, what they're made of, then that's something separate from the ground that's already been measured flat.
Okay, so the answer that flat earthers have for the movement of the stars is none. There's no answer. We don't know.
Yes, we don't know. Why would we make a claim on something we don't know? Like, we don't know what's propelling
Cool.
the stars. We don't know why they move, what they're made of, how big they are, distance to them.
All right, cool. Fair enough.
Retards. Retards. Oh, y'all are muted. Okay.
Bro, what's your problem?
Alrighty, I'm back, boys. What did I miss? Anything good?
Oh, bro, nobody was talking all this time. It's just
Oh, damn. Damn, somebody unmuted me too. That's diabolical. Sometimes my mic unmutes itself. I had to go shower too, so that's why I always mute myself when I go hop in the shower. There's been a few times where my mic unmuted itself.
that's not how one mutes oneself on Discord, right?
Well, that's why I server mute myself. Because even if I
That's
locally
like
unmute
not the
myself.
right way. That's not the right way to do it, right? Because somebody else can unmute you.
Hmm.
Lesson
Yeah,
learned.
somebody can, yeah. That's all right. I don't mind if they do or do not. I always just double check before I go in, but sometimes I don't know why. Discord's been
One
doing that
day,
to me
man,
lately.
you and your girlfriend or boyfriend, I'm not judging, will be live on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why it does that. Like there was time I was like playing with my kid, my freaking mic unmuted. Been times where I've been at work, my mic unmuted. I'm not even touching my phone or anything. It's freaking weird. I feel like that's really lacking, slacking. Yo, what's up, brother? Welcome.
So, you think the Earth is flat?
Yep.
Why?
And it's measured flat.
It also says so in the Quran.
That's interpretative. But
Well,
why?
every translation is really an interpretation, so not all of us speak Arabic fluently. Salam alaikum.
Just like we had different interpretations of that. Some said it was flat. Some said it actually refers to rounds. But nonetheless,
Well, you can always measure it.
We like the translation that says that it's flat.
Okay. But what I'm saying is like, you think all of these countries came together from from the east and the west. They had their rockets going up. They all
Why would
concluded.
they lie, right? Why would they lie?
Essentially, some of them are enemies to
Fast
each other.
forward.
Some of them are like enemies to each other, like the east and the west. Some of the countries, Iran, and all of these other countries.
Iran
So
doesn't
why?
have a space program.
Okay, let me see what countries have.
Israel does.
Okay, which countries?
Japan, China, European Union, Israel,
China's the enemy.
Russia, America.
Iran does.
Oh, we got India now too, man.
India, yeah. Not Pakistan though.
Sounds soon. Well, listen. So you have
Anytime
Iran.
now.
You have Iran and China and Russia. These are all enemy states to US. So why
Stop
would they
saying Iran,
conclude?
bro.
Why would they all come together and say, you know what, it's not flat, unless it actually is not flat.
Well,
You can't
maybe
think
it's the
of.
same reason why they
It's
signed
a
the treaty
probability.
for
Using
Antarctica.
probability. There's a probability it doesn't make sense.
They agree on some things, right? They signed the Antarctica Treaty, they signed the Moon Treaty. So some things they agree on. What can I say, man?
Yeah, I mean, if they're decent treaties, but if you think about it, if they really wanted to expose it, it would have really been
Well,
beneficial.
clearly they don't want to expose it.
But it would have been beneficial for China, right?
Who knows? Do you
It would
know
benefit
what
China,
Xi
benefit Iran.
Jinping thought this morning when he got up? Or do you live in his head? You know everything about his plans and his agendas? You don't.
Okay, so one, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that if all of the countries who are enemy states, they're all coming together on an agreement, even though they are ready, they're at each other's throats, they're almost about to eliminate each other, but they still come together and say, you know what, the Earth is round, and they have these rockets that go out of space. I would believe them more than anyone else, especially when you have a consensus with enemies. It doesn't make any sense. So, what's your best answer against this?
Dude, maybe it's the same answer why they don't nuke one another, right? Did you ever think about that? Why then they don't just nuke each other? There are certain lines they're not willing to cross, okay?
Yeah, it's not gonna benefit them. That's why it's gonna probably
Yeah,
harm.
there are some reasons why these countries, as antagonistic as they may be, are not willing to cross certain lines. One of them is nuking each other. The other one is breaking certain treaties. Another one, obviously, is revealing the truth about the Earth.
But how does that
Now you're
contribute?
gonna ask me why. I don't know why. I wasn't in the room with Xi Jinping, Vlad Putin, Kim Jong Un, and
Just give me your best.
freaking.
Yeah, I understand that, but what's your best theory? Give me your best theory that you have, just as a conceptual kind of theory.
My best theory is they have something to gain from keeping us, believing in the globe cartoon.
That sounds rational to me. Okay, what's there to benefit?
How would we know?
But just think about it. You can speculate, right? You can think about ideas and probabilities, these theories. You can think about theories and say, okay, what's the most likely theory that they will say? You know what? It's round and not flat. What is
Good.
that?
Then come back on Speculation Sunday. Then we'll speculate. Okay, we don't typically speculate here, although it's a holiday, so I don't know.
Okay, fair.
Oh Jesus, no!
I would say that just by that idea, the fact that we can't actually even think up a good idea,
Man, y'all got wrecked earlier.
it's not flat. It's wrong.
Yeah, dude, you gotta think a little bit, like just accept that there are things that we don't know at that level of politics, global politics, right? And there's certainly, even if you're a glober, like you'll admit there are certain things that you don't know, like why do they agree on some of the treaties that they all sign? Who knows? In their calculation, it makes sense. That's obvious to us.
No, treaties make sense. It's because if you have everyone agreeing on a treaty, they abide by it, and it benefits
Well, so
everyone.
in some sense, maybe they agree on a treaty to maintain this illusion that the Earth is a globe.
But there's no. That's just a idea, but the idea doesn't lead to anything.
Okay,
Just an
dude, what do you want me to go into the room tomorrow with whoever is your prime minister right now, that funny-looking guy, and
Yeah.
Modi, the Indian guy, and Vova Putin, and say, «Привет, Путин, скажи меня, почему вы со всем иными странами do all this shit? Like, what are you asking me to do, bro?»
I mean, look, I can understand treaties, right? I can understand. Okay, people are making treaties so that they
Hey,
can benefit.
why don't you go, whoever is the dictator of Pakistan right now, since you're from Pakistan, and go and ask them why they don't make friends with the Indians tomorrow and be just living in one great kumbaya, like in the good old days when the British ruled them.
But I know the reason. But whereas in your case, I don't know the reason. It doesn't even
Yeah,
make
but
sense.
maybe it's not a real reason. So go and talk to him, all right? Get them to
But
the guy in the funny pajamas, the Indian prime minister, and whoever is your mustachio man. Get them together and have them debate this, and you be the mediator. Maybe you'll get a Nobel Peace Prize for this. They're both nuclear powers. Be nice to have peace between those two nations. So that's what you're asking me to do, basically. Like you're setting this task for me to go into the room on a meeting, one-on-one meeting with all these world leaders from the 7 nations that landed on the moon, for example, and you're asking me to find out why they both sent us fake pictures. All right, I don't know, dude.
off camera, are they really enemies? Come on.
Well, they're not murdering each other right now, are they? So there cannot be too big of an
Hey
enemy.
guys, all
We
y'all
were
gotta do is
enemies
just
with
check
some
out the
other
live
countries in
stream
the
there.
past, and we
That's all
were
y'all.
actively murdering each other, right? So it's not as bad as you're making it seem to be.
Come on, that's just exaggeration at this point.
Dude, us in Germany were murdering each other by the thousand, right? Okay, we're not right now. So us in China were killing each other by the thousand in Korea in the 50s. We're not doing this right now, so we're not as big of an enemies as we used to be. What are you talking about? We're actively trading. We have open trade with China with some regulations, but half the shit in my house is from China. We're not enemies. We're not mortal enemies. Our soldiers are not killing their soldiers like they were in Korea, and not vice versa. So what are you talking about? There was 1 million Chinese soldiers fighting American soldiers in Korea. Is this happening right now? No.
A wow of silence. So, one of your friends in this VC, they said to control you with fear of aliens and global warming. If you pay more taxes, they may be able to save the planet in the future. The thing is, they could have done the same thing while it's promoting the idea of flat Earth. So, they don't have to drastically change to round Earth.
Dude,
To
who
do
are you arguing with right now? Go and argue with
They
Xi
do have to
Jinping.
with me. Yeah, they do have to.
I'll post
Because
my
if you're on a planet, then you're
um
insignificant
black
speck
spot.
of dust
History
flying
class.
through a universe.
yeah, no,
That's
we
your
still are.
interpretation, bro.
But what has that got to do with flat and round? What's that got to do with
Go
Oh,
it?
ask Xi
if you're
Jinping.
on a flat Earth, yeah, no, the place is created, and you're not an insignificant piece of dust.
The place is crazy, Jesus. Yeah, but something
Go
round that
ask
whole
Xi
flat can be
Jinping. Why
created.
are you asking us, bro? What is your problem?
I mean, look, the VC's called 24/7 flat Earth. I'm just come to
Yeah, but
just
we're not the ambassadors for the world powers, are we?
I'm just having a conversation. There's no issue.
I know, and I told you like 7 times in a row. How would we know what their ultimate motivations are? We're not in on the meetings.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying they usually when people do things, they do it for certain motives. And if you find someone doing something that is starkly different from a common motive,
They do it for money. They have a meeting every year and they figure out what are we going to do this year. Well, this year we're going to say aliens are coming. All right, so aliens are going to be coming. So we need money for protect us from aliens, and then we're going to need to stock up in the grocery stores in case the aliens come. You got to get water. Water will be a shortage. You got to make all kinds of plans. That's what you do. That's how you make money.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a valid point, and I think that probably is happening. But I'm mostly focused on the flat and the rounder. Like, what's the benefit of them saying, no, it's not flat, it's actually round? What's the benefit?
So you won't go looking for what who created this place.
You could still do you that same thing applies to flat all rounder. It applies to both.
No, if you're on a ball floating through a vacuum, you're an insignificant piece of crap. So it doesn't really matter.
But it's the same if it's flat. You're
No,
insignificant.
no, if it's flat, it has a purpose. It's created with a purpose, and you're here for that purpose. There's a big difference.
Don't really see it. It just seems like different,
How
shapes.
would a flat, stationary, and Earth with air pressure create itself?
Same way around stationary, and it was created. So
No, globes. Yeah, no, that's not how that works.
it's just
So
a different shape.
you don't blow everything doesn't blow up, and then you have round planets and suns and gas balls in a vacuum, and then you have a flat disk flying around out there somewhere. That sounds kind of weird.
I see. No, it's somewhat decent point, but it don't seem like it seems still like a stretch.
You guys are
No,
both
it's measured.
speculating.
It's just measured flat, not a stretch. Uh,
Because
like flight
yeah,
dynamics, the flight manual for when you take flight lessons or you learn how to fly. For page 1, about halfway down, says remember that basically these are your rules. Earth is flat and stationary, and then it goes down the line for everything else. Rigid plane, rigid body, all that tells you how it works. It doesn't say Earth is a globe and you got to deal with it spinning. It says Earth is flat and stationary. That's the first thing you learn. Because they don't want people asking stupid questions. That's why they make it number one thing in the class. Earth is flat and stationary. That's all you need to know, and that's what they tell them. They
I mean, I
don't.
have
There's
to
no
say, Professor, that document also says there are no rotating parts like engines. So maybe it's not the flight manual. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I saw you or somebody else posted in the chat.
flight
It's that the
dynamic
mass of the
summary.
plane, yeah, mass of the plane is not changing. There are no rotating parts such as
Well, look up the
turbines and
definition of all
propellers.
that. Yeah, look up all the definitions for all that stuff and how they mean
Well,
it.
but all planes have rotating engines of some kind.
So it doesn't matter.
So that's not a real flight manual, is it?
Yep, it sure is.
Um, the mass of every plane changes throughout the flight.
So what?
Well, that document says it
Still a
doesn't. It's not
rigid body.
changing.
Still a rigid body flying through
None
air
of the
pressure.
planes have rigid bodies, and
Yep,
knowing
it's
the
all. It's
mass,
considered a rigid body.
no,
It doesn't
knowing the
morph. It doesn't
mass
morph.
of the
It
plane.
doesn't morph into another shape.
That's not what rigid means. Also, the mass of the plane changes significantly.
Whew. It's amazing they put that on page 1 for everybody. Wonder why they do that.
And bro, most large airliners cannot be landed after takeoff because their mass is too big. What are you talking about?
Don't be an idiot.
You're just saying you're citing the wrong document, bro.
No, I'm not. It's in all the
Am I
flight
citing?
documents. How to build an airplane, how to fly an airplane. Earth is flat and stationary. So you can't argue with it. Are you going to argue with them?
I'm not going to argue with the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary, but I am going to argue with the fact that they put it in a flight manual. None of the documents you
Oh,
show in the
well.
flight manual.
Oh, well. You're going to have to argue with them then.
Get your story straight. We both know that they put
No,
a
you
big
get your
globe
story straight.
navigation in planes. Why would they do that? Why would they tell the pilot that it's flat and then give them navigation software that shows a globe? What are you? Get you're really low IQ. I have to say.
So when I fly a Cessna, I have globe navigation software in there.
Probably not in a Cessna, but in a Boeing 737, yes, you do. You've never seen pilots trying to dunk on flat earthers, showing them the software and the great circle routes in the screen of
No,
the
there's
plane.
no circle routes.
I know, but that's what their software shows.
Good for their software. That's software. I can make software do anything.
That's my point exactly. So why would they tell them in a flight manual Earth is flat and then they show them a globe in the software? Think critically about what you're
I don't
saying.
need to think critically. I didn't write the books.
Bro, they don't want us to know that it's flat. Why would they say it on page 1 of the manual anyone can download?
All the manuals, many, many, many documents, actually, not just one.
The secret one, yes, but not the one that anyone
No,
can download.
public documents. Keep
Come
saying
on, bro.
dumb
Think
shit, and I'm gonna
critically.
keep saying dumb shit. I dare you.
I'm just encouraging you to think critically about what you're saying.
I don't need to. Earth is flat and stationary already. It's been measured that way, and that's how we use
Of
it.
course it is, but it doesn't make every single argument correct.
Dude, I don't need a glober pretending to be a flat earther telling me how I win arguments, because I don't lose them ever.
Well, you don't lose them ever because you have the retard strength. Takes you an awful long to type that ban command. You bring shame to this community, bro. What's up, Mez?
What's up? My favorite flat earther.
You still a Glober?
Yeah.
Did you even consider you may be wrong?
I did.
How long?
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
And then I looked at Nathan Oakley and I thought, ugh. So I was doing my
you
ways.
saw him in person, right?
Yeah.
Is he as handsome in person as he is in his videos?
Oh, he is every bit as handsome. He's a little bottom heavy. He's like a weeble. Push him over, he'll
Pear-shaped.
tilt back up. Yeah.
Well, this is judgment-free zone, so we don't comment on people's appearances.
That's fair. That's fair. What's new in flat Earth? Has been any crazy happenings lately?
You know where we stand, and you know that we don't have any new stuff because we don't need new stuff. It's you guys who come up with new stuff all the time.
Yeah. It
Well,
looks
tell
flat.
me that ain't true.
We see too far.
Tell me that ain't true. You just go like, oh, it's a spheroid. Trust me, bro. Well, it's actually a little bit on the oblate side, and it's bottom heavy, Persian. It's you guys have updates every other
Yeah,
week.
yeah. It's you know, like the conspiracies. It's difficult to maintain. You need to constantly be updated with to account for all the the flat Earth holes that they point in it.
There are no holes in flat Earth. You know it. Especially needs a sealed container.
No, no, in the
You
globe. The
guys all
globe
can
it needs
answer
to
my
keep evolving.
question as I see the horizon. If this was
Ignore that
flags,
guy. He's like the worst glober ever. I mean,
we
even
can
for globe standards, he's bad.
Mr. Flirt Herder, uh, Peter. Good luck, man. I know you're really fine.
So, Mez, what's your go-to globe argument these days? I'm not gonna say proof, because we know how that ends, but like argument.
Kind of depends, really. You know, I like to rotate between them. Well, my favorite is probably
Let me guess.
measurements.
Hold on, stop. Oh shit. My guess would have been lights in the sky.
Oh, I mean, lights in the sky are good. I do like a good light in the sky.
See, there are some flat earthers that I've fallen out with a little bit, even today on Twitter, because they're not the guys here, but there are these fanboys of ether cause, and they love the celestial theodolite argument. Have you heard that one?
I have not.
It's too complicated to explain, but it has something to do with like lighting up a position of a star with a peak of a mountain, and that shows that the Earth is flat. And it does, but I'm not a big fan of it because it invokes things in the sky, right? And once you go that way, there'll be dragons there, right? So I told them, hey guys, I'm not a big fan. Maybe we should avoid invoking lights in the sky. But then they yelled at me because they like how it proves the Earth is flat.
I think that's good. I think it's fair game, right? If we can't use lights in the sky, I don't think that it's fair for the flat earthers to use lights in the sky.
Yeah, plus
Stick to the
right.
ground. You know, they're looking in the wrong direction.
All right, so I have to ask, what measurements have you got?
You know, things like measuring drop over distance.
Yeah, like you're the first person that measured it.
No, there's been a few before me. I like Jesse Path of Light or Path of Lies, as he's called.
Well, I used to use his measurements, right, for my argument, but he doesn't understand perspective, and neither do you.
Yeah. I've been trying to study it, but I don't. It seems to be going over my head.
Well, I'll tell you
Get my
this.
head around it.
Unless you understand perspective, like lots of things can be used to show the globe. But that's on you. Taking data, misinterpreting it is, a mistake we can all make. But that's the part that's going to take you more than 5 minutes to figure out. It took me 2 years plus.
Oh, jeez.
Critical
Well, I'll keep
thinking,
working at
it's
it.
not easy.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get it one day. I don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't hear
The
the
globe
passion in your
conspiracy.
voice.
It's got a hold of me. It's difficult to let go.
It is not easy, but we have all been through this same path, so you can do it too.
But yeah, I hear a lot of the flat earthers say, like, "Oh, I was a global like you until." It seems like they all turn around 35. Well, got a couple of years until then, and maybe it'll click.
Well, you didn't discover the Earth was a globe, did you? Somebody told you, and you've
That is true. Maybe
rationalized all the
if I was told
arguments.
that it was flat first. Yeah.
Well, my mom told me it was a globe when I was 4, and she told me it was flat. I'd be a different person. But she told me it was a globe, and I had internalized the reasoning and the visuals and all that for 40 plus years. So you're probably the same. We're all the same.
Yeah. Hey, I'm only human.
So what did you say to Nathan Aoki in person?
There was something about celestial navigation.
And let me guess what he said. He said you're taking an elevation angle, and you cannot take an elevation angle to a curve.
I think that was the gist of it. Yeah, I can't remember his exact argument. It was a while ago.
Did you have to pay for it? Were there tickets?
We didn't have to pay. Normally it was like £5 entry, which we was happy to pay, but I only had card, didn't have any cash on hand. But the guy let me in anyway.
So he was sitting there just cashing in like £5?
Yeah. Well, we turned up a bit late because I think it was like it was the posters, the advertisements. They said like it all started at like 7:30. So we assumed that it was like, oh, doors open at 7:30. So we turned up at around 1:15. What it actually was the kind of the meetup. They all kind of turned up like a couple hours before then, and then it was like Nathan Oakley's presentation started at 7:30. So we turned up a bit late for that.
How many people were there, do you reckon?
Maybe 30.
Not bad.
It was like a classroom's worth of people. They were nice. Mostly.
Were there any Globers other than you and right now?
I think there was a few people that I spoke to them. I was like, "Oh, are you on like the global flat side?" And they were like, "I'm a bit undecided," that kind of thing. I think there was one other person that was like heavily on the globe side.
Simon Dan?
I didn't see Simon Dan there. I didn't see anyone that I recognise.
I haven't met any flat earthers in person yet, but maybe that's because of where I live. It's all just blue haired liberals,
Yeah.
I was watching a documentary about Mount Everest, and I'm probably retarded, but how do the people here explain the death zone above 8,000 meters?
Bro, what do you mean? Same
What's
way
that?
you explain it.
Hmm?
What do you mean? Same way you explain it. It's cold and, there's low air density.
What is the dead zone?
There's
Where
not
people
enough
die.
oxygen for your body to function above 8,000 meters. So you can't be up there for more than 24 hours.
So how else do you think we explain it? Same way.
I don't know. You guys have an issue with like gravity and
Not all of
the
us have an issue
atmosphere.
with gravity, but most of us, many of us do. Not all, not me, for example. But we all agree that there's a density gradient in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere thins out as you elevate, right? We all agree that's the case. We live in the same world. We're not like simulation theory fanboys that everybody gets a different world. So we all live in the same world, and it has the same characteristics that you observe. And if you go up 8,000 meters and you start pretty much suffocating or being oxygen deprived, then this is going to happen to you and to us. We agreed that's what happens. What a strange question to ask.
Okay. I don't know. I get the feeling that these guys, their views on the atmosphere, like the whole, there's no gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, there isn't.
And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you do know, so.
What? You have the worst mic.
Don't be an elitist now, okay?
Peter, what's your position on whether two gas particles colliding is gas pressure?
Oh shit. Dude, I've never heard this argument before. I mean, I'm still thinking, okay, but it's kind of similar to asking what's between two gas particles, right? Perfect vacuum, I have to say. But shit. Well, the definition of gas pressure is that it's the normal force exerted on the walls of a container. It doesn't say or other neighboring gas particles. So I think two gas particles colliding, I would say that's kinetic energy being exchanged. Now, gas pressure is kind of a statistical measurement of kinetic energy, but normalized over, as opposed to temperature, which is mean kinetic energy in a volume. This is normalized for the number of particles, right? Temperature is not a function of the number of particles. Pressure is. So no, dude, it's not pressure because there's only two particles, and pressure is defined PV equals nRT. Okay, so the N needs to be a relatively large number to speak about pressure. So no, sorry. Good try.
So it's not gas pressure.
It's not. It's not.
Okay. Because gas particles can collide with things, but it's not gas pressure because gas pressure is the gas colliding with the container.
It's not just colliding. It's just a normal force. So it's just a normal vector, normal to the wall, right?
Yeah, but not things within the wall of the container, like all the gas particles.
Yeah, they gotta be.
Yeah. So I don't feel gas pressure on my skin. Gas
Yes, you
pressure would
do.
be felt by a container.
No, well, the pressure is within the container, but unless it was colliding with the wall, then it's not pressure. The very fact that you do feel gas pressure on your skin, I mean, you kind of don't feel it because you're used to it, but you would certainly feel it if I increased it. The reason why you...
Well, you'd feel the normal energy exerted by the particles. You wouldn't feel pressure. Pressure is force on the container.
Yeah, but once you get that pressure on the walls of the container, you just jumpstart the pressure, and now because of the second law of thermodynamics, it's the same pressure everywhere in the container.
Yeah.
Right?
But it's not. That would be a consequence of gas pressure, but it's not
Yes.
things within the container.
Yes. So our argument is, without the walls of the container, you cannot jumpstart the pressure. You need the container to jumpstart it, and once you jumpstart it, now you have that pressure consistent, X value through the container. In an idealized scenario, right? Because in reality, we have a pressure gradient, but that's because there are other factors. But in an idealized scenario, that's what would happen. These are ideal gas laws. You should know them, man.
Yeah.
But hey, you've only thought about this critically for 5 minutes, so, I need to lower my expectations, I guess.
That's true. Sorry.
I mean, here's an interesting case that I proposed, right? Because we know that we do this in laboratory settings. So you take a container with physical walls, and you have gas in there, and it's hitting the walls, right? So we have pressure.
Yeah.
And let's say these gas particles are ionized, right? So they have a charge. And then we turn on an electromagnet in the center of the container, and we just do it enough to prevent most of the particles from hitting the walls of that container, right? That's what they do in a tokamak, fusion reactor, right?
Yeah, there's like a big magnet to keep the gas.
So let's say we do that.
Or something.
Now
God,
we
it's a
have
second mez.
Yeah, he's in post. So we have a cloud of gas in the center, and we have little margins on the edges where the particles are not hitting the walls, or at least not as much as they used to, right? And one would argue that the pressure within that cloud after the magnet was turned on is higher because PV equals nRT, P equals nRT divided by V, and we just decrease the V, right?
PV equals nRT.
Yeah. Are you with me, real mess? We just decreased V, so we decreased the denominator, so P increases, right?
It matters how the equation's going. Remember, multiplication, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever the numbers are, like, it's always going to equal the same thing. Like, meaning that there's not going to be some sort of dividers or qualifiers in that sort of way.
This guy is not as good as you, Maz. I have to
Yeah.
say.
There's a lot of imposters.
All right, so how do you explain that? How do you explain that? So my argument would be that you still needed the container to have the magnet in the first place.
Well, I think you would need to test it without a container in order to prove that.
But you can't.
Exactly. And it can't be proven.
Show me any gas without a container. I don't care about the pressure. Just show me gas even without pressure. Outside of a container. Prove it to me. So you can't.
It can't be done. Impossible. There's no way of knowing.
There is a way of knowing, you're just running away from it.
Well, I know a lot of globers will say, well, you know, the people went to the moon. It proves there's no container. We can test it there. But
Dude, you've been coming here
just
for a
NASA
long
lies, isn't it?
time. Have you ever heard any of us claim a particular dimensions of the container? Like, did we ever say it's this many miles or whatever your kilometers, away?
Yeah, it's very ill described.
So we're not claiming any particular size, and I just want to say the stated distance
It's
to the
true.
moon is what, 230,000 miles?
Yeah.
I
Container
know
could
a
be
guy
further than
who
that.
has
Could be bigger than that.
I know a guy who has 1 million miles on his pickup truck. It's not that far if you think about it.
Yeah. The container could be past the moon, even at its described globe distance.
It could be past the moon.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not suggesting anyone here uses this argument, but I know on Twitter biblical flat earthers who believe that the moon and the sun are within the container. If they are within the container, the dome in their view, then we can totally go there. I mean, at least in principle.
Yeah.
And yes, the atmospheric gradient would extend all the way to the moon. And as I'm sure you know, and I was being sarcastic, in your own model, they say that traces of Earth's atmosphere have been detected around the moon.
It's true. It's all true. Well, could the Earth, the sun, be within the container? Because it doesn't have a height. You can't measure its height or calculate its height.
I think it probably is. And it's not Speculation Sunday, but it's like Boxing Day, you guys call it over there, right? So it's a holiday. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna say it. In my speculation, it is within the container.
Interesting. If it's in the container, would it have a physical location?
I think so. Yes.
And if it has a physical location, you can use it to celestially navigate. I mean, you could calculate its height.
Well, in your model, does the horizon have a physical location, the geometric horizon?
Not exactly.
In your model, do things have a physical location, such as the horizon line that cuts off everything that we see, beyond that point? Does it?
I don't think that's a fair. It's a bit of a false equivalence. There is parts
Right,
of
but
the Earth that have physical locations, but
yeah,
we're
but
talking
you've seen
about
the
like a
GIF.
reflection. Does a reflection have a physical location? Not really.
But you've seen the skunk bait GIF. So would you say that whatever is shown in the GIF has a physical location?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's an apparent location that we observe pretty much all the time, right? We actually never see the physical location. Like if you want to get precise, right? If you want to get like German apothecary precise, right? Then we never see the physical location. We only see the apparent location. Same goes for the sun.
How far off do you think the physical location is?
Well, depends, right? Probably it's a function of distance and other variables that we don't necessarily know. So I would say with a sun that's really far away, like in your model, let me assume for a second that the sun is whatever 150 million kilometers away and within a container. That's a long distance to have distortions to the physical location. So it's possible that the apparent location would be quite off.
Could be off by 90 degrees in any direction.
I don't know. Could be other things going on. Could be some form of lensing or bending of light and whatnot. I don't know. Have you ruled out all these possibilities? In the 5 minutes that you spent thinking about it?
No, I don't think I have. I think I might need that might come at minute 20. Spend some more time thinking about this.
You're gonna give 80 seconds. You're gonna dedicate 80 seconds to this specific conundrum.
I might give it a bit more. Depends if I'm busy.
I know I'm asking for a lot. 80 seconds. Not everybody has
Yeah.
80 seconds to spare.
A long time. Well, I've got TikTok reels to watch.
I mean, I don't want to deprive you of 80 seconds of Fortnite.
Well, what was it that turned you, Peter? What was the final nail in the globe coffin?
Well, the observability of the Earth being flat. Did you see any curvature? Do you see curvature much?
Now that you mention it, no, I don't think I do.
Even as a glober, I had to go through way more than 5 minutes to find a picture that would pass. First of all, I didn't even bother trying to obtain, in quotes, curvature measurement myself. So I would go to YouTube and peruse YouTube and find, a frame from Jesse the Path of Light's video. And then I had to spend hours in an Excel spreadsheet massaging freaking numbers, making mistakes before I had my ultimate glow proof 2.0. It took a lot of effort to do it. And even then, it was a stretch. Let's just say it out loud, right? So it doesn't take much. It's not like I had to force myself to give that up. Like I just didn't have to do that stuff, and I didn't have to massage the numbers, and I didn't have to force a certain understanding of perspective onto myself to cling to that curve. And that curve was so minimal anyway. So just stop doing that. You're not even doing that because it would take you more than 5 minutes to find the YouTube video, and then you'd have no time for the Excel spreadsheet.
Someone linked it to me. I didn't need to look it up.
Yeah, so just stop repeating what other people told you, and that's the first step. That's your answer.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea. I don't know. What if it just is a ball, and the measurements of drop over distance and reciprocal zenith angles? What if they just are what it seems to be?
Well, if someone shows us a measurement of the curvature, we're going to be the first ones to change our minds, because we changed our minds, all of us, at least once. So I'm sure we can do it one more time. If, that's the big if, that's a new mess, if we are shown proper measurements. Not some lengthy arguments, oh, imagine this, imagine that, spin it around, twirl it, oh, now it's a ball. No. Show us a measurement. We're going to have a careful look at it. And if you happen to be the first one in all these years that provided the proper measurement, then, well, so be it.
Well, what would a proper measurement be?
Measurement of the curvature.
We're talking like measurement drop over distance, boring to the center of the Earth, finding the radius.
Good. If you can drill to the center of the Earth and come out on the other side and take an odometer with you, and it's going to say, 13,000 kilometers or whatever that is, then sure. We will scrutinize it though, so you're going to have to show that you went in a straight line and not in a loop-de-loop. So I wouldn't start with this one if I were you. Also, get a Chinese visa first. I don't want to get arrested on the other side.
Yeah, they do always say, you bore through the center of the Earth to come out in China. That seems to be the case no matter where you do it.
That's just a meme.
Yeah. wonder if it applies to China as well. If they dig down, they come out in China.
God only knows what they think in the Communist Party right now about the shape of the Earth.
Oh, I mean, they know the truth, of course. Whatever it is, they know.
Well, you do know that China maintained, or the norm in China was that the Earth was flat into the 1700s, I think.
Wow. I didn't know that.
And then there was this British, first, I think, ironclad, Nemesis, it was called. What year was that? 18 something, I think. And it showed up in the bay of whatever, Shanghai, and it sunk the entire Chinese Navy, one ship. Go Britain. And then they went like, maybe there is something about the Western way of doing things that we should look into more closely. And then they just started copycatting, I think.
I think that was it. Did they get bullied into saying that the Earth was a ball?
I think the Chinese got bullied. The Japanese just decided to copycat on their own before it was too late. Anyways, you always talk the big game, ooh, what if two gas particles collide? Is the gas pressure? But go and take a measurement, all right? Because that's work. And bring it back and, see if it holds up to just rudimentary scrutiny around here.
Do you have any suggestions of what kind of equipment I should use to take a measurement?
Like measurement equipment, what surveyors use, maybe?
Like a theodolite?
I mean, that measures an angle, right?
It's what tool measures curve?
Curvator?
A what?
Bro, why do you ask me? Well, theodolites measure angles, right? Are we asking you for an angle measurement? We have those. We can measure angles. We're asking you for curvature measurement.
What measures a curve? I'm going to Google it.
Yeah.
What tool
Google it.
measures a curve? Calipers? No. What measures distance?
I was going to say
A radius
compass.
gauge? Compass?
It's a strange name. I don't know. Do you use that in Britain for not the thing for navigating, whatever, but the thing for drawing circles on a piece of paper? What do you call that tool in Britain?
Yeah, compass. You put like a pencil in one end and it has like a point on the other.
Yeah.
Twist it around to draw a circle.
I think it was on the East Germany flag, right? They had a compass and a hammer or something like that. Anyways, but what does that measure? You could measure an angle,
It measures
I
anything,
guess.
does it? Just use it to draw.
Yeah, but if you drew like an arc and then you measure the angle between the two radius lines,
So now we're back to
then
measuring angles.
that's the problem. I was just thinking out loud. So yeah, scratch that one.
I don't think it can be done. I think you can measure angles and lines. And that's it.
Well, I mean, I think the closest you could come to measuring a curve would be drop over distance. Like, for example, if you could build a really long plank and you connect it to like a pier, right? And say you have cliffs of Dover, right? And you connect the plank to the cliff and it's perpendicular to the plumb line. And then with that plumb line at that location, you measure the distance to water. And then you extend that plank a mile. You would need to show 8 inches, roughly speaking. I know it's an approximation, yada yada. I know all that story, right? But approximately 8 inches when you deploy a plumb line at the end of the plank. So it's whatever it was at the beginning plus about 8 inches to the surface of the water, minus waves, maybe do it over a lake. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So all we need to do is build a perfectly straight, mile-long
level. We call it level.
Yeah.
So in your own model, that should be possible, because in your model, if you have a plank that is perpendicular to the vertical at your location, as you extend that plank, it's going to diverge from the supposed curved earth, right? And in your
I'm with
model
you so far.
also, what?
Yeah, I'm with you so far.
Right. And in your own model, water, once you ignore, waves and tides and stuff like that, so which are things that can be averaged out, water follows the curvature of the earth. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So if you extend that plank far enough, a mile or maybe half a mile. Yeah, at half a
No,
mile
we
you
can do a
should get
mile.
what, 4 inches, right? No, at half a mile you'll get 4 inches. That's
Would it be
measurable
4?
using
Because the
precise
drop's like exponential, so it'd be less than 4.
Oh, right. You're right. Shit, you had me there, right? Because it's times d squared, right? Where d is distance in miles. You're right. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah. Okay, let's do a mile. My suggestion would be to do it over like calm water, like a lake.
Yeah. So all we need to do, build some kind of perfectly straight beam or plank that's a mile long, then find some very, very settled water across a mile-long lake or something.
I mean, that's
And then
what
we
you
test it.
have to do because that's your claim. But
That's true.
just to be sure. And now in Britain, don't you have like a lake district or something like that? You people have like a lake. You must have a lake that's like a mile long at least. No?
I have heard of the Lake District.
But you have lakes.
I'm not sure what lakes are there.
Like, wasn't there like a lady of the lake? Some shit like that.
Yes, Peter, we have lakes.
Is there one that's at least a mile,
There are many lakes. There's lakes, I think it's just, there's lakes that are a mile long everywhere, but Scotland have even longer ones, like big lochs in Scotland.
All right, so enough with the excuses. Go to one of these lakes. You don't have meaningful tides in lakes. You usually don't have large waves in lakes. You're telling me in the 21st century we cannot build a freaking plank that's level? For what I care, you can actually, Maz, have pillars if you can afford it to keep the level, the plank level.
Well, maybe all the plank makers are paid off to not make mile-long planks.
There are bridges that are longer than a mile.
But they're not plank. They're not.
I
They don't
know,
need to
but
be straight.
That's the problem, right? If the Earth is curved, then they would follow the curvature. If it's flat, they would also follow the flatness. So, but what I'm saying is, human beings are capable of building, constructing things that are way longer than a mile over water. I live right next to the longest floating bridge in the world and the second longest floating bridge in the world. Okay, and they're way longer than a mile. They are floating though, so we can't use them because on the globe they would follow the curvature of the water, and on flat they would follow the flatness of the water. But like, we're capable of building freaking big things. So get your Glober friends together, Simon Dan, so-called Professor Dave, McToon, all those guys, and you guys do that and you guys measure curvature, that's going to be a different conversation than all your lights in the sky. Oh, look at the sun, it won't set in 24 hours. Big deal. Measure some curvature. If they had spent the money they spent on the final experiment, in quotes, it wasn't final and it was not an experiment. If they had spent the money on the Planck measurement, we would be in a completely different place, Mez. Either for us or for you. Sorry about this rant, but you know, all that pent up
That's true.
frustration.
A waste of time.
It was. What you got? One conversion you got? You got freaking what's his face? Jeranism?
Jeranism.
Yeah. That's all you got.
Which I don't respect, by the way. I think he's being a bit cowardly. So,
What?
you were convinced by a light in the sky? Come on.
Why are the flat earthers letting you two get away with this?
Jeranism was nice when I went to his debate. He treated us well when Morty and I debated him. But you know, so you get one conversion and you got Witsit to go into hiding for like a few months. That's the result.
Are there any lakes in Poland?
What?
I said, are there any lakes in Poland?
Any lakes? There are a few, yeah, but nothing
Right.
nothing impressive.
Well, what we need you to do, so-called Peter, is you need to go to the so-called Poland, one of these so-called lakes that are so-called a mile long, and then you need to so-called do an experiment, so-called, and then come back with the so-called results, so-called.
And why would I do that if I live right next to a lake that's like miles long?
Well, I want you to do it in so-called Poland, so-called.
Why is it necessary? Do you think there's curvature there but not over here?
Well, if you go to Poland, you can get to a place name that's so complicated that a flat earther couldn't possibly find out where you were. So they'll never
That's a
be able
good
to
point.
verify your results.
Because the largest lake in Poland, I think it's called Śniadrwy. Good luck saying that.
Yeah, so the flat earthers will never be able to verify where you were. Yeah? Whereas if you you're up there in Washington or wherever the fuck you live, you'll get a flat earther who said, I went to Seattle once and I looked across the bay and flat. Even if you did, put Mez's huge erection across the bay or something.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you and Maz do me a favor and pronounce the name of the lake that I posted? I posted a Wikipedia. Like, I know Wikipedia is not a source, but just try and pronounce it for me.
This is well, I want to say Żniadwy. Is it like Żniadwy?
Very close.
Oh, there's a button.
V? Would it be a V instead of a W? Or did they actually?
Yes, I like the way you think. Yes.
No. So we've got our plan. Right, Mez, find a mile-long, perfectly straight object, and then
Yeah. It's all we need to do. We're so close. All we need to do.
You're telling me you're telling me that it's impossible for human civilization to build a perpendicular plank that extends 1 mile out.
Yeah,
But
well,
we
I'm
can
telling
go
you
to
that.
the moon, no problem, right? 7 times with humans, and 6 other nations can go to the moon with remotely controlled vehicles, right? Japan, Israel, China, Europe, Russia, India, United States, they can all do that. But build a mile-long plank that's perpendicular to the vertical at its origin. Ooh, no, bro, that's ridiculous.
I'm telling you that a flat earther will ask you, how did you verify it was flat?
Yeah, we are going to ask you. We know how to verify that something is perpendicular to the vertical. Thank you very much. You can just go to Home Depot and get this, whatever that is called, the true angle thingy that construction people use. Put it at the origin, put it next to a plumb line. Okay, perpendicular. Run the plank flat, all right?
Right,
Make sure
right,
it doesn't diverge.
No,
I think we're getting into begging the question territory here. Not sure about this one, Peter.
By the way, I bet you can find on your silly island, you can find a lake that's at least a mile and is very shallow. So then you could do this very close to the water, and you could deploy a few supports. So your plank, is nothing's rigid, perfectly rigid. So you will want to have a few supports. It's a big deal.
I mean, would you say canal fits that description?
Thank you for saying that. How about the canal that Bev likes, that Bradford, whatever, Butterford thing?
I don't know. Well, it's only in Bedfordshire, but yeah, I mean,
The
there are
one that
discussions.
Robotham used.
Yeah, I think there you go. I just don't know if the canal being a man-made structure will give them some sort of room to say, aha, but. Yeah.
Dude, water is level. We, both flat earthers, and you guys agree that the water will seek level. So in a canal, unless there's like someone's pumping water and whatever, which would create waves of pressure, the water will either follow the curve in your cartoon or be actually flat
Well,
across
no,
distance.
that's not true. Like you've got to imagine it. So, like, you come with the experiment to this VC, and then Crit starts talking about water humps, right? And saying that globers have to believe in water humps, so it's all for nothing anyway.
Dude, no, we had the hump over the drop debate with Jerry when he used to come here a lot.
No. But
Jerry is a Bevite.
Crit has this thing where like, there's some YouTube video where someone says that basically water humps over an object. Some
Don't worry
woman.
about Crit. You're talking to me. Don't worry about Crit, okay? Listen,
Right.
I can't speak for everybody, but I'll speak for myself. If you go to the Bedford Canal, unless there are locks involved and some shenanigans, which I don't think they are, if you can find a stretch of just a canal over a mile, and if you can deploy a plank at a certain point, and you can show that it's perpendicular at the origin, and then if you can make sure that the plank does not sag over distance, so most likely you'll have to deploy like supports every now and then. And then after a mile, you deploy a plumb bob. First of all, the plumb bob, if your worldview is correct, should not be perpendicular to the plank. Would you agree? You guys are fans of diverging verticals, right? So it should no longer be perpendicular to the plank. That's test number 1. And test number 2, the distance to the water should be 8 inches or so. That's an approximation. Let's start with this one. 8 inches or so longer than it was at the origin. Would you agree?
Who are you talking to?
I agree. I think it's a brilliant
I'm
idea.
talking to you two chuds, whatever that is. So, 1, the plumb bob will be 8 inches longer, 8 inches longer to the surface of the water, and it will not be perpendicular to the plank at the destination. Am I steel manning your worldview or what?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Cedric?
I think that's fair. It's just the plank part, which is
Yeah, okay, we'll go along
that's the
with
bit
it.
we need to solve.
Do you think it's within, like, I know Britain's no longer an empire, okay? Winston tried, but couldn't keep it, all right? But you still beat Argentina in the Falklands War. I'm sure you can build a fucking plank 40 years after that success.
Well, you can build these things, right? I mean, like, who the fuck is transporting? Are you gonna take it from the lake? Who's translating the logistics of that? It's just like
A freaking Duffy, Will Duffy, an American
I don't think it'd be too difficult.
Scammer,
to transfer a
pastor.
mile long. What you need to transfer a mile long object without damaging it.
He paid for a
It's just
bunch
like
of
have a few
random
helicopters, you know,
dude.
tie a rope to it
Will
at each
Duffy
end, carry it.
Anyone got a spare helicopter?
Yeah.
He paid.
Well, we just need
for
a
a bunch
mile-long
of-
plank factory. A couple of helicopters. I think you need like at least 3, you know, because you want to support it in the middle.
Stop looking for excuses, man.
No, I'm trying to solve the problem. We need a mile-long plank factory.
Okay,
that's really
pick up
good.
your
That can
phone.
make it within 8 inches over a mile. You know, level of tolerance.
Why
We just
don't
need
you
a couple of
email
helicopters
Will
to
Duffy?
transport it from wherever it is to Poland to this unpronounceable lake.
In Britain, we're doing this in Britain over the
No, it has to
Bedford
be in the
Canal.
unpronounceable lake.
No, I want to do it in Poland.
See, now you're not being serious.
Well, if we're spending all the money, if we're spending all,
and this is why you guys no longer have an empire, right?
That's
This
not
is
where
why you guys
serious
no longer
point
have an
down in this
empire.
conversation. Look, you got to think about it. If we're spending all that money, right, on this project, why not do it at the unpronounceable lake, right? When that's just like an actual like kicking the balls to the flat earthers.
Yeah.
This is why you guys no longer have an empire.
Okay.
When they told General Gordon, when Queen Victoria told him go and unclusterfuck the clusterfuck in Sudan, he got on the train, and then after he got on the train, he said, "What the fuck is Sudan?" Okay, but that's not the spirit. That's not the vibe I'm getting from you guys. You're just your go-to is looking for excuses. An American, Will Duffy, love him or hate him, put out the money, and he took a bunch of useless sacks of internet celebrity wannabes to fucking Antarctica. Okay, I'm sure he can build a plank. Pick up your phone, call Duffy, say we need a plank built. It's only a mile long. He's gonna
I'll
say,
call him right now. Has anyone got his number?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not feeling the practicality of this experiment.
Well, if we don't want to like use helicopters to transport it to Poland or even to somewhere else in England, we need to build. First, we're going to build a plank factory next to a lake.
You have a canal for shipping. You can deliver all the construction materials into the canal that was built for shipping.
Okay. Well, we're still going to need to build the plank factory next to the canal.
Bro, why
it's either that or we're going to need some helicopters to transport
it. Why do you think they built that canal in Britain during Industrial Revolution? To transport cumbersome things across the country. You're telling me you cannot transport a few steel beams?
Yes, because canal boats aren't that big.
How do you think they transported? What did you watch? Peaky Blinders? Didn't they go over the canal transporting all sorts of contraband and goods from Birmingham to wherever the fuck?
Yeah, but
London?
I don't
they
like to
weren't
watch things that remind me of
transporting.
Birmingham.
They weren't. They weren't
Nobody
transporting
does.
mile-long objects along the canal because that
They,
wouldn't be
there's
possible.
who says it needs to be a mile long? You have to assemble this, dude. You think when they build a bridge, you think they build the bridge in a factory and then they
Yeah.
transport it to the lake? What are you insane?
Okay, fair enough. You can assemble it later on. I feel like once you're in the position where you're assembling the mile-long rod somewhere else, it probably won't be a mile long in
I
reality.
live next to a floating concrete bridge that's like, I don't know, 2 miles long, let's say.
Even though
And
most
I
people don't
watched
have
it being built.
possible.
I watched it
Yeah.
being built, and trust me, they did not deliver the entire 2 mile long bridge to this lake on a truck.
Yeah, okay. But then, first of all, that bridge isn't going to be completely flat, right? And secondly, if we're talking about adding parts on at the end, I imagine it will have to bend, right?
No, you cannot have it. It has to be straight and perpendicular at the origin, and therefore, every now and then, you're going to check if it's diverging, and when it does sag, which it will, you will deploy you will deploy supports into the bottom of the canal. Do you want me to design this for you? Like, it's not my
Yeah.
claim, but now
What
I'm
do you, I mean,
designing the.
do I look like the master of fucking logistics to you?
Why do we need the plank at that point? If we're gonna correct it for divergence, if we can correct it for divergence, why don't we
Because
just
the
use
bottom of
whatever's
the
correcting
canal,
it
we
for
cannot
divergence?
assume. Okay, good question. Because we cannot assume that the bottom of the canal is perfectly level. We know that water seeks level, but bottoms of canals do not seek level. So we're using the surface of the water as the reference. We cannot be using the bottom as reference.
Yeah, but then you could use just about any object to establish the horizontal line, so long as it's all supported along the way.
What?
You could use any object, rather than like some sort of metal beam, right? You could use literally any. You could use a paper object as long as it's being supported along the way.
Yes, but you
Why don't we
cannot
just look?
use the
Why don't we just look?
vertical. You cannot use the vertical as a reference because that's where the globe and flat Earth disagree. You claim diverging verticals, so if you use that, you're going to end up building a curved flank if the Earth is a globe, and that's not what you're trying to show. So you have to start at the origin, make it perpendicular, and then as you extend your plank, you have to make sure that it's still straight in relation to its origin.
Why don't we just look? Why don't we just look horizontally? Then we could see if the water diverges from horizontal.
Oh wow! Okay, now we've come all the way in full circle. That's
Hold on,
another
is
medium
this
object.
Cedric guy with this horrible microphone? Is that Britnap?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was you because you sound horrible.
Yeah, well, I'm using headphones because it's 5 a.m. and they're not very good.
Okay, how are you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. But I
You
feel like
still a
we've come
glober?
full circle. But yes, I feel like we've come full circle. And now we're just going to use an iron reference, maybe like a theodolite.
No, we haven't come full circle. You don't get it. If you start with the plank at the origin and you ensure that it's perpendicular to the vertical, which is easy to do at the origin, now as you extend it one bit at a time, you just got to make sure that you can use a level. You can use a level, but not in the sense of a spirit level, but like a flat piece of wood or whatever, and make sure that the plank doesn't diverge from the previous segment. Oh my god, you globers are really slow.
Yeah, this has never been my forte.
If you were serious about this, you could do it. But you guys are not serious about it because you think it's a joke.
Am I serious about flat Earth? No. Are you?
I am.
Oh, right.
I don't think there's anybody in this room that if you perform this correctly and you could let people inspect your construction, that would not accept the result of it. Like half of the guys here make arguments based on construction experience. Like there's this apocryphon guy who used to yell at us when I was a Glober how like shit doesn't curve when you build tunnels and such. He'd be the first one on site with a ruler checking that this flag is straight. And after we had a few people check it, we would accept the results, whatever they are.
Okay, well, Peter, put it this way, right? Yesterday, I was told by Satu that you can't calculate distance. There's no formula for distance, speed, time. But there is a formula for speed, which would be distance over time. So he said you can't get distance from um, from a formula. And then I said, well, why don't you just rearrange the formula? And he said, you can't do that. Right? You're working with these kinds of people. Why would you presume that anything will ever work?
All right, those people you're not going to convince, but there are people who think critically and know their basic shit, aka me. And if you show me a plank and people that I trust, because I'm not going to go there and check, I can tell you that. But Apocryphon and other people, construction people, if they go there and you give them access to the plank, and they can actually confirm that it's not that it's straight, all right, as it extends from its origin, and if it shows after a mile 8 inches of extra distance to the surface of the canal, the water, and that plumb line you're deploying is not perpendicular to the plank, they will want to check that, all right? So don't dismantle the plank. Don't just take a video of this plank and then take down the plank because nobody's going to believe that. Leave the plank there. And if you're right and those two things are true, this will be the most powerful globe argument we have seen so far. I can tell you this.
They'll have to get special permission from the council to erect a mile-long beam in the middle of a canal. That would essentially shut out the canal for. To prove the Earth is spherical, by the way.
Well, I know you don't live in a free country, so there's going to be all sorts of issues like that. We could make a plank here in the United States of America in 5 minutes or less. I'm not going to do this for you. So there is a way you can do this. I gave you a detailed explanation of how to do this. Take it or leave it. And I think I need to go now. But I know you guys are going to do fuck all with this. Okay? I just know. So it was just a waste of time. But if you want to share it with other Glowers, feel free.
I'll need some contacts. I need a contact for the canal people to have permission to lay down my pipe.
So to speak.
I need to contact a pipe maker or a plank maker. We need to get Apocryphon or someone on board that can check that it's all straight and level.
Yeah.
I mean, Bev would help.
One of the big dogs.
Yeah. What about Tito? I think Tito will join us.
No, he doesn't. He won't get entry into the United Kingdom probably for felonies and such. But listen, Bev, when I used to hang out on Bev's server, he had a bunch of people there that were construction workers. Bev himself is pretty, fluent in theodolite and all sorts of construction. Water level. He loves the water level. All right, he's gonna help you do this.
think we're onto a winner here.
Anyways, good luck, guys. I'm about to sign off, but
Thank you.
good talk.
Take care. Don't fall off the
Good to
edge.
see you both. Good to see you both. Britnat, fix your mic. Your voice is too good to be mutilated like this. But
Keep it flat. Keep it flat. Alright, Mez, which flat earth are we going after next?
I don't know. Any that are willing to come up to bat?
No, they all scared of you?
I think so.
No. Well, since we've proved the Earth's a sphere, I mean, they're all going to be shy to talk now, aren't they? I think TW is especially scared right now. Too timid to talk.
I remember T-Dub saying that he wants to visit China one day.
Get a wife, yeah.
Which direction would you take off from Australia to get to China?
North. Northwest.
How do we know? What if it's south
oh,
and
hold
all
on, hold
the
on, real quick,
pallets are lying to us?
Britnat, I just want to tell him something, okay, before I go. Britnat, a
Yeah.
few months ago, I discovered a podcast that changed my life. Okay.
Okay.
It's called The Rest Is History. Dominic Sandbrook and Tom Holland. Do you know this? Do you know the podcast?
Well, yes, I do know, yeah.
Okay, it's the Brits can really talk about history properly, okay? Unlike Americans and God forbid Polish people who are full of themselves. But it is a game changer, man. You gotta check it out. History of Britain,
Yeah.
history of the world, fucking Victorian era, Churchill, young Churchill, anything, you name it. All right. Okay. Thank you.
I'll add it to my list.
They are Glovers, though. Hmm?
Oh, right. I'll add it to my things to watch. I'll add it to the list.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right.
Thank you. What were you saying there?
Oh,
yeah,
what?
go on. Oh, just okay, go on.
Well, both of them hate like engineering and science, so there's none of that nerding out. It's just human. They're humanists, right? So I remember in one of the episodes when they were talking about what's his face, the guy who went to Australia, Captain Cook, right? When they talk about like why they sent him and to measure like the transit of Venus and whatever, they were just kind of ridiculing it because they don't care about any of that stuff. So the fact that they're Glovers, they're just Glovers because somebody told them, right? They don't care about the shape of the Earth. It's just pure history. Anyways, thank you.
Oh, well, wow. Mez, what
Yes,
were
dear.
we
What is it?
talking about?
Oh yeah. How do we know that if you have to go north to get to China
Oh,
from
right.
Australia? What if it's south and the pilots are just lying to us?
Well, I mean, if we don't know the distance between Cape Town and Buenos Aires, or anywhere that we make intercontinental travel to, then I guess really like we can't know anything about air travel. It could be going south. He could be going directly upwards, honestly.
Ooh, vertical Earth.
Well, yeah, like concave. Yeah. Trying to think. I can't believe says who said I can't know what distance is based on the formula for speed. That was quite simple.
You guys came here just to meme, right?
Do I come here to meme? Yeah. I mean, like, I've already proved the efficient plan.
I came here to have a very, very serious debate
Well, how
about the
did you
nature of
prove
the
it
Earth.
with that V2 video camera footage?
No, I know. My argument is it's an argument I've had for like a year, and I've just after that I kind of gave up the flat earth because I thought, well, the flat earth is dead in my mind, right? It basically goes, um, uh, if you can circumnavigate the earth, like go in a circle on a flat plane, well, it would must take the form of a circle more or less, right? Across the known earth, doesn't matter what is outside, and you can put the point of the circle anywhere on it. You can put it in Massachusetts, you can put it in London, put it in the North Pole, whatever you want. But as we all know from geometry, as you get further towards the periphery of a circle, distances increase. So flat Earth, if you can circumnavigate, must, at least in the known Earth, have a shape approximating a circle, right? And then after that, you've got, but this has to be married together with another thing, which is distances between land masses. And we can, give a few hundred kilometers to a flat Earth. They need tens of thousands of kilometers more across the periphery, wherever you want to put the periphery, which we see nowhere on the face of the Earth. So, in reality, you need
In reality,
you need understood distances and circumnavigation to be true at the same time. In flat Earth, you can only have one. Thus, by reductio, flat Earth cannot be true. It's as
okay,
simple as.
riddle me this, Britnat, because this is how I can tell that you're just a philosopher, all right, and a humanist, and not a practitioner of anything practical. All right, riddle me this: how are you going to circumnavigate or navigate on Earth by keeping a perfect distance from any center you pick? How are you going to do this in practice, Britnat?
Right. In reality, you don't need to.
You just admitted you couldn't build a freaking plank that's 1 mile long, and you're going to do this
No, you
over
don't need
thousands
to.
of miles?
You don't need to, because even if you're taking the shape of a square, right? Like if you circumnavigate from point to point to point, we'll never actually circumnavigate a circle, right? It's a perfect circle. But you must be able to form a circle within that square, right? And the further out, we can do this all the way to the edge of the world, so we at least know that the known Earth, right, must take the shape of a circle, right? At least, right? Any shape that the Earth actually is beyond that doesn't matter, right? Because we only need to know what the shape of the known Earth is, because that's what we're dealing with in reality, right? So it's when I say the Earth has to take the shape of a circle, quotation marks, I'm just saying, listen, you need to actually circumnavigate a circle to be a square, to go to a triangle, right? But as you get closer into the periphery of a circle, distances must naturally increase, right? Based on the geometry of a circle. That's it.
That's true, but how are you going? I understand that you can embed a circle into anything, but how are you going to keep the radius consistent?
What do you mean?
So maybe I missed your point, but as you're doing this thing, you're trying to keep a roughly equal distance to the point that you chose as center, right? And you, because you're a modest
Yeah.
Brit, you said it could be London, for example, right? Just a random city, London, right? Not only is it zero parallel, but also is going to be the center of this experiment. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So, how are you going to keep consistent distance to London as you're sailing on your boat?
Consistent distance? Well, I don't understand. Why consistent distance?
I thought you were trying to do a circle.
No, you don't have to actually do a circle. That's the point, right? Like, you could go
Yo,
point to point in any shape,
flat
right?
Earth is not real.
But because you can
Shut
do it
up!
anywhere on the face of the Earth, you must be able to form a circle from those points, right? At least, right? So I say that the known Earth must probably not perfectly, right? Roughly take the shape of a circle, right? And as you get further and further away, then all I'm trying to establish here is not that you actually need to go in a circular path, more so that on a flat Earth, as you get towards the periphery of that flat Earth, distances must increase, right? Because then when we talk about the other part that you marry it to, which is distance
Oh, I
between
see.
land masses, then you have a problem because we know distances between land masses nowhere get as large as that, and they never increase like that, right? So
Oh,
that's
you're
the
saying
thing.
because your pear-shaped Earth will, like, once you pass the equator, it's going to start shrinking again.
Basically, yeah, more or less. And it doesn't matter where you put this point. Could be Antarctica, could be London, could be Buenos Aires. As long as you've got a point and you radiate outwards from that point, you should always be getting larger and larger distances, right?
That is true,
Um,
yes.
and that should just in a flat Earth,
Well, dude,
place.
here's what I think. Okay, nice try, but that's an awful lot of sailing. It's better to go and build that plank. It's
Well,
easier.
they usually
I posit that it's easier to build that plank in practice than to perform multiple circumnavigations in different latitudes and whatnot. No, dude. All the
yeah.
passports, the visas, the vaccinations, the freaking navies of the world that are going to intercept you beyond the 60th parallel. It's not worth it. Build a plank.
Yeah, well, no, that's true, but like the flat Earth is already granted circumnavigation. The always just say when someone says, "How do you circumnavigate?" you
But
go,
we never say
a
you can
circle."
do it in any consistently fashion. It's just kind of like you're just randomly bobbing on the waves in the oceans, and who knows where you're going, is what we say.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm okay. Well, hold on. First thing is that the consistency of it, like whether or not you actually can do it in the practical world, doesn't matter if they've already granted you circumnavigation, right? Um, even if it isn't consistent, there's like ways you can get around that by just saying that, you like when you circumnavigate, you're actually going from point to point. You're not going in a perfect circle anywhere, right? But that can still give you a circle in the end. But that they don't even get to that point of the complication. They just say, yes, you can circumnavigate. Yes, we know roughly the distances between land masses within like a few hundred kilometers, which is generous, right? Because it would be much smaller, the difference, right? The tolerance. Um, and so if they're giving you both of those things, they've automatically set up their own downfall because they can't coexist together in a flat Earth. Those two things, and they don't want to admit that. They don't want to say I can't circumnavigate the Earth, and they don't want to say we can't circumnavigate the Earth, and they don't want to say we can't know the distance between Buenos Aires, Cape Town, within a few hundred kilometers because we have to make those journeys all the time. You know.
And this you came up with this, and this you thought it would settle everything, yeah? You're so
It has.
complicated. It's philosophical. It's complicated. Nobody's gonna believe you,
Oh
and you
yeah,
refuse
and
to build
building
a
a
plank.
mile-long plank is so complicated. I mean, it's
It's
complicated. It's
easier
simple
than
in
this.
concept. It's simple in concept, but no one's going to do it. You know?
What if we just trust that pilots aren't lying? And they are going where they say they're going.
What did you say, Miss?
Well, if we just trust that pilots aren't lying, and they are going where they say they're going.
Pilots are not necessarily lying, but they're being lied to.
Yeah, but if a pilot takes off from Somalia and flies to Singapore, he's going east.
Well, how does he know? Because his nav system tells him that. And the nav system is all designed to keep him, in the same place where you're at, which is believing the globe.
Well, even wind can blow you off course, right? Like if you're on a plane, so there's always going to be something.
I know a guy on Twitter who's a pilot, right? He flies like those business jets, and he likes to dunk on us, saying, "Oh, you know, look at my nav system; it's showing me a great circle route and whatnot." And I'm like, "Sure, yeah, that's what the nav system is telling you. Yes, it has pretty much a Google Earth built into it, right? Just a professional grade. So what?"
Do they could they know that they're flying east at least?
They know whatever the thing is showing them.
Yeah, but even when they take off, you know, they go east and they don't turn.
Yeah, they roughly know where they started and how many turns they took, and by how much, how many degrees.
So they couldn't be that far off. You know, if you go from Kenya to Singapore,
Oh, what they
more or less
don't know
directly east.
is whether the plane is correcting or not. Like, so these are automated planes, right? They don't. That the plane could be correcting and turning a little bit for thousands of miles. You wouldn't know that. You're not making any inputs. This is the part that you guys don't understand,
Could be
right?
the people that engineer the navigation systems. They could be in on it.
Yeah, and it's very easy. Like, you guys agree that globes have projections and so on, right? Globe is projected. The Gleason map is just a projection. Yada yada yada. So these things can be done in reverse as well.
Well, I think we've got them. We've destroyed flat Earth.
I'll just take one for the team and build the plank.
I promise. If I ever get the opportunity, I'll build a plank.
And if you have to lobby for it in your local council, I just gave you the phrase: build the plank. Build the plank.
Okay, fair enough. I'm still committed to it being in Holland. Yeah. And all the other
And if we
like
can
details.
convince Farage, if we get him elected, he'll fund it.
I think the way to convince Poland to do it would be like to put a bunch of migrants up against that. So is that it? Flat Earth done?
Yes, that's it. But the globe is done. You guys have shown nothing.
Well, I know, Peter, that you started to do your streams, your Globo streams in Polish, and the only reason I can imagine you're doing that is because you don't want the flat earthers to know how wrong you are.
How do you know that?
Because I've sat in them.
You have?
Yeah.
And you didn't identify yourself?
And I just listened to you talk in Polish. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to, find my own niche. Okay, the flat Earth is a very kind of competitive environment when it comes to the internet streams, and people have shows. Oakley, QE, Witsit used to have one. So my niche is in Eastern Europe. Yeah. Are you gonna ridicule me for that?
I mean, you're an entrepreneurial man, Peter. I'm not going to deny you your niche.
Well, let me just tell you, YouTube doesn't monetize that very well. It's hard enough to make a living off of flat Earth in America, in the largest market, English speaking. You can imagine in Polish, it's not even the largest Slavic language.
Especially with the algorithm suppressing the truth.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, Britnod, I thought we were friends. I didn't expect you to do me like that in public. Expose me and ridicule me. We used to be good buddies. We worked on globe proofs together. For what that was worth.
The ultimate globe. Final. This is the final. Good question.
People don't know this, but you actually, you were the reason why I was given voice perms on this server. The very first time I ever spoke on this server was because you called on me. You said, "Hey, let's see what that guy has to say."
Yeah.
And people here in this VC gave me like the perms because I was a noob. I didn't have like the time. And now look at me. I'm a politics icon. Okay, look at my profile. I'm an icon now. That's all because of you.
Politics icon.
Is your son?
What
Is
am I?
your son able to use
Oh, I'm an
politics?
icon as well.
Yeah, presuming your son's over the age of 18, you should bring him with.
No, he's not. He's going to be 17 in a few days. But I actually brought him to a Flat Earth space on Twitter the other day. He did well.
You can see what your adopted sons with their globe proofs. Although I'm presuming you've already shown him.
Look, I don't force it on the kids, but when they start think critically themselves, I'm not going to stop them. I'm going to run this plank idea by my son later and ask him if he would accept the results.
I was thinking I could bring it up with Nathan Oakley, see what he thinks. But he's ran out of the flat Earth discussion server. Since he and QE had a falling out.
Him and who?
QE.
Oh, yeah. I know about that one. That's unfortunate. That's the last thing we need.
Wait, what's that? Sorry? Is this also a name?
Nathan and QE had a falling out. So Nathan doesn't host
over the
his
book.
shows. Yeah, over the book thing.
Oh, yeah.
QE stole his book.
Which apparently QE actually did write the whole thing. So
yeah.
Nathan actually did So it's like...
He stole the book that he wrote.
Yeah, QE says that he did all the writing and, Nathan was playing Fortnite and just like memeing.
Yeah. So now Nathan's getting his wife to write the book while he plays Fortnite.
Well, did you guys know that Nathan actually reported it to the British police, local police?
Yeah, I've supposedly.
Well, he said
I
it
don't think we've heard a
himself. I
follow
heard
up on
him say.
that. I did try to ask him, but he kind of dodged the question.
Is this sort of thing included in you guys' taxation? Like I know you guys pay pretty high taxes. So can I just walk into my local, constabulary and ask them to press charges, international, case for copyright? Will they just do it like for free?
I'm not sure of the details, honestly.
Oh dear knows. Well, the flat earthers haven't said anything for like an hour. Well, the whole time I've been here,
What do
rather.
you mean?
Well, they're not saying anything. Really scared?
Well, you were talking to me for an hour.
You're a flat earther, Peter? I don't believe that.
Are you kidding?
I
Peter
know
is
you
king
well.
flat earther. He's the best.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Undefeated.
Are you sure he's not a lasagna earther? No Peter Street. There's only Bev really wild enough, right? Oh, this is worth nightmare.
The Earth does have layers, doesn't it?
Not loads. Like onions.
All right, guys. I'm gonna see you later. It was good talking to you. Seriously, consider this plank idea. It's the best chance you guys have.
All I want from Christmas is some flat Earth proof.
Yep. None will be forthcoming. Is Raiden a flat earther? I don't remember. Have you heard that in the chat, Mez? He apparently used to be Peter's water boy.
Oh, it's true.
Who's Shaggy? Why is he typing but not speaking? Are you scared, Shaggy? You scared of us?
Scared of what?
That the Earth isn't flat.
No.
You're not scared of that fact that the Earth isn't flat.
I was more afraid when I found out it was flat, mate.
But
How'd you find out?
I'd be afraid. I'd be afraid about being wrong too.
How did you find out that it was flat?
Oh, you know, long distance observations prove it.
We see too far.
Water laying flat. You can't get around it. Water lays flat, mate. Show me curve in water.
How do you know water lays flat?
Because it sits and rests flat and level.
How do you know it's
always?
flat? Yeah, how do you know that?
How do you measure it?
It's just the nature of water, mate.
How do you know it's the nature of water? Just saying the same thing over and over again doesn't really.
It just is, apparently. It just is.
Just is.
Yep.
I actually know that it's a ball.
Water bends and curves, does it?
Yeah.
Just is.
It's just the nature.
Yeah, just is.
That's just dumb.
Oh, right.
How do you know it's flat? Just is.
I guess some introspection might be warranted here, Mr. Staggy, when we've literally just said the same thing back to you, but said something.
You guys are just stupid and ignorant, and there's no point wasting my breath on you guys because no matter how much proof or facts that we come up with, you guys are just like, no,
So
it
you've got-
isn't. No, it isn't.
Right. So your what convinced you was we see too far, and water's flat because it is.
Dude, a lot of things convinced me that we've been lied to, man. Why do we see the same stars all year round?
We don't.
Yeah, we do. I'm down in the south, and yeah, I do.
No, we don't.
All right, prove me otherwise.
Well, look at the stars in December, and then look at the stars again in July at night time.
Yeah,
They're
they're just in a different rotation up there. You still see the same stars. You still see the same clusters.
If you're in Australia, you'll see the same ones around the southern celestial pole.
What southern
But
celestial
the ones
pole?
near the celestial equator, they'll be different.
To be like a
So,
Australian
what's the issue there?
is especially retarded.
Is what?
Oh, I was just making some side commentary. Ignore me.
All right.
So we go, water's flat because it is. We see too far, and the stars are the same, even though they aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, mate.
Okay. Gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, it's completely retarded.
Well, what's a vacuum, Shaggy?
It's a vacuum. Well, we don't really, we
What's a
can't.
vacuum?
We
can't
can't
know what a vacuum
replicate
is?
a perfect vacuum. A perfect
I'm
vacuum
asking
is
to
impossible.
replicate. Yeah, okay, so it's impossible. So there's always gas pressure everywhere. So if there's always gas pressure everywhere, why do you need a container?
To contain the gas.
But there is no gas. There is no zero gas pressure anywhere.
There's 10 to the minus 17.
That's still gas pressure.
Yeah, still gas pressure.
No, there's not much pressure there, mate. Compared to how much
not
pressure
much
there is.
zero.
There's not much.
Yeah,
but
but compared to what there is adjacent to it, can you really have that without a container?
What do you? Okay, first of all, you know that when you get to 60 miles up, there's already like less than a percentage of the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth. Do you need a container 60 miles up? Is there a container 60 miles up?
Could be. I don't know. Have you been up there?
60 miles. You can send.
I don't
You
know.
know you can get a weather balloon. Oh, you know what, Shaggy? Let's test it, right? You can get a weather balloon on Amazon for £60. That will take you 60 miles up. If you hit a wall, you let me know. But you won't do that, will you? You could spend £60, verify that there's low pressure next to high pressure, but you won't do it, will you?
There's been plenty of people that have sent weather balloons up, and
right.
when they put their cameras up there that aren't
We're talking about the gas pressure thing.
bending horizontal lines, it looks pretty flat to me.
Gas pressure. Remember, gas pressure, right? So there's gas pressure everywhere on the globe Earth, right? There's never a place where you have no gas pressure. So we're talking about gas pressure, low gas pressure next to slightly higher gas pressure, next to slightly higher gas pressure, next to slightly higher gas pressure. And you think at some point, for whatever reason, there has to be a container.
There's a gradient everywhere. There's a gradient in a container, mate. In a propane container.
So you don't need a container to separate that gradient, right? All we're saying is the gradient just continues to go.
Exactly. There's a gradient inside that container.
Yeah, but you don't need a container to separate that gradient. And what I'm saying is the gradient never ends.
No, but you still need a container to separate the pressures from the outside pressures, mate.
You just said there's gradients within a container.
Yes.
So why do you need to separate the outside pressure? There's no outside pressure. It's just constant gradient.
It's a lower pressure. It's a lower pressure system. A higher pressure inside.
Listen to me, Shaggy, very carefully, right? The gradient never ends. If it never ends, you don't need a container to separate it.
Oh, that is just dumb. So how do we have gas here?
Why is it dumb? How do we have there's gas pressure? There's gas pressure everywhere. That's the whole point.
Yeah, where's it getting made? Where's this gas getting made?
It doesn't matter where it's getting made.
Where's the oxygen getting?
There's gas pressure everywhere.
Where's the fucking oxygen getting produced, mate? Answer that.
So you're saying there's not gas pressure everywhere?
There's gas pressure everywhere. I didn't say that. Don't twist
so
my words.
Agree there's gas. So we both agree gas pressure is everywhere. We're just saying the gradient just continues forever and ever and ever.
Where does the oxygen get produced if we're losing billions of tons every fucking day?
Who said we're losing it? Who
Doesn't
says we're
matter.
losing it?
Doesn't matter. You
We're
can't
just
answer
saying
that
that we're just saying you
question.
don't need a container. Doesn't matter why you don't need a container. Doesn't matter why the gas isn't moving
You
out.
need a
All you
container
need
to
to know
contain the fucking
is that
gases
there's a
because it
gradient.
doesn't escape.
You already observed the gradient, so you already know that oxygen isn't just rushing out, right? But we
You're
also so we
avoiding
already
the
know that there's a
question.
gradient there. No, I've just
You got
acknowledged the
nothing.
question. We
You
already
got
know
nothing.
there's a gradient. You already know there's a gradient. You know oxygen isn't escaping. There's no reason to say the gradient stops for some reason, and we need a container all of a sudden to separate the gradient from more gas pressure.
So, saying
you
there's
don't understand, do
oxygen
you?
on the moon, you're saying it just keeps going. Is all that?
Listen to me very carefully once more. There's
Fuck
gas
up.
pressure everywhere, and the gradient continues, just like within your container. The gradient continues and continues and continues. We don't see oxygen, loads of oxygen 50 miles up, right? It just continues and continues and continues to gradient outwards. You don't need a container because gas pressure is already there. Okay? Do you understand?
Yeah, you just repeat the same nonsense.
I don't think he understands.
This is it's either
I don't think you
willful
understand.
ignorance or stupidity. I don't know which one. But it's just so aggravating that he's already said that okay, we can have a gradient in a container, and I'm just saying the gradient just continues, right? Just imagine that there's still gas pressure, 100 miles up, 200 miles up, 300 miles up, 400 miles up, and for some reason we need a container now to separate the gradient.
Answer my question.
What was your question? Which question, brother?
Where is the oxygen produced if it's escaping
Doesn't matter.
tons?
It's not escaping.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
You can see
matter.
it's not
That's
escaping.
the
You can see it's
answer.
not
You're a
escaping.
fucking
You know
fan.
it's not
You're a
escaping
fucking
because you've been
fan.
in a fucking
Shut the fuck up.
aeroplane.
You're
You've
a
been in a
fan.
fucking aeroplane. Have you been in an aeroplane before? Do you think there's loads of bountiful amounts of oxygen at the top of a mountain or on an aeroplane? Why do you think they pressurize the cabin? Do you think that oxygen should be escaping because there's no container? Hello? Hello? Yes, no, maybe so.
You're just repeating the same nonsense. You accused me of this just before, and now you're doing the same thing. You're a fucking hypocrite. Shut the
Why
fuck
do they
up.
have to pressurize a cabin on an aeroplane? Why is it? Have you ever been on an aeroplane? Do you know that the cabins are pressurized? Do you know there's no container between when you take off and cruising altitude? Why isn't the oxygen escaping into the upper ends of the atmosphere, the atmos? Let's say. Well, because it just doesn't, right? For whatever reason, doesn't matter where it's produced, it just doesn't escape for whatever reason. What I'm talking about is that there's a gradient that just keeps on going and going and going that you don't need to separate with a container. But you don't get it. You can't get it for your thick, tiny Australian skull. The gradient. There's never a point where you need to separate the gradient with a container. This is rage
I mean, that's
bait,
all
man.
well and good, but
Rage
I
bait.
see too far.
Yeah. Good point.
It's always impressive how people can be this dumb. Like, what's dumber? What is there anything dumber? I mean, I remember Crit like a couple of days ago saying like, "Oh, lizard people, that's a little far fetched to me." Why? I think the sky's magic. Everyone's lying to you. Why is lizard people like out of the question?
Good point. I mean, says who telling me you can't rearrange a formula was my pinnacle of flat Earth this week.
You'd have to
We
be
can't
retarded if you
possibly.
think you can see forever on a fucking globe. You think you can see past, the curvature. You're fucking retarded, guys.
Do you even know what's
You're
coming out of your
laughing.
mouth? You said
You're laughing at the comment you can see too far when all it does is debunks your fucking paradigm.
All right. Okay.
It's completely ridiculous.
Does it debunk our paradigm?
And what's your opinion on
Why?
atmospheric refraction, Shaggy?
Oh, well, let's build it
yourself.
up, right? Shaggy. Why would it be a problem on a globe without appealing to just geometry? Because we know the real world isn't just geometry.
So what is a horizon?
The horizon is where the
Is it
sky meets the
physical?
earth.
Is it physical?
It's where the sky meets the earth. Why would that be a
Is it
problem?
apparent? Is it apparent?
What's that got to do with anything? Well, it's always apparent. Everything's apparent, right?
Yeah. So how far is this apparent horizon? 1.225. The square root of the observer's
It's
feet
just
and
where the
feet.
sky meets.
Height and feet.
It's just where the sky meets the earth. That's all it is.
Yeah. There's a calculation for this. I'm sorry.
You're on about like
Globus don't
the
calculate.
geometric.
Globus are scared of calculations. I forgot about
You're on
that.
about a geometric horizon, but do you think we live just inside geometry
I
and
thought
nothing
it was
else?
apparent. I thought it was
Do you
apparent.
think we just live inside geometry and nothing else?
What's
Is
a
that what you believe?
geometric
Because if that's the
clown?
case, I have two little boats called the Grand Mahuta and the Princess Polar. Would very much like to have a word with you, right? Because if it's the case that we only go off geometry and there's never physics involved, then why is it some ships appear to be sinking? Shaggy,
Or floating too. You got ones that
or
float in the
floating?
air. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Why do some ships
optical effects, not physical.
optical effects? Wait,
Yeah.
no. Shaggy's just told us it's only geometry. We can't talk about optics. We can't talk about physics. It's
Yeah,
just geometry.
yeah, because that would be a physical curve of the earth that would block your view.
Yeah,
So there
but
wouldn't be any optics anymore. There'd be a wall. There'd be a wall, or as Bob the science guy
no
said,
optics.
a hill of water blocking your line of
Oh,
sight. So
we
that at
both
that
know
point,
that.
it wouldn't be optics anymore because you can't see around a wall. You wouldn't be looking at a wall and see past it. That'd be a physical
Where's that
curve of
video
the
I
earth
posted?
that's blocking that view. You wouldn't be able to
optics
see. It wouldn't matter how much physics or magic or refraction you put in there. The physical curve of the earth. Now, this is not flat earthers saying this. This was claims by globalists. Globalists said the only reason, there's exactly only one reason things disappear bottom up, is the physical curve of the earth is blocking your line of sight.
Well, I'm
Nothing
gonna
else.
put mine.
If
I'll
it's
put my
not the
neck out
physical
there.
curve of the earth, therefore the earth is not curved, at least at that rate. Is something else, is some other curvature rate. And
I'll put my neck
now,
out there.
because we've got this sort of modern technology in these maps and these models, they went all in. They went in the 1960s, 80 years ago. They dropped our 60 years ago. Well, I guess more than that if you do the first photograph from space, the 1950s and stuff. So almost 80 years. They were stuck. They're stuck with it because they said, here is a photo of what it looks like. This is what the Earth looks like. So now they're kind of, the goose is cooked. There's a geometric claim on the table. And that's why someone would say it's all about the geometry, because there isn't any known refraction that would show something curved around a physical block. That's what when the Black Swan first came out, you guys don't know the lore of this. A character called the Rumpus used that. He was going to write like a scientific paper. He's kind of like a funny guy, but he's going to write a paper about a new type of refraction called superlumin. And his hypothesis was, on a globetard, you could see the back of your head with enough refraction all the way around. You could look forward and see the back of your head. There was no optical limit to how far you could see. And then later on, some other guys called the Ruhif and some other people picked up that claim and have worked with like these mathematical refraction windows and DJ talks about it all the time. You can slide that like a bar, or like left and right to get there. So what I think you need to do here is pay attention. Okay, you don't need flat earthers to talk about this topic. You can talk to many globalists. They're stumped as to why you can see too far.
He ran. Thank you, Crit.
Yeah, I was listening to the live stream. I was like, holy crap. Seriously, dudes? Like you're round 3 today? Like, yeah, I'll tell you what's going on here. The news of the day. Right there. You got why this British invasion going on. New Brits are now trauma dumping on AI, the government confirms. A full third of UK citizens have turned to artificial intelligence for emotional support, companionship, or social interaction, according to a new report from the government's AI. I mean, goddamn. Goddamn. So make sure just randomly, at any given time, when you've got a perpetually online, permanently online British snowflake, very high chance they are addicted to talking to AI, just for emotional support. So when they leave all of that, you can kind of basically determine that they got bored. Like the AI told them something they didn't like, and then now they're doing something else. Or the government would be in on it, which they probably don't, because the British government is very egotistical. So they're not going to say, "Hey, look at our subjects of the crown are addicted to social media and AI," because they're such degenerate scum that the rest of the world don't want to interact with them. Like the whole world has just conspired against the British citizen, or something else is going on. Like it could be public health crisis.
Yep, sad times.
"2026 is going to be longer this year." Apparently, all the geomagnetical storms from the sun slowed the Earth rotation down, or orbit around the sun. So, like 2025 is going to be the longest year on record. I mean, they're really coming out with the bangers at the end of the year here.
Does that mean it will get hotter because we'll get closer to the sun because the gravitational pull?
I have a question.
Yeah, fire away, homie.
What would you guys have been able to accomplish in 2025 with the time that you've spent on Flat Earth?
That is the accomplishment. On Flat Earth, we do three things. Well, me anyway. That I document the downfall. I spend some time doing some things I can enjoy with some people I can tolerate. That's it, homie. That's really all you got. You can't. It's over. It's all over but the crying. So really, yeah. It's and the other way around. It's like, what did the globalist side do? I mean, the nuclear committee is going to meet here. The doomsday clock they've been tracking for years. So you could be like, hey, we'll have quantitative data to show what the globalists have done, what they've accomplished in the last year. So I'm sure they're going to tick that clock ever closer to midnight. So that's what they've accomplished. And it's going to, I'm sure they'll cite things like bombing fishing boats that don't have the range to even get to America and just declare that these fishing boats were smuggling fentanyl, a dangerous drug, into America. And the boats are small boats. So even if it was loaded with fentanyl, it wouldn't have done anything. I mean, compared to the amount of drugs coming in through China, like free trade, just crossing the border from Mexico every day, like a small 6-man fishing boat. How are they gonna get here? How are they gonna travel the hundreds of miles in a boat that doesn't have that range? And then shoot it with some sort of Hellfire missile and then miss? So you got Russian state media just talking shit about how bad Hellfire missiles are, which also kind of match the globalists. The globalists like, oh, the Hellfire missile uses the Globetard to shoot it. Huh. Interesting. Did they run? It was like a squawk and run.
Ran
Who was
away.
it? Oh, there you go. Okay, you're still here. So how about the reverse? What did accepting the globe do for you this year, or being anti-flat Earth? What did anti-flat Earth do for you?
It was pretty entertaining listening to you guys, I guess, but
Well, there you go. So flat Earth wins the entertainment value and production value. There's a scale for this. Here, let me show you about. Trying to think where I saved this. This is what the Globetard. I send out like science and space news and whatnot because to get the idea that these scientific communicators are trying their hardest. I mean, they're working their dickens off trying to get people to pay attention to like science and space news. They do clickbait articles. You know, they joke around. They talk about space turds and alien objects. You got like Harvard professors going on about like it's an alien mothership sending a probe to invade the Earth. All these things they've done to try get you to click, but you click here instead. So in terms of social and production value, Flat Earth wins. So there, that alone, inside your own worldview, you had a demonstrable explanation for what has been accomplished here. Entertainment and production value. Which is why you see they always do these globe channels and they die out. Like the year of 2025 has seen one globe server open or anti-flat server open. They circle jerk it into irrelevancy. They make a new one. They try again, make a new one. They try again, make a new one. Just like they can't even maintain a server to talk about a globetard. at all. Like they've just kind of given up.
Aren't there some popular anti-flat Earth YouTubers?
Yeah, and what do? They ever talk about the globe, or is it just flat Earth day in, day out? Even after they said, here's our final, a year ago, our final experiment. This will settle the debate once and for all. This will prove if the Earth is a flat or something else. And they haven't been able to convince themselves of their own experiment. They ended up denying their own science. They've taken science denialism to a new level where you get a result that you want, but because of production and entertainment value, you deny your own science. So that's what I'm saying. That's why you've got this. You've got three things on the flat Earth. You document the downfall. What happened? You got people denying their own science. And then write that down. Boom. What else happened?
So what do you guys hope to accomplish in 2026?
What the goal of 2026? Same thing.
Yeah, what's the flat Earth goal?
Document the downfall. Spend some time doing things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate. Laugh at globalists saying the dumb shit, not even regurgitating the correct pseudoscience. Like dude told us earlier today that satellites don't fall out of space because they're too far away from the Earth, and now they have zero gravity, so they float. And if you don't know that, it's an education problem. You're denying gravity. And then we're like, hey, well, that's not correct. In the globe model, that's not correct. In the globe model, they're still being affected by gravity. They're falling to the Earth, but their rate of fall is so slow that the Earth moves out of the way before it gets there, before the object hits the Earth. And argued, no, that's not right. You guys are dumb. I'm like, so okay, let's fire up. Was Google in on it? And you're like, hey, why do satellites appear to float? And Google, boom, boom, boom. It's like the objects are falling towards the Earth, and the Earth moves away. Like any formulation, any way you phrase the question, same answer over and over and over again. And then the dude just like yells a bunch of slurs, drops the N word. Everyone hears, well, thanks for that. Just complete crash out. So that's what we'll accomplish here in Flat Earth, documenting the downfall. One clown after another.
Whoa, there's a channel down there called NASA Lies. Maybe that's a flat earther.
No, it's a guy he's a globalist, but he also thinks the government lies. And that he's upset by flat Earth, that somehow we're not, we're talking about the wrong shit. The Earth's still a globe, but NASA lies. He thinks we're some sort of harmful conspiracy theory that. Yeah, if you go down there and talk to him, he'll tell you all about like how 7-Eleven is an inside job. You know, the moon landing was fake. Go check out. Maybe it'll be entertaining. You can complete an early 2026 goal. All right, here we go. I found it. This doesn't come up too often, so there you go. This is what Flat Earth has done. Your internal worldview too. And this is what will happen next year. The global poll goose eggs. Flat Earth will be peak social and peak production value.
You guys got to work on your marketing. I didn't even know about you guys until I came into this Discord.
Marketing for what?
I don't know, just getting the word out.
Oh yeah, we don't need to do that. People find that themselves. What they end up doing is they hear, oh, flat earthers. They watch Netflix or something like that. Then they go to Google, like, hey, how would I prove the Earth is a globe? And they find nothing, no evidence ever presented. No facts, no details. All it is people just shit talking some straw man version of flat Earth, and they're like saying that can't be right. Let me go talk to some flat earthers and see what they really say, rather than some supposed just straight up straw man freak out. Because if flat Earth is really that ridiculous, why would people lie? Why would they just misrepresent it? It heals your hot miking there. Oh, you can hear like, I don't know, like you were stirring something, maybe like a bunch or mechanical keyboard or something like that, maybe. Yeah, you're still hot miking, dude. Like, there we go. So this is what you got here on the Globe Earth channel. Classic Globe server cycle. Start off trying to debate flat earthers, constantly bash flat earthers leave, circle jerk the server into the ground. So this, like, they are not smarter than this caveman who just keeps trying to think, I'll run away from the rolling ball. And you run the other way. Okay, we run back this way. Okay, they'll run back the other way. Oh, got hit by the ball. Run back this way. Oh, got hit again. Run back the other way. Oh, so this is the just the pure entertainment value. They're trying to debate a topic they can't even define. That they don't even know the word flat is an adjective. They'll tell you it's a shape, a noun, a person, place, or thing. Like, well, certainly, can you draw me a flat? And they'll draw you a cylinder, like a hockey puck, or whatever, a cone. You're like, is that a flat? You're like, yeah. But that cone in space or disk in space, they'll say that's a flat Earth. Really, dude? So a flat Earth wouldn't be a description of the surface of the Earth. And they're like, no. Amazing entertainment value. You got that too. Here, well, the flat. Which goes to show you this idea of they've done an IQ test for like atheists and normal people, and they turned out that atheists are about 15 points below average. And this was like a poll that they ran from like the 1970s to like 2010. A word sum IQ test where you're supposed to like say, hey, what does this word mean? Or they'll tell you the only way you can tell what the surface of the earth is, you have to look up. That's how you know what the ground is.
Just using extra information, dude.
Yeah, so look up. If you want to know what down, you want to know which way, what's down, what's below your feet, you look away from that. You look at someplace else. Look at the moon. You want to know what the surface of the earth is? Yeah, you can do that. But you got to look at the moon first. And that's entertaining because they'll tell you that down, they'll say, well, you use down only for gravity. That's just which way things fall. But everything else you use up. Yeah, so here you go. Here, we'll give you something to read. Multiple times of the used flat as an adjective. Flat Florida. And really, the final experiment did for the debate, the topic is, someone could say, yeah, flat earthers have 99 problems. There's a lot of problems with flat earth. But one problem that flat earthers don't have is young earth creationism. That the 2025, or I guess that's 2024 experiment, the final experiment demonstrated that flat earthers do not have a young earth creationist problem. That is 100% a globe-tard issue. So it's a new day, but there's nothing new under the sun. The life of the anti-flat earth globalist is simply an endless spiraling. No change. Nothing will change that. It doesn't matter how many photographs from space are shown. It doesn't matter how many scientific discoveries are done. It doesn't matter how things they say like the Earth orbit around the sun has slowed because of all this geomagnetical activity. It doesn't matter how many aurora borealis reach all the way to Florida and people in Florida think the rapture is happening. None of that. None of that will change the endless, perpetual freakout over a topic they can't even define. Just ask them, what does the word flat mean? Describe it if you can't define it. How would you is it this object is flat? What do you perceive?
A lack of curvature.
Yeah, but if it's not curved, what is it?
Flat.
Yeah, there you go. Someone won't be able to do that. They got dudes who say nothing is flat. You can't find anything flat. The word flat doesn't exist because there's mountains and valleys. So over and over again, they try to debunk a topic, but they think they've done so. If you ask them, be like, well, did you debunk the flat earth? They're like, hell yeah. What about yesterday? Yep, did it yesterday too. The day before? Yep, day before. A year ago in the final experiment? Yep, did it then too. So you've debunked this topic today, tomorrow, yesterday. Yep, yeah, all of it. And why are you back again? Day in, day out, they tried to debunk a topic they can't even define, and they think they've done so. See, it's like this gets them to the last. We don't really do the marketing part, your framework earlier. This is where they end up. Once they try to say, I want to debate Christian conservatives, and they get their ass kicked. Okay, let's just debate conservatives, get their ass kicked. Oh, let's just debate conspiracy theorists, get their ass kicked. And if after one topic after another, they finally decide, well, this can't be right. I keep getting my ass kicked everywhere I debate. So let me just straw man a group of people who are all the things I hate. Like that, those flat earthers over there, they're all right-wing Christian conservatives. If I go Allah Akbar, that crap, then I'll be back on top. And you're like, well, no, very little Christian conservatives going on in here. That once do claim to be Christian use extra Bibles, like extra books of the Bible, like the Book of Enoch and whatnot. So they're none of them, not a single flat earther is going to be like a mainstream Christian. They call it the Apocryphon, the books of the Apocryphon. So they're not even, just straight up like a Bible you find in any hotel, like in the desk there or the nightstand. Yeah, not a book that a flat earther would bust open. Meanwhile, your Christian conservative right-wing astronauts, 100% of them, without exception, they love their Bibles. They brought one to the moon, if you believe their story. So go, if you've got a problem with Christian conservatives, go talk to the astronauts. Try to convince them. Looking for that word some IQ test thing. You can find it. It's the GSS. Oh, were you here earlier when we were talking about this news here? Brits are now trauma dumping on AI. Government confirms. A full third of UK citizens have turned to artificial intelligence for emotional support, companionship, and social interaction. Look at it, they're playing Sudoku down there on NASA Lies. Do you like Sudoku?
Not really. Maybe they should commit Sudoku.
Oh, we can't. Well, you have a problem with NASA? Like,
I'm just
they
joking. I
can't
don't
lie.
know
Oh,
them.
okay. Yeah, I would say that NASA lies a lot. They lied about WMDs in Iraq. There's one off the rip. They lied about the U-2 spy plane.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
The sky is up. The ground is down.
No, not gonna lie. Crazy that you guys are the most sane motherfuckers here.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, like, trust me. As if I could ask, how are you guys' holidays? I hope it was good, you know?
Yeah, I had a
Spent
good
with the
time.
family, had a good thing. Good, good. I'm glad to hear it. What'd you get?
A lava lamp, a book about
You
the
got
art.
a flying? Wait, yeah, dude, I'm actually jealous. Hold on.
Yeah,
I never had one growing up. Always wanted one.
yeah. I had one growing up, and I had talked about years wanting to get one, but I never really did. I just like would talk about getting them, and sometimes you'd see one at a thrift store or something like that.
Isn't it crazy? Like, you can just spend $20 and just get one now. But
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't because it kind of like missed its mark. You know, it's like I don't want it now. I wanted it then. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, and the one I got, it doesn't even get hot. Like to the touch, it's so insulated. You can just hold it in your hand.
You're
It's like the
supposed
cool.
to.
No, they used to get like you could fry like the one I had when I was a teenager. You could fry an egg on it. You know, it would get like
Wait, what?
yeah,
That's
it was
not how
like
I remember them.
oh, okay.
I remember I used to go like Spencer's. They have the lava lamps. Like you just
Oh
hold it,
yeah, those aren't
and then it would
those
also have
aren't
like
real
that.
ones.
It would also have that orb. You like put your hand on it, and like the lightning goes like to your hand. That like
Yeah,
one orb. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. Like
Yeah.
it would ground out to your.
I always wanted one of those. Never got one. Well, that's like I said. Like I could just buy one right now, but it's not the same. Like I don't want it now. I wanted it then. You know. It doesn't hit the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think your lava is supposed to get hot. Pretty sure it's a fire hazard. Honestly. I got literally, I don't know why. I'm not like a big coffee drinker, but for some fucking reason, I got 4 coffee mugs. Like, I bought presents for people that's like based off their like what their likes and stuff, and I just got coffee mugs. It's like, why am I even trying?
Yeah. Well, maybe they didn't know. Is it some like a franchise you enjoy?
No, 2 of them were just Christmas themed.
Oh, that kind of
One
sucks.
was
Yeah.
literally coffee themed. The other was just pure stainless steel, aluminum, whatever you want, just like nothing. It's like
Yeah,
it's like what's going on? Like ask me, do something. Shit, bro.
yeah, like I kind of chinced out this year too because we I don't like technically like celebrate Christmas, but you kind of like get a
Fair
gift
enough.
and whatnot. You know, like
Yeah.
like I don't put up a tree or anything. Don't deck the halls with right.
It's
I
just
put up a wreath. I have a
it's
few little
it's
pagan
the
type things.
idea of getting together a family and just having fun and sharing, just existing.
Yeah, so I got the girlfriend a Hello Kitty. She's kind of a fan
Okay.
of kind of like a a retro type thing.
See, that's fucking
So
proper.
I got, but a thing that she doesn't drink coffee though either. But I really didn't know what the fuck to get. Like
Yeah.
so, like I mean, she'll drink coffee once in a while, like hit like a Starbucks or Caribou or
It,
whatever.
I
But like
I
doesn't have her own coffee. So it's like a Hello Kitty coffee mug. But I'm like, but a couple. It's like a Hello Kitty, a couple things. A puzzle. There's a board game about Hello Kitty day in the park, and
yeah.
she's like, "Oh, there's a lot of Hello Kitty stuff." I'm like, I don't
Dude,
know what to get you. Shit.
I have an uncle for like the last, I would say easily 10 years of my life. Every Christmas, he's given everyone. He's just been known to give a bunch of scratchers to people. Like
Oh
the,
yeah, lottery
you know what
tickets.
I'm talking about? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he'll buy $20 in scratchers for each person and just hand them out. Right? Each person gets 20. And this year, instead of it, he just instead gave everyone a 20 $5 gift card to Amazon. We were so mad.
Oh,
We
you
were
are. Yeah.
because the joke was this year all we got him, like everyone, we just got him like scratchers. So like I got him 20,000 scratchers, my brother did, like my girlfriend did, his wife did, my cousin did, my aunts, uncles, he basically got like $200 in scratchers, right? Because
Yeah.
that's like the joke. And it just so happened the fucking year he did not get scratchers for everyone. So when we gave him all the scratchers, we're like, you have to pass them out to us. It's only fair.
Yeah,
So
everyone
he
gets to do it.
literally didn't actually get any. He had to give them back.
Yeah, I know
We
a
were
lot of
so
families
mad.
do that. They do the scratcher thing.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if this is like a modern day joke, but like so my brother recently got married to a girl, right? And my cousin like did this whole joke like, "Oh, we weren't there for your housewarming, whatever. So like we spent like $1,300 on like this present for you." And like they unwrapped it and they gave him a rock, right?
Okay.
And they were like building up this rock. And then because like I know my cousin, like it was like she was fake crying for sure. I was like, okay, there's obviously like some sort of joke going on. But like obviously she texted my brother's wife, who was obviously in on the joke, and everyone else was like to be fair, at first I was confused. I was like, a rock? Because like she's like the essential oil type person, right? So like it could have made sense, right? But then like the more they try to build it up, I was like, the rock? Like, what do you mean the rock? And then, like they handed it to my grandma. My grandma's like 90 at this point, right? And they told her this rock is worth like $1,000, and like she was being so careful with it. She's like, even though it was literally a rock they got from the front yard, like an hour before, as like a weird joke. But like, it was so fucking funny seeing like my uncle, my aunt, and my grandma like take so much care of this rock, thinking it was actually worth $1,000. Like they're like, oh my god, what's so special about this rock? It
They're
was
trying to
great.
figure it out. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We didn't get you a housewarming present or a engagement gift, so this is, it was sold out last year. We finally were able to get it this. It was like she sold it like a motherfucker, and everyone was like so into this rock. And I was like, first off, I know you're fake crying, like yeah. And then when I looked at her, and then like she said the brand of the rock, I was like, oh wait, well, rocks have brands, and then I was like, okay, I get it. It's a joke. Not gonna lie, at first I was actually like, wait, what? But then, yeah, good joke.
yeah, it's funny. It's like one of those things you guys will remember too.
Yeah, and it was between the two people that you never would have assumed to be like in cahoots, and they were both in on it. So yeah, I think that's why it worked perfectly. Because like, there's no reason for my cousin from a diff side of the family to like be in cahoots with my brother's newlywed wife, right? Like it's just random. Like that would, yeah. That's why it worked perfectly. No, it was great. I liked it. And we did like the whole white Christmas shit. I opened a bag, but I got a roll of paper towels. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, the white elephant gift, or they
Yeah,
call it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like half of them were just bullshit. One was like the Clorox disinfectant. Yeah, no, it was great. I fucking loved it. I had so much fun. Good time. I
Did you
love
have to
Christmas.
travel far?
Uh, I had to travel from Vancouver, Canada to Arizona,
Oh, that's pretty
U.S.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm here. I've been here since. I have to look. I've been here since the 10th, and I go back on January 5th. So I'm
Oh,
chilling.
okay. So you're still there. Okay, I thought you're already
Yeah,
back
yeah.
home.
This is where my like family is
Yeah.
properly. Yeah. No, I love it. That's a good day. On Christmas Day, I was at my brother's house. We did like half of it because we already knew we were already going to my cousin's. But that's my dad's side, so we kind of like my mom's side. You know, everyone has that one side that's better than the other. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was yours?
Yeah, like I said, I hung out. My family lives closer. My sister. I'm a
Hell
couple
yeah.
like 4 hours away, but I went there for Thanksgiving, so I wasn't gonna go again for Christmas. And
Oh, so you guys did the whole Thanksgiving or Christmas on Thanksgiving shit?
yeah, well, kind of, but they do the whole Christmas Santa comes and all that crap too, so.
Yeah.
And
I got you.
so I just kind of just my girlfriend came over, and we exchanged a few little gifts and stuff like that, and then I went over to her place and fixed a few things around the house. She got like a light bar that goes around
Bro,
your.
you're fixing. Oh no.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, no, I got you. Like, yeah, been there for sure. But
yeah, she got a light bar that goes like around her TV that has like a camera attached to it that tracks what colors are on the TV, and like an
yeah.
LED light bar that matches like the mood of the scene. And it's got some like app thing. So she wasn't it needs some help like send it up because you got put these like little squares, these sticky squares on the screen and
Hmm.
calibrate it and whatnot, and also
Yeah.
too like moving the furniture around to get to the back of the TV.
Bro, I've had a Christmas where someone got a Ring camera. I just set up the Ring camera. Someone got a dimmer. I just up. Yeah, no, I got you for sure.
Yeah, and so I did that. Um,
That's sick. I'm glad you. I'm
yeah, I
glad
mean
you. I'm
a
glad you
couple
had a
other
good
things
time.
too, but yeah,
Happy fucking holidays, bro.
yeah, you too. Now New Year's is coming. I think New Year's is a bigger day.
Yeah. Wait, really? You think so?
Yeah. I mean, just like the whole idea of the new year coming. I mean, every day is New Year's Day if you really think about it. But like, that's New Year's, New Year's.
I spend New Year's getting drunk with friends. I spend Christmas with like family. You know,
Yeah.
I spend Christmas getting drunk with family. Yeah. No, 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 no. Like, I get what you're saying. New Year's, like, it's like whole new me, new leaf. Like let's, you know, everything I want to do, let's do it. I if that's what you're trying to get at, then I definitely get that.
Yeah, it's like a brand. Like you got a little bit of hope, for the future. Just a
Yes.
little bit. And
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Don't get a gym membership. That's all I'm saying. Wait fucking 2 months.
yeah,
Trust
because
me.
it's just crazy the first couple.
Trust me. Yeah. Everyone's New Year's resolution is what? I'm gonna go to the gym. Do not do that.
Uh,
Go run around the block a couple times a week until just fucking wait it out.
yeah, and then yeah, because after a couple of months, everything gets cheap again.
Yeah. Most people last like what, a week. Let's be real here. New Year's is when I stopped going to the gym. Like literally
Yeah.
for that reason. Like that's my break.
Yeah, because like just the parking lot and everything's packed, and like
Yeah.
you take a break. Your New Year's resolution is no gym for a little while.
It's just I still want to deal with the crowd. That's cool. Anyone else?
No, it's
Is
not
it
too many
just
people
us?
here right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. I know I'm in the Flat Earth channel. Like I know I don't think the Earth was flat, but I thought I'd stop by and say what's up.
Yeah, yeah. Hang out, say hey, how
I
you doing?
truly, and I'll say this every fucking time. I've been in probably all these fucking channels, yada yada, talking about fucking everything, the Earth, the fucking whatever. You already know what they all talk about. I will say people here are easily the most down to earth, easily the most easiest people to talk to. Although you guys get fucking, crazy, you guys get rage baited easily and start muting people. Well, I mean, everyone does, but you're also the most down to earth in a way. So
Yeah, like flat Earth so easy a caveman can do it.
yeah, they're all around the globe, you know. No, you
Hey,
guys are legit. You guys are legit good people. I appreciate you.
Hey, Craig.
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone talks shit, but whatever. You guys are good people.
I'm here.
Great, good. Have you revealed to your family your position on the whole Earth thing?
Well, I kind of, because like I said, they're really conservative. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when I try to talk about it, they're like, "You're so like they think, did you join Antifa or something like that, or I'm a communist now?" They are mega, okay, and so
Hold on, can we pause for a second? Did you say mega?
yeah, or make America great again.
Can we just correct that to MAGA?
Mega, yeah,
That's
yeah, that's
gonna
fine.
tilt me. Can we just say not mega, MAGA?
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
it's kind of my little joke that they're like
Oh, my bad.
Mongo.
Okay. Okay.
I
My
kind of
bad.
so I
My
say it
bad.
that way to be kind of funny, but
Okay, my bad. My bad.
so when you basically they see the space age as like the high watermark of American exceptionalism. That's what when they say make America great again, they're talking about the space era. So I'm like, well, that shit's fake.
The space era is fake?
Yeah, well, yeah, the whole like landing on the moon for world peace.
Okay, regardless, fuck that. Regardless, let's say you want to send a nuke to another country. Right? Like, you gotta go pretty
Yeah.
fucking high up,
Why
right?
would you do that? Why would you send a nuke to a country?
Well, I mean, nowadays, we don't use planes to drop them like we did in World War II, right? We literally just send them, and they, like, the fuel and the rocket takes them that way, right? Nukes aren't dropped by planes no more. They're literally just sent.
Yeah, that's what space age did for you.
Right, so space. But we can do that, correct? I mean, most countries, not most countries, but a lot of countries can do that, right?
Well, is there there seems to be like a conflation or some sort of confusion between high altitude shit, right?
Well, how
Versus
high can a nuke go? I don't know.
well, I don't know. It's just like when the term like the space age, say, right, is used, it's like the first thing that comes to mind is rockets, going into outer space and flying to different planets and shit. You know what I mean? As
Okay,
opposed to a
but
concerted effort, say, for example, right, having
we
some
can
sort of
send nukes from one country to
yeah,
another. How high
sure,
does
I
it?
guess,
How high
I
does
guess,
it have to go
but
to get there?
but that's what I'm talking about, right? So if you
Does
have
it
just
leave the
if
atmosphere? Does it stay in the
I
atmosphere?
well that's the whole point, right? So if you're just talking, if one uses space age as insinuating we're going to be flying around in rockets going to different planets, as opposed to a concerted effort to occupy high altitude, large volumes, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like it's two very different things. You know? So yeah, if you want to send
Depends
shit
how you're
over and go
measuring
really
altitude.
high
Like,
up,
do you think it goes above a commercial plane flight? I think it
I would
goes well above a
I would
commercial plane flight, right?
I would presume so, because otherwise, what like is it all that special?
Or,
You know what I mean? Like you know,
I mean,
like
the
whatever got
higher, the
plane gets there.
harder it is to shoot down, right? So the higher, the better, technically.
I would guess so.
So how high do they go? How high can they go?
I couldn't tell you that. I have no idea.
I mean, you can look up how high nukes go.
Okay, you can look it up too.
Yeah,
Like,
but I feel like if I tell you, you won't believe me.
well, what do they say?
Because as soon as I say it leaves the atmosphere, you're gonna tell me I'm wrong and say there is no atmosphere or something.
No. Like, just give me a height in like kilometers or.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Obviously, at the top of my head, I have no fucking idea. I would have to look it up. Like, let's be real here.
Yeah.
This is not like something I just think about and keep
No,
in my brain.
I'm not debating anything. You know, I've actually kind of lost track of what we were going on with this. I was just asking.
You wanted
Craig.
something crazy that I actually learned I never knew? They don't. So like nukes don't hit the ground. They explode them like tens of thousands of feet above the ground. I never knew that.
Okay.
Did everyone else know that?
Does more? Yeah, I don't think it's that high, but it does more damage because you don't want the ground to absorb too much of the explosion, right?
Yeah, exactly. Is that kind of?
It is interesting. Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously it's fucked, but it's like I get the idea. Like, use it to do the worst. That's the point. But like, I just always assume it just hits the ground and boom. No, like it's, bruh, shit. But shit's crazy. It's disgusting. Right. So like, they're detonated 30 kilometers above ground. On
Oh
average.
shit, you were dead right then.
30 kilometers.
I thought you were too high, but you were underestimating, if anything.
What did I say?
He said like 10,000 feet.
Yeah,
and I thought that was too high. I was like, nah, it's way lower than that.
Right? Ugh. Fucking crazy.
Wait, 10,000 feet is where they would blow it up, or
What the hell
the
was I
high
looking at?
they would send it?
What was I supposed to look up? I'm sorry. I got stuck on how
high they.
far.
There's no way it's 30 kilometers.
How high they
That's
shoot
like
nukes up.
that's like low Earth orbit, isn't it? Not that you guys believe in that. I understand.
How?
Wait,
sorry.
Hang on,
How
dude. We got two
high
things
do
going. We got two
nukes
things
go?
going on.
Oh, sorry.
We got two things. We got two things going on, right? How high they shoot the projectile up, right? Where the apex of its kind of parabolic trajectory would go, versus
Yeah.
where they actually detonate it, right?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about where they detonate it. Yeah.
I want to know because I think like if you watch like, have you guys ever seen? Was it the third Terminator? Like the end where all the nukes get shot everywhere.
Yeah. They're
I
launching
think
the
that
intercontinental
literally is
ballistic
what.
missiles.
Yeah, I feel like that's exactly what it would look like. Like above the clouds, like like they would have to. Like there's no fucking way you're going to send a nuke like that, like close to the ground. You're gonna get fucking intercepted in a second. Like it has to be above the clouds. It has to be way above the clouds. That's the whole point of them, right? That's the whole point of.
Yeah, because if they launch them, the higher the altitude, then the faster they can go with less fuel because there's less atmosphere to contend with.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So like, how high can they go? Like, there isn't like atmosphere. Can you go above the atmosphere? No, because you're in space now. You're dealing with like non-gravity and shit. But like, you still have like the momentum, and that's like how they measure it. It's obviously like it's rocket, it's powered, So like, regardless.
That was a good scene. I know everyone makes fun of Terminator 3 because but here's my theory on Terminator 3.
Yeah,
it was only more silly compared to Terminator 2, as Terminator 2 was more silly compared to Terminator 1. I mean, if you go back and watch Terminator 1, it's just so different to Terminator 2.
I will die on the hill. Terminator 2 is the best Terminator, and it's not even close.
Yeah, fair. It's fair.
Terminator 2, so good. Terminator 1 was good. By the way, they had like the best like writer, director, like whatever you want to call it, like they were fucking good to go. Yeah, Spielberg, James Cameron. That's like, come on. Like, obviously, it's gonna be fucking amazing, right? You got Spielberg and James Cameron. It's like, what can go wrong?
Hold on, remind me, which of the Terminators is the one where you see Arnold
Terminator
Schwarzenegger?
3 is the one with the girl and the wearing the red like fucking
Is it the one where he's
shit.
on Mars and he gets out, they fall down that dune or whatever, he breaks his helmet and his face blows up?
Where he
Not gonna
breaks his
lie,
helmet.
yeah, the helmet.
Um,
So Terminator 2 is the one where it's like it's the one with the fucking guy where he gets lowered into the lava and shit. It's the one with the guy who like goes through the metal
Liquid metal.
bars. He calls him
Yeah,
and says,
liquid,
look,
dude.
I guarantee you, if you've never seen any of the 3 Terminators, most of the shit you have randomly seen about Terminator would be Terminator 2. If that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
If that makes sense, yeah.
It was by far the most popular and most successful. It was huge.
Although there's that famous scene where he like walks in naked and like takes all their clothes and pool cue and
No,
shit.
I'm a reach. I was completely mixing up movies too.
No,
My bad.
exactly. but the thing is, you're mixing movies. But the best part of what you know out of all of them is probably Terminator 2. That's what I'm.
Can't believe I asked that stupid question. What's that movie where he's in space and shit? He's on Mars and
Oh,
shit
Total
like that.
Recall.
Oh, God, yes, I'm.
Oh, you mother! We're okay. We're on Total Recall now. All right, I got you.
Oh, damn it! I mean, they
No,
both
no.
start with T. All right, come on.
Yeah,
And they both got Arnie.
brother. No, I remember I was talking to my brother about Terminator. We ended up talking about Face Off. You know, it's like, okay, fair, fucking fair game.
Damn.
He's like, is that John Travolta? I'm like, no, that's Grease. What the fuck?
Total Recall.
Yeah, okay, sorry. No, but if I have to say, like obviously nukes. We know nukes exist, right? The whole idea. What do you mean? I guess. Like you.
We're in the Flat Earther channel. I can deny anything.
Okay, but what
birds
would be
don't exist.
What would be
No, it's
the
not
best
a
way?
hey, bro. It's not a matter of denial, bro.
No. Just what would be the best way of using a nuke? It would go above any type of system to track it, right? Like obviously that would be number one, right? Like either above or through or whatever, right? That's why we have the whole that one like fucking delta wing black airplane. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, because it's
the B-2 bomber.
So if you're sending a missile, what's the end goal? You send it, and they can't figure out that it's being sent, right? Like that's obviously the point.
Yeah.
How would you do that? What's the best way to do that? Under the radar,
Make
through
it go
the radar,
really
or
fast.
above the radar? Under,
Make it go
through,
as
or
fast
above?
as possible.
It has to be one of the three. It has to either be under, through, or above, right?
Yeah, and I guess it sounds easier to go above.
Right. So wouldn't they do that?
Hell yeah.
Right. So radar can only go so high. So we can go higher. And then they create a radar that can actually look higher. So you create a missile that can go higher than that radar. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on until when? Until you're where? You know?
In space.
Exactly. But we have satellites now, so you literally can't actually do that now. Because no one has no one has a dictatorship over space. I mean, like, we can do that in air quotes. Like, sure, like, everyone knows, but, like, how the fuck you guys think you get HBO? Like, you can watch the satellite fly, I always make the joke. like when I'm camping with like my brother and shit, and like we're looking at the stars in the middle of nowhere, and like we see the whole like Milky Way thing, right? But then we see that like little dot that goes across the sky. I always point and go, "Hey, that's HBO," you know.
I
Like
got a
Dish.
question for you.
What?
What 7 stars fit in the right hand?
You have to say that again. I'm sorry.
What 7 stars fit in the right hand?
The Pleiades?
What does 7 stars fit in the right hand?
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's to do with the planets.
the Big Dipper.
Okay. Okay. I was wrong. The Big Dipper's made up of different stars. Yeah. The sun's a star. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
The Big Dipper's made up of what?
It
Stars.
looks like it's got similarities to stars, right? And they both emit light, and the sun is just a giant ball of light.
See,
But
that's
the
where I
problem is
would, even I would
we don't know
disagree
the
with that,
nature.
because you can take a telescope and look at Jupiter, and that emits light
Yeah, well,
because of our
that's
sun.
actually
So.
bro. That's part of the issue in this conversation. When we look up, all we're seeing is varying degrees and sizes and degrees of brightness of circles of light.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is
So to
literally
make
science. That's all science is just light.
Well, you're saying that,
Okay,
okay.
so,
My
I just
point is,
want
Okay, not like obviously there's gases and all. I'm talking about space. Okay, in space, yes. In space, it's all just light. That's how you measure everything and how you figure everything out. It's just light.
I just want to hop in and explain that really quick with the lights and the dimness
I'm
or the
not an
planets that we're looking.
astrophysicist. Don't ask me to
Well,
properly
actually, no,
explain
hold
it.
on. This is like actually super easy to even try and understand. So you can take a mirror, and if you take a mirror like a shape of a triangle, take another one the shape of a square, and another one the shape of a circle, and then you shine a light at them. At a certain distance, they will all turn into a circle, but the brightness will be different.
Yes. Like a mirror works because of light. Have you guys ever seen that shit where like like that lady's holding a towel up to the mirror and she's like, How does the mirror see me? Have you guys ever seen that?
Oh my god.
I think 90% of the people that do that are trolls.
Ever seen that, by
I've
the way?
seen that, dude.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
literally because like she doesn't know how light reflects. Yeah,
that's
it's just
literally the most
light.
brain.
It's just
That's
light.
literally the most brain rot Zoomer horse shit I've ever seen.
To
Man.
be fair, she hold on. To be fair, she was trying to figure it out. I don't know if she did figure it out. I hope she did, but at least she was trying to figure it out, right?
Dude, she's not the only one, and that's what freaked me out. In at least 2 or 3 different instances of people like doing that. I don't know if it was just like a fad, people trying to get attention because they saw one and tried to replicate it. You know, I don't know.
Hey,
but
you have to learn
if people
somehow. You
don't
know,
know
that's
that,
the best way to do it. Like
Yeah, but
she literally did the hypothesis, everything to learn about it. Like that is amazing.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't broadcast that to the world, dude.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Because like I learned that shit when I was in like 3rd grade. But hey, not everyone had that like chance, you know. Like bro, she's probably from like Mississippi. I don't know. Like at least she tried. Like
whatever.
at least she. I would like to think that she learned. Like to be fair, the people filming were literally explaining it to her, so she definitely did learn. There's no way.
And some of them were laughing their ass off too.
Yeah. How do they see me behind the mirror as the camera's on the side of the mirror? And like she was looking at the medicine mirror the whole time, by the way. That's the best part. Or the what do you call it? The fucking medicine cabinet mirror. Yeah. No, it's just amazing.
Well, she was looking at the camera in the mirror.
Yeah, no,
with
everything
a
in
towel
space
in front of them.
everything in space is just light. Everything in space is just light. When you leave Earth, it's just light. That's how you measure everything. That's how you see everything. It's just light.
Well, this
Light
is where things get
speed, light
interesting,
distance.
though.
But yeah,
This is where things get interesting, though, because the entire cosmology that we've been fed, right, is based on assumptions about these things that are emitting the light. So, like, these, like, for example, there's this idea, right, that there are
obviously.
these giant. Watch this. There's this idea, right, that there are these giant rocks and balls of gas, billions and billions or trillions or whatever the fuck miles away, that are reflecting the light from the sun back at us.
So
And that's why we see them. You know what I
who
mean?
said that? That has never been a thing. No one's ever said.
Yes, dude.
Who?
Think about it.
Billions and trillions? That is
What?
crazy.
However,
That is insane. No one's ever said that.
Oh, excuse me.
That's
Okay,
never been a thing.
forgive me. I'm screwing up my numbers. Okay, the stars are like trillions of miles away or billions of miles. The planets, whatever they are, millions and millions, whatever the fuck. Who cares?
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, forgive me. It's 3:00 in the morning. My
I
point
got
is that these rocks are reflecting the light back at us. Now that proposal, right? It's so ingrained in us, yet like it's just an idea. It's never
Why is
really
the
been
moon
proven.
bright? The moon's bright
Well,
because of the sun, right?
well, that's another example of
That's the
exactly that what I'm
same
talking about.
reason why Mars is bright, or we can see Jupiter. Oh,
Right,
it's the same
right.
reason.
So,
It's
right.
the
So
same
that
reason why
I
the moon is
right.
bright.
So
A full moon is
right.
bright as fuck.
Yeah, dude, you gotta like not talk over me.
Okay,
Right?
sorry, man.
Try not.
That one's on me.
But I get that, and that's a neat idea. It's clean, it's easy to understand, and all that, right? But what's interesting about that is no one's ever really proven that. You know
I
what I mean?
hate that. It is literally proven. When you say
How?
it's not, is disingenuous. It is proven.
Okay, then show me how it was.
Your explanation is not proven. That is proven.
I don't have I don't have an explanation for it.
Okay,
That's the
so
funny.
you're against the proven
So
explanation,
I'm
but you don't
asking.
have one
I'm
for yourself. That's
no. So
crazy.
watch it. So watch this. Right. So check this out. I'm mentally retarded. I have no idea what's going
Oh,
on.
come on.
I'm asking you what's going on, and I want you to show me. Right?
You want me to like?
Back. Imagine this. Right? You're back when you're like 5 years old, and your teacher's like, "Oh,
I'm not
Johnny,
5
this is
years
what's
old
going on."
anymore, though.
No,
I don't believe in
but bring
Santa Claus no more, bro. You know.
That's cool. It's cool. But picture back when you were right. This is how things were presented. Oh, the moon and the sun and the planets and stuff. The other thing, you didn't even have the cognitive capacity to ask the question, how did we figure that out? You just took it, right? We all did,
So let
right?
me ask you
So
a
I'm just
question.
myself.
Why
I'm
do you
putting
think the
myself
moon is
back
bright?
there. I'm putting myself back there, right? And then moving forward and saying, okay, what the hell's going on? How do we know that?
Why is
Right?
the moon bright?
You say, dude, I asked you a question. You said it was proven. Who
It
proved
is.
it? Who proved it?
Humans.
What did they do?
Like I can sit here and look it up and do all this shit for you. I don't think you want that though. Like I can easily look
Why
up
not?
who proved the sun
Well,
reflected
the
off
thing
the
is,
moon. Like I can easily do
well,
that, right? Like
well,
Google will tell me in a
watch
fucking
it.
second,
Well,
right?
hang on. What? This is what's interesting, right? So you don't know that it was proven because you would have to look it up.
Yeah, I don't know everything that ever exists off the top
Okay.
of my
Well,
head. That's insane.
could you summarize what the proof is, and then later on maybe look up a citation for it? That could be
I
simple.
can
Right?
just
Simple enough,
I
right?
can type into Google why does the light from the sun reflect from the moon and shine on the earth?
Stop
Is that
pivoting to the moon, JR.
But that's not the question
we're
that I
talking
asked,
about
though.
the moon?
No,
Wait,
he's
Question that
talking
I
about
asked
rocks millions
was,
of miles or further
Oh
away.
well, then I'm way lost. Sorry, you have to start
boys,
over then. I'm
boys,
still stuck on the moon. My bad.
yeah, the question I asked was who proved that that's what's going on? right? Not who proposed the idea.
But who proved what's
or
going
the
on?
nitty gritty.
Yeah, who proved what? Now I'm worried. I'm
Who proved
derailing.
what's going on? I'm confused.
That, for example, all these giant, like quote unquote, rocks and balls of gas and stuff floating up there. I'll grant you that that's what's going on, right? That we see them because the light from the sun is going and bouncing off of them and coming to our eyes.
Okay, now I think it's fair that JR is saying the moon.
Okay, thank you.
Because that fits that description.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
Thank
the
you,
moon is
sir.
like, the closer one of all these
Well,
things,
it's the
right?
sun, right? Like, what produces the light? The moon doesn't.
How do you
Mars
know?
doesn't.
How do you
We know.
know that these
We
are not
know.
self-
Just stop. We know. We know.
How? That's
Science.
the fun
Come
part about
on.
this.
We
dude.
know.
Go
We
on,
know.
dig
Just
in.
stop.
Go
We
on, dig
know.
into it. How though?
Does
Right?
Earth
That's the fun
produce
part about
light?
this
Does
conversation,
Earth
dude.
Does Earth produce light? I'm not talking about light
Yes.
bulbs or
No.
like city street lights.
Oh, we
Yeah,
have
electricity.
little things,
Yes,
right?
but like
So
without
there's little things that produce
electricity, does the
Yeah.
Earth produce light?
No.
No. Okay, so
What about those fish? Those fish
Okay.
that have the light hanging off the.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, dude.
they-
There's
Shut
little
up, you
pockets of light,
motherfucker.
man. Little pockets of light. Little pockets of light. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so why would the moon or Mars or Jupiter, Saturn, or any of them, why would Venus? Why would any of them? We know the sun does, right? We all know the sun does.
The thing here, sorry. The thing is, though, there's no like, what gives you any reason to compare us to these things? To say, oh, we're just like they are. We don't produce light, so therefore they can't.
Because we have spent years and decades trying to sit there and learn about them and figure out what they are, and you're just taking a shit all over that.
No, I'm not. I'm asking what I'm
You
asking.
definitely are.
No, dude. What I'm actually doing is asking, what did those guys who sat around trying to figure out what they are actually figure out?
How about, let me ask you, what did you sit around and find out?
That's why I'm asking. I don't get the time
It's
for that.
probably way less than they did. What did you sit around and find out?
So that's why I'm asking, dude. Why are you evading the question, dude? I'm asking what they actually figured out.
And I'm asking
Right?
you, what you think they just sat around and found
That's
shit
a
out?
that's
Like
a
what?
lazy.
Like what?
That's a
There's just
lazy
nothing
question.
doing
That's a
nothing. Like
lazy. That's
what the hell did
that's a
you
very
sit around and
lazy.
find out, bruh? Like how dare
That's a
you?
very lazy. That's a
That
very
is
lazy
crazy.
move.
No,
Very.
your
That I'm gonna.
question is
No.
lazy.
No.
Your question is
No.
insane.
Here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. Right? When I'm talking, you don't talk. All right? And he left. See how easy that was, boys? Fucking drunk. God, yes. Tried to work with it, but at some point, it's like, no, thank you, dude. You don't have to run. Just let me talk, and then you can talk. All right? Nope. All right.
Maybe he doesn't realize he's been muted. He might think he's like bugging out and he's trying to rejoin the channel. He's probably saying, "Can you guys hear me now?"
yeah, dude. You're on server mute because you're being a belligerent asshole. You're talking over me. I'm just trying to get my word out, dude. Okay? You don't have to freak out. It's all good.
Oh shit! The flat earthers have got server mute powers. We're in big trouble
Dude,
now.
Bro, this is our room. We can just have a conversation. I'm pretty sure everybody just heard what happened there. Right? Or am I am I actually retarded?
No, dude, you got it.
Failing to read the room. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Chris. Right?
You hear, I'll mute him if he comes back.
We're trying to talk.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, dude, Zay, all you gotta do is just take turns, alright?
Let's go.
Just take turns talking.
Yeah, do you know what just happened?
Am I allowed to talk?
Yes, just
You're
take
allowed
turns.
to talk. Yeah, when I'm talking, no. when I'm not
Aw.
talking, yeah. Right? I mean, hello. Like,
Yeah, what's up?
you have manners or something? Like, trying to
Yeah.
explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you what's going on here, and you're like talking over me.
Fair enough.
Right?
I'm waiting.
Right?
What's up? Let's hear it.
Right. All right. So recap. Right. I asked you, how did they prove these things? Then you're trying to like flip it onto me and ask me, how did I prove what I think they are? I didn't even say anything. Like, what's wrong with that? Like,
Being
hello?
disingenuous is weird, but yeah.
I'm not being disingenuous, dude. I know the story. I remember being told the story. But what I don't remember is ever being told how they figured that story out to be true. Know what I'm saying? And then you said, "Oh, well, we know." Well, where? How?
I literally
Did
told
they?
you we used light to
Did they
measure it, and
tell,
then you disregarded it.
did they tell you how they figured that out? They never told me.
Every single way it was figured out, I told you, and you disregarded it.
Remind me.
Again, you want to repeat everything I said in the last half hour? Like, get out of here, bro.
No, just summarize. Summarize in one sentence how you answered my question.
They use light to measure distance. That's the summarization.
They used light to measure distance.
Yes, sir.
Explain.
Oh my god. Wait, I thought you. Wait, what?
Am I like being unreasonable here?
I'm not being able to talk to tell you something, and now I have to. Now I'm the only one that can talk. Get out of here. Fuck you.
What are you talking about? You can talk. What are you talking about?
Ah, shut. Bro, disingenuous. I don't fuck with it.
Why am I being like, okay?
He's not disingenuous.
Okay.
Like you're being a dick.
Okay, I'm telling you. Okay, okay. Sorry, I apologize if I'm being a dick. That's not my intention. I'm telling you how
Like,
they
come on.
do it. Tell me how they don't do it. Tell me why that's not possible.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just trying to figure out what they did.
Don't lie. Lying is weird.
No, I don't know.
When I brought up
I was just
light,
never told.
the moon reflecting light, yada yada, you said what?
It seems. Look, I'll grant you that
What do you
could
say?
very well be. I'm being. Look, I'm granting you that could very well be what's going on. I don't know.
Have you ever owned a
Right?
telescope?
Yeah,
Have you ever
cheap one.
looked through a telescope?
Yeah, cheap one. It just makes the thing look bigger.
The cheapest one I own, I literally with $100 telescope, I saw Jupiter. What did you see?
Oh, shit. We only looked at the moon.
Oh, okay.
Everything else. No, excuse me. I think a few times we looked at. I think we looked at maybe Saturn or some shit.
Oh, nice.
I forget.
You saw the rings.
I forget.
That's dope.
We
That's
did. We
amazing.
did see that. We did
Yeah.
see what looked like rings. Yeah. But what
Why
I
do you
remember
think?
explicitly,
Do you think Saturn is?
Wait. I just want right to
Mhm.
elaborate. What I do remember explicitly is only ever seeing something that looked like a circle.
Okay,
Okay.
so you didn't see the rings, but you saw Saturn. Fair enough.
Okay, well, Saturn, it looked like a circle, and then it had like these, like oblong, oval, like things that looked like
Yes.
rings.
Yeah, planets
Right?
are circles.
Yeah.
Rings are, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess oval in one
Right.
dimension, but yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it has
Yeah.
a third dimension to it. Right. My point being,
So
when you look at it, right,
my
you see.
question.
Hold on. You see
Okay.
2 dimensions. Right. When you look through one optic, right, if you close one eye and you look at something, right, you only see 2 dimensions. But when you open the second eye and you look at something, right, it creates like an effect that your brain can perceive depth. Right.
My question
But when you
is,
look at these things this far,
do you
all
think
you
Saturn was giving off the light?
wait. What I'm getting at, dude, is when you look at these things,
Mhm.
all you see is a 2-dimensional shape. We have to be inferring a third dimension to give it that ball characteristic, whether it's a rock or a gas or like a giant gas with rings around it, and in XYZ, right, dimension. We don't actually know that to be the case
Right. So
at this
can
point.
I talk yet?
So I'm asking you, how was that proven? Again, go ahead.
So you said you saw the moon. You saw Saturn. Was the moon giving off light? Was Saturn giving off light? That's what I want to ask you.
I am unable to tell whether light was being reflected off them or they were emitting their own light.
Okay, so was it? So which one was it?
I just told you I am unable to tell. I'm
Oh,
unable
you're
to
unable
distinguish.
to tell.
That.
Okay,
I
so
am
you think
unable
the
to tell
moon
between the two objects.
you think the moon gives off like you can't tell if the moon gives off light
I
light
can't
or not.
tell.
You can't
I
tell.
cannot tell between the two objects.
Then I have nothing further
So I'm
to talk
asking.
to you about.
Okay, so maybe you know how to
That is
distinguish
the
between
end
the
of the
two objects.
conversation. If you cannot
Okay.
tell, that's the end of the
Okay.
conversation.
Okay. Thank you very much. So you don't know how to explain to someone who cannot tell how you know that you can tell. You're damn right. This is the end of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Remember, we are living in this flat Earth, on this flat Earth, especially the flat Earthers, with integrity. We're not going to start making up stories. If we don't know why something is happening, we don't know. That's not a crime, mind you. We can have hypotheses and ideas, suggestions, speculation, but that's not actually telling the truth, is it? The truth is, I've gone to the moon, let's say, I've confirmed my hypothesis, I bring back my findings. We can't do that. So don't be saying don't put forward that's wrong not to know. Thank you very much. Well done there, 20 cups, by the way. Excellent.
Good morning, Jen.
No, because every time you're given an explanation, you throw it to the side as if it's nonsense because it goes against what you want to think is
I didn't
real.
say that.
That's nonsense.
I didn't say
That's
that.
not real
I didn't
life.
say that. The problem is, dude, you interpreted everything that I said to you
Ask a
as
question.
being.
You can see the moon. Why is that
Let me
bright?
finish. Let me finish, dude. You interpreted everything that I said as me taking your explanation and throwing it to the side. Not once did I do that. In fact, I actually took it into account and tried to expound on it with you by asking you follow-up questions. And you failed to answer every single one of my questions. Why is that my problem?
Yeah. Again,
It's not
if
your
I may
problem.
just.
It's not my problem. It's not your problem. It's no one's problem. It's not.
Well, it sounds. Dude,
It's
I mean,
perfectly
I'm
fine.
sorry.
Like
I'm sorry, but if I ask you a follow,
nothing
well,
you
the thing
believe
is,
in,
no, dude,
nothing I believe in will change anything.
check
Like
this
it
out.
doesn't
Check this out.
matter.
Check
To
this
be
out,
fair,
bro. Hang on. Check this out, right?
it's not
I
a
asked
problem.
you a follow-up question to something that you explained to me, and you fail to answer it. I mean,
Bro, I'm not
like,
your teacher. I shouldn't have to. Like I don't. Like it's not my job.
okay, well then you have
I'm just
nothing to
telling
say.
you something. I'm just
I know you're.
telling you something. That's all I'm doing.
Here's the
I'm
funny
not
part. You're
teaching
telling
you. I'm just
what?
telling you. It's way
Yeah,
different.
well, that's the thing, right? So you're telling me basically what you learned growing up, and guess what, dude?
Yeah,
It just
that's
so
literally
happens.
it.
And okay, right, and this is why we can't go anywhere, right? Because the reality is, it's
I
exactly what I
completely
was
agree.
taught. It's exactly what I was taught growing up too, right?
Okay.
I'm just asking follow-up questions
It's a
to this thing that
stalemate.
I was
It's a
taught growing up.
stalemate.
Well, what it means is that you cannot elaborate on this stuff just like my teachers couldn't, and just like your teachers couldn't, right? And that's fine,
I
right? So
literally I could look it up and send you like a whole thing. I could do that easily. Everyone
Yeah, but it would be
can go to Google,
theoretical.
type in why does the
Yeah,
sun
that
reflect on the
information would be
moon? Why is the
theoretical.
sun bright? Like everyone can do that. That's
Yeah,
not the
dude,
issue.
but
The issue is that if I do that, you're
bro.
still not gonna
Oh,
believe it anyways. So like
dude,
what the
no,
fuck's the
dude.
point?
If you can, here's the thing: if you can find evidence or proof, right, to this
Me
claim,
personally?
yeah, maybe you can find the guy
Exactly.
who did it.
That is
Oh,
the
check this out,
issue.
right? I mean,
I'm not an
here's the thing: if
astrophysicist.
you're not watch this, if you're not inquisitive enough, okay, to do your own research to figure out whether this thing is absolutely true or not, this belief that you hold to be true, and that's not my problem, dude.
But you're
Right?
at the point where, like, I
I'm
literally can show you anything. Like, I can show you anything. Like, you just won't believe it. Like, you're set in your ways, and that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
Like,
if I may be
no,
allowed to interject here,
it's
bro,
please,
fine.
for the
It's
next few minutes.
fine.
Can I have a few
bro,
words? 20 cups. Can I have a few words,
go
please?
ahead, Jen. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Now, JR, ladies and gentlemen, is completely misrepresenting 20 Cup's position, which is my position as well. So he's representing the flat earthers position in that because we're dismissive of what he puts forward, he thinks that we're carrying, we want to believe our side. Well, our side is coming from the position of investigative research, concluding logically. So where we can't prove something, we don't say that's true. We say we don't know. Okay, that's the honest position. So we're sitting in an honest position. Okay, now JR is bringing in his beliefs and putting that forward as the truth without confirmation or
Not
validation. And
religious. They're not belief.
you will note he's saying belief, belief, belief. Well, belief means that you're accepting information without confirmation or investigation. That's what a belief is. When we say we know, we know. When we say we don't know, we don't know. So we're not lying here and we're not being dismissive in a way to hold a belief. If we disregard something's been said, it's because we cannot validate what's been said. So the most positive position to hold is I don't know. Can't validate that. That's not a crime. Okay. So JR, will you please stop misrepresenting 20 Cups and our position? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
If I could speak, you don't have a position. There is no position that is flat. There is none. That doesn't exist. There's no proof. There's nothing.
Instantly
That is not.
misrepresenting us, ladies and gentlemen.
Is
Instantly misrepresenting. I told you that we are holding the position of honesty, and when we don't know something, we say we don't know. So if we say we don't accept what you say, it's because we can't prove what you say, and you haven't offered up proof. So that's not being dishonest. That is a position of integrity. Stop misrepresenting us, please.
okay. I'll
Yeah,
have
and
to walk around eggshells then. My bad.
no, you don't. You don't need to walk around
Well, it
eggshells, dude.
seems like it. I say one
No, you
thing, and
don't.
then my guy has like a
No,
whole paragraph to yell at me for.
we're not yelling at you, dude. Okay, Jin's just
It's like,
he's
come
he's got a
on.
strong
Okay,
dude. He's
okay.
got a strong character. We all love Jin. It's okay. He's not. Yeah, just wait
Did you
till Matrix
guys
gets.
like give up on human innovation?
No, what the fuck, dude? Hang on, just
Then why are
watch
you so
this.
like
Watch this. Watch this.
people?
Wait.
People.
Hang
Okay,
on.
well,
Hang
what
on.
was the original
Hang
idea
on a
of Earth?
second. Dude.
The
Wait.
original
Stop it.
idea
Hold
of
on,
Earth is that it
bro.
was
Dude,
what?
hold on, man.
I'm
I just
trying
want
to
to recap.
talk.
I just want to recap quickly, okay?
I just want to
Right?
talk.
We were talking, right? So this whole thing started off. We're
Yes,
talking about shit in the sky, right? Talk about shit in the sky, the moon, these little lights in the
and
sky. They're
why
called
they produce
planets.
light? Yeah,
All
and why we
yeah,
can see them? Yeah.
yeah. Dude, just so you know, I'm not only recapping for your benefit. I'm also recapping for the new people who jumped in.
Oh, okay.
Right. So we're talking about shit in the sky. There's a statement at some point that we're talking about stars, and then the statement that the sun is a star. And I'm like, yeah, it kind of looks like it could be a giant version of the other things. It behaves a little bit differently. It moves around, and goes away, and comes back, and shit like that. But all in all, it's producing light, right? Just like all these other things, even the ones that are of different colors that move even more irregularly, right? And there's a statement out there, shit that I was taught growing up, that some of these things are giant rocks, some of these things are giant balls of gas, and whatnot, right? And I'm just curious, how the fuck did they figure that out, right? And Jay started getting into it with me that apparently we did figure it out, and it is proven. And all along, I've just been asking, how do we figure that out? Period.
Light. We
Right?
measure the light.
Like what? You like doing some spectroscopy or some shit?
Yeah.
What does that tell us?
Using calculus, using geometry, we using what the fuck you want. Yeah. Obviously, I ain't the fucking
I
genius
know
who's
you don't know
doing
what
it.
I know
What
you
you
don't
think
know what
that
you're
like I
talking about,
came
dude.
up with it? Get
That's
out
why
of
it's
here,
just
bro.
fun. That's why it's funny. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm laughing, but I know you don't know what you're talking about. And I also know you're under the influence, so of course it's gonna be more.
No, you're assuming I'm like the fucking smartest
You
person in
sound
the
like you're under
world.
the influence.
Get out of here. It's
You
crazy.
sound like you're under the influence. Now, if you're
Oh,
not, then forgive me, but you
is
sound
this
like you are. Okay.
is this how you try to convince people to be on your
No,
side?
dude, we can continue. I'm just pointing it out. Like this whole thing is very difficult, and that's one thing that I
It's
suspect
not
might be.
difficult. That's the sad part.
It is it's very difficult to get out of you. Okay,
All right.
the proof of your claim.
Can I ask one question? Or actually,
Right?
can I ask two
But
questions?
no, dude, we want
Okay,
to
fuck it.
close this up before we move on. Otherwise, it's just gonna, leaving me hanging, bro.
At
Well,
first,
he could at least concede that it's faith based because he's not the expert. He's not doing all the calculations. That's what we said. So
at first,
it's
Earth
No,
was
this is
believed to be
absolutely.
flat, right? At first,
No, dude,
for
hold on,
humans,
No,
Earth
no,
was believed to
hang
be
on, no,
flat,
bro,
correct?
wait a second, dude. Okay, first of all, yeah, this guy, what's her name? Jim.
Why
Let's call you
did you
Jim.
guys give
Yeah.
up?
No, dude, hold on. Jim's right. You could always just say, "Hey, man, I don't actually know. I just kind of hold this to be true because it was taught to me growing up. I never looked into it, but I have faith that somebody else did.
Gaslighting
I
doesn't
never,
work for
I
me.
never,
Sorry,
I never,
bro.
I never double checked it, and that's okay. And we can close it up and move on, right? But
Gaslighting doesn't work for me, Brody.
but hold on. At this point in the conversation, nobody's made any mention about the nature of the surface of the ground yet. Hope you keep that in mind, right? We're not. This
Okay.
is not a flat or globe thing yet, right? This is a
I
ship
just
in the
want to ask
sky,
two
and
questions.
the nature of the ship
I
in the
just want
sky.
to ask two questions, if that's
But
possible.
but can you at least say, sorry, man, you're right. I don't
About
actually
what?
have my statement. I just believe it to be true. I haven't
Nope,
double
because
checked
that's
it.
not how it works. I literally said I can look it up, and you guys will still find a way to disprove it
Okay, so
anyway. So
you don't.
what's the point?
Okay. So either you can do that and will and show the
First
panel
question:
what
Humans
you no.
humans originally started thinking the
No,
Earth was flat, right? That
you're
that was
not
the
gonna
first belief, right?
no. Okay, so you really think like you can do this,
No,
dude?
you're trying. It ain't gonna work, bro. But it's fine.
No. You really think you can fucking pull that off? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, well,
Right.
that was the eventuality in the end, ladies and gentlemen, because the guy was just totally You state to him clearly that if we don't know something, we say we don't know. That seems to be a crime with this guy, because you must know. How can you know something if you can't confirm it to be sure to be true? You know, it's an absurd position to hold. And clearly just not here in good faith. How do you know what the moon is, ladies and gentlemen? The answer is you don't know what the moon is. No human being can make that claim. No human being can. I know what the moon is. How? How can you make that claim? Okay. What does the moon do? What you observe, okay. You observe certain things, but what is the moon? No one can. You can't tell anybody, oh, I know what the moon is. It's an impossibility. It's a lie. Okay, that's the position we hold. And you know why we hold that position? Because it keeps us in the realm of honesty. That's what it does. And that's what you need in this situation. What can you actually prove? Okay, right. That's where it's at. That's the problem with those who are believing the earth is a globe. And the reason why you're believing the earth is a globe is because you haven't gone out to investigate your belief. Remember, you're believing in information which you haven't validated or confirmed. That's your belief system. We know the earth is flat, but we don't know the shape. You see, we don't know the shape of the earth. We know what shape it isn't. It isn't an oblate spheroid because we've gone out and investigated that. The horizontal constant is constantly everywhere. There's no measurable curvature. Okay, the earth is indeed measured flat, utilized flat. This is what we know. That's knowledge. That's knowable. believing in a globe, well, that's up to you. That's your freedom to do that. But remember, when you say you believe the Earth is a globe, you're actually telling me you've accepted the information without checking it. So I can easily disregard that because I've already checked it. So I know it's not a globe. So it's up to you to actually go out and do the investigation and then make the claim. I know it's a globe because I've measured the curvature. Here's my methodology. Thank you very much. And again, I say again, well done, 20 cups, because what you did there was expose the lack of truth coming out of this JR, I think his name was, because he wasn't moving in the realms of honesty at all. Pure belief.
And it started out great, man. I think it was a little over 20, 30 minutes ago. Yeah, it was a casual conversation. It was flowing, talking smack, whatever. And then we got into it, So the ice was broken and all good. And I guess he thought, we were all buddy and shit. You know what I mean? So thought he could pull that stuff off. It's like, nah, man. But nice.
Yeah. Try. Yeah. No, we don't do that here. No, we're serious here. Buddy aside, mate. Is it an oblate spheroid? What's the proof? What's the methodology? Is it flat, level, horizontal? What's the proof? What's the methodology? That's it. It's as simple as that. And of course, in order to deduce, you've got to go back to your childhood days first and maybe back into history a little bit. Okay, that's all.
You said that it's impossible to know what the moon is, and you don't know what the moon is. You can't tell anyone what the moon is. It's impossible to know. And the next sentence was, "It's a light."
I didn't say it was
so you're
a light.
claiming
not
you
out
know
of my
what
mouth.
the moon is,
Not
but
out of my mouth.
right
Excuse
after
me.
saying it's impossible to know.
Excuse me, I didn't say it's a light, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
did.
Not out of my mouth. Not
You
out
did.
of my
It was a
mouth.
light in the sky. You did.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did not use those words. I'm very careful on what I said.
I'll say that.
Very, very careful. Thank you. Didn't say that at all.
You used the word beyond. It's a light that we see in the sky. Like you're saying, it's a light.
I
You said the word light.
didn't say that.
I'll go back into YouTube and
you go back
confirm
into
if I'm
YouTube and
wrong
check
or
that.
not.
You go back and check. I don't need to do that. I know what I said. Didn't say that.
I got no problem saying that.
I actually said, we know what it does, is what I said, because we observe it. We know what it does, not what it is. So,
but I would stand on that. We look up and we see this giant white, grayish circle thingy that has some black and dimple-y looking spots and shit on it, and it's bright as fuck. Sometimes, I mean, just look at my photo.
What about when you zoom in?
Well, exactly, right? So you zoom in and you see what looks like little dimples and shit on it. Much more.
Dimples.
Yeah, craters. Craters.
Craters.
Right.
Whatnot. What looks like craters.
You see what looks as if markings on a physical object.
So that's the thing, right? So I would grant you that it looks like it could be a giant rock. It really gives off that appearance.
What
right?
looks like what could possibly look like that is not a physical object?
Well, that's the funny part, man. It could very well be a giant rock.
No, but it has to be a physical object.
Why?
Unless we're seeing.
Why?
Are you sure?
Because what could make it? What could it be that's not a physical object that could look like that?
How about
gases don't look like that?
Don't ask me, dude. You're the one making the claim that.
We agree that there's nothing that we can possibly think of that it could be other than a physical object.
You're making a very strong belief for your case. That's belief.
No,
remember?
I was saying that there's nothing.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish so you get it. So you don't misunderstand me. What I'm saying is that you're putting forward a very strong belief because you can't confirm what you think it is. That's a strong belief. Whereas we are erring on the side of caution. It looks like, but we don't know. That's the true situation. Okay? Thank you.
I don't think you listened to what I just said.
I did. It looks like a rock, but we don't know for sure. Okay? Clearly understood what you said.
But we can see that from our powers of deduction that is a physical object.
It looks like a rock, but we don't know.
Yeah, I'm not
Simple as that.
using the word rock here. Like, you're putting that in there. I'm glad that you can notice that it looks like a rock. Like, great.
Right.
But
Right.
it
It looks
very clearly is not
Okay,
like
why?
it is
Why?
a physical. It is a
Why?
physical thing
Why? Why is it very clearly?
because without a physical object or gas, you're not going to create a moving image that you can see of a solid object that is 3-dimensional that looks like a physical object, no matter where you are.
You see, you've made a bunch of assumptions and strong
No.
beliefs. That's
Those
all
weren't
you've gone and done.
assumptions. Those weren't
Yes,
assumptions.
they are. They're assumptions, mate. They're not
What
facts.
assumption did I just make?
They're not facts. They're not facts at all. No, you've made a bunch of assumptions there.
What were
Nothing
the
you said is fact. Nothing you said I could take to the bank or write in gold. None of those.
What assumption did I make?
That
Especially
it's a three-dimensional. That it's three-dimensional. There's one
But we
right
have
off
a
the bat there.
3-dimensional view of it. I mean, clearly it is
We
not
don't
yet.
know that. You don't know that.
What do you mean we don't know that? We can see it. What are you
No,
talking about?
again, no.
You
That's
literally zoom in with a telescope.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
That's still not
If
confirmed.
a plane flies
It's an
over
assumption.
you, if a
It's an
plane,
assumption.
no, it's not. It's an
Yes,
observation of fact.
Yeah,
If a
we're
plane
arguing
flies
about the
over
moon,
you,
man.
if a plane flies over you, you have a field of view on that plane that can go in front of the plane, behind the plane, because it's flying over you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know what the plane
That's a
is. We know
fact.
what planes are. Hang on.
You understand
We know
that,
what
right?
planes
Okay,
are. I've ridden on
in
them,
the
ladies
same
and
way that's
gentlemen.
a fact,
Right? I've
you
ridden
see the
on
moon.
planes, touched planes,
Many angles.
you know, right? But a moon, I don't know what the moon is. So anything I say about the moon as to its shape and that's an assumption. I'm assuming here. I'm guessing. I'm not telling you the truth. I'm offering you an idea, a suggestion. When I see a plane go over there, that's an aeroplane. Everybody knows that's an aeroplane, a fact. Thank you.
Okay,
Don't be
so
silly.
hold on. If you see a circle, no matter what your perspective is, geometrically, mathematically, there is no other shape that it could be. Like, it has curvature. You can see the curvature. That's not an assumption. That's literally using your eyes.
That's an assumption, ladies and
No,
gentlemen,
it's what
because
you.
the
It's literally
reason
when you say
being,
the Earth is
the reason
flat.
to conclude,
That's an assumption. You're using your
hang on,
eyes.
to conclude that
You're
it is
using
a
your eyes.
sphere, it means you're assuming here because you haven't gone out there to actually measure that to be sure. So you're assuming. That's
You
what
can
your position
see.
is.
Hold on.
I will never say to you, ladies and gentlemen, I know
You
what the
can
moon is
see
and I
there
know
is
its shape.
curvature,
I can't
right?
say that.
You can
I
see
cannot
curvature, right?
say. I'm going to say it one more time. I cannot say I know the shape of the moon. It
Can you
looks spherical. It
Can you see
looks
this? Can you see
three-dimensional,
curvature?
but I haven't confirmed it yet, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm in the position is I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. That is my position, and
Can
you
you
can't
see?
take that away from me. Thank you.
Can you see curvature?
I can see curvature all over the place.
Oh no, on the moon. Can you see curvature on the moon?
The moon looks to have curvature there. Yes, it does. Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
so if we're using our observations to determine whether or not the Earth is flat, then wouldn't your observations help you determine if something?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are
Not
using
to
measurements.
determine. No,
We are
because that would be
using.
that would be a leap
Hang
of
on.
faith,
We are
right?
using measurements. We are using measurements to confirm that the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid. We're actually going out to measure that to confirm, and we're finding the Earth isn't curving it at 8 inches per mile
You're
squared at all.
measuring it using
You're not.
what
You're
tool?
interrupting it, but I'm going to carry on. Now, regarding the moon, ladies and gentlemen, it looks spherical, but I can't say for sure unless I go to measure it. I haven't done that, so I don't know. So I can't tell you, yes, the moon is definitely spherical. It looks spherical, but I haven't confirmed it is our 1000% honest position. And no flat earther is going to move from that position. No flat earther is going to move from that position. Sorry.
Okay, so what tool? Are you using a ruler or are you using an optical tool to determine the Earth is flat?
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be using
It's a
your eyes, of
question.
course. You're going to use your eyes.
There you
And
go.
then
There you go.
distance, but you're on the Earth.
There you
You're
go.
on the Earth.
There
Ladies
you
and
go.
gentlemen, you're on the Earth. You're
Yeah, that
going to
makes
use
it
your
even
eyes, you're
harder.
going to use your hands,
Yeah, you
right?
have a
And you're going
worse
to use the
point of view.
distance, okay? That's on the Earth. But on
No,
the
but you're
moon, I'm not
ultimately
on the moon.
measuring it. You're measuring it
I'm not
using
on the
your
moon,
eye.
though. Excuse me, I'm not on the moon. So as
Yeah,
I'm
but
not on the
being
moon,
on
I
something
can't
doesn't
make,
make
I
you.
need to be on the moon to be accurate. To be accurate and concise and
No, but not to
precise, I would
describe.
have to be on that object. Yes, I would have to be. In
Oh my God!
order
If
to
you're
know its shape.
describing the shape of
In
an
order to
object,
know its shape. I'm not talking about guessing. We're talking about
If
knowing.
in order
We're
to know the
talking
shape
about
of an
knowing.
object,
We don't know
if
the
you are
shape.
using your
Nobody
eyes,
knows.
if you are
Nobody
using
knows,
your
ladies and
eyes,
gentlemen.
if you are
Nobody
using
knows,
your,
ladies and gentlemen.
if
No
you are using,
human being knows.
if you are
Sorry.
using your, if you are using your eyes to determine the shape of an object, then standing on that object will give you a
We're
worse
using
point of reference
instruments,
than
ladies and
looking at it
gentlemen.
from a
On the
distance,
earth, we
because you,
use
by
instruments.
definition, cannot see the entire shape of the object. It
Unfortunately
is.
for you,
This is not
you're still
complicated.
wrong. You're in a weak position.
You're just
Ladies and
appealing
gentlemen,
to ignorance. To your
with
own
the earth,
ignorance.
we can measure. Ladies and gentlemen, as we live on the earth, we're able to determine its shape or not
We
here
can
on earth.
measure things in the sky.
As for the moon, ladies and gentlemen, one, we don't even know the distance to the moon accurately. That's the first thing.
Yes,
we
we do.
don't know its actual shape at
We
all.
do.
We don't know that. We only
We
get
do.
to see one side of it in actuality. So there's no way we can know. Any flat
You
earther
don't,
telling
but
you
we
that they
do.
know the shape, that's a misinformation. We do not know the shape of the moon
The
at
same.
all, as we cannot go there to confirm what we think it might be.
You think everywhere with GPS? You think we need to go somewhere physically with GPS for it to work?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Like,
provable.
really?
We are on Earth, ladies and
Oh my
gentlemen.
God!
We can
You
tell
can't
what
answer
is
a
going
single
on,
question
even
because
with
we all just
GPS
collapse
on
worldview.
Earth. Again, we cannot extrapolate that to the moon, as we're not on the moon. We would need to be on the object to be sure.
So, who has a better perspective of the shape of a ball? Us or a bacteria on
Ladies
the
and gentlemen,
ball?
perspective here really is mute, because
Oh
we do
my
not
God!
know
You can't answer a single
what the
question,
shape
can
of
you?
that moon is exactly, because we can't go there to make the measurements,
Why can't we? Why
investigative
not?
research. We can't
Why
do
can't we
that.
go there?
So therefore, we don't know.
Why can't we go there?
Oh, because it's not a place we can go to. We don't have the
Why not?
technology. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. The vacuum
What?
of space, the outgassing, off-gassing,
Wait, so you believe in
degassing,
space? You believe in
photovoluminousnous,
space? Is a
cosmic
vacuum?
ray particles,
You believe in
radiation, and the vacuum itself. Those
hold
are
on,
the
hold on. You
unsurmountable
believe in
problems.
space
We
and
don't have that
cosmic
technology
radiation?
or that capability.
What are you talking about? Wait. So you believe in space and
I don't believe in
cosmic
space,
radiation?
ladies and gentlemen. The only space that I acknowledge is
Okay,
the space
so
from the
what you
surface of
said
the
is
Earth
just
to
you
the
don't
blue
think what you
sky.
said is true.
That is all I
So
can
why
say, ladies
can't
and
we
gentlemen.
go? Why
From the
can't we
surface
go to
of
the
the
moon?
Earth to the blue sky that turns dark at night where I
If
see the stars.
if
That's the
we
only
can
space I accept to date, ladies and
if
gentlemen.
we can see it, why can't we go there?
Ladies and gentlemen, I've already explained. We do
No,
not
you
possess
didn't.
the
You
technology.
cited
It would be a
space
second law
and
of
cosmic radiation.
thermodynamics violation.
That is not.
And we can't do
You don't
that. We
believe in
don't have the
space.
technology. And then the
Yes, we
obstacles to
do.
surmount would be the outgassing phenomena, degassing,
What
cold
technology
welding,
are we
cosmic ray
missing?
particles, and radiation.
What technology are we missing?
I've seen a volcano, but I've not seen anyone go in the volcano.
What technology are we missing?
Ladies and gentlemen, if he doesn't understand what is meant by we don't have the technology, then he's obviously in
What
trouble, isn't he?
technology is
Clearly.
missing?
You tell me. We don't have the technology.
You're saying we don't have it. What are we missing?
No, that's correct.
We have the
We
technology
don't
to
have it.
go
We
up.
don't.
What
We
are you
don't have
talking
the
about?
vehicles. We don't have the vehicles that could get us to the moon, for example, because
Yes, we
it's not a
do.
place we can go to. Right?
What do you
We've
think a
got this
rocket is?
second law of thermodynamics that's keeping us in place, for
What?
example.
What do you think a rocket is?
Ladies and gentlemen, my idea, my understanding, full understanding of what a rocket is this. It's a glorified firework. It goes up
Okay.
and returns
What?
to Earth. That is it.
So
Waste of taxpayers' money.
you don't. But hold on. So you don't understand what a rocket is? Then you think it's just a firework?
It's just a firework, ladies and gentlemen. Arizine 51, liquid oxygen, hypergolic fuels combust and shoots out the nozzle. The problem with this vehicle is that in order for it to sustain a vertical trajectory, it must increase the size of the nozzle during the flight. Now, there's another problem that the rocket would have to carry the fuel. For the larger the nozzle, the more fuel it's going to expel. And the point is, the rocket can't carry enough fuel to sustain the vertical trajectory. Therefore, we don't have the technology.
What are you talking
and
about?
it always
Yes, you can.
returns to Earth.
Yes, you can. What are you talking about?
You can't.
Like this is you're just wrong. Like you're saying we don't have tech that we've had for decades.
We don't have
Like this
tech,
is
ladies and
actually
gentlemen.
just
Man
you
never
being
went.
ignorant.
The
Like
man never landed
honestly,
on the
you gotta
moon.
look this up. Like
Satellites in space
that's
do not
insane.
exist. We don't have the James Webb, the
Yes.
Hubble,
Oh my
the
god.
Kepler. the Himawari, the Kaguya, the what's it called? The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, for example, and you've got the Chandelier 1, Chandelier 2, Chandelier 3. These things do not exist out there. It's another ruse because the said environment isn't conducive. It would be a second law of thermodynamics violation.
I think he's
Well-
gone to rewatch the Indian moon landing.
Well done,
Yeah.
Jen. Well done.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and guys and dolls, on this Christmas holiday special bumper edition Gin CBR1, coming down with the facts. I've been limbering up anyway, so do feel sorry for anyone who's a Glober today. There you go, boys and girls. Carry on.
Oi, Jin, I've got something to say to you.
Yeah, what?
Congrats on the victory today.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Now Game 5 really means something.
Appreciate
I'm talking
that.
about the Ashes.
Oh, right. I see.
Weren't they like 2-0 down or something?
They were 3-0 down. They've lost to the Ashes, but they got a victory in Game 4.
Oh, you got me all excited there. I thought we made a comeback somehow.
Oh, you're avoiding the whitewashing so you can keep doing baseball.
Yeah, a very common and reoccurring tactic is that the Globers employ is to always misrepresent our position. You know, when we tell them what our position is, they don't seem to be satisfied with that, and their next sentence is immediately a misrepresentation of our position, and that would be the word belief kicks in instantly when we clearly explain that we don't do beliefs in this flat Earth truth, because that's where we went wrong, because we believed in the globe from our childhood days, and it was reinforced all throughout our childhood education, secondary education, and then university education, and then you go on to your vocation, and it's still being reinforced. So it's reinforced all the way from the cradle to the grave, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's going on.
I think with that though, that's why it's like we kind of expect that, don't we? You know, what's more embarrassing on their part is when they go, "Oh yeah, but there's proof we've done it," and then when you ask them, "How well? Let us know how that was done." I'm not the expert.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the funny part.
Yeah,
It's very
exactly.
embarrassing on their part.
I'm not a scientist. You know, that's what they always say. I'm not a scientist.
It's like, was it 20 cups earlier? We measure the light. 20 cups asking, how? Please do tell.
Right. And they like to offer up, and again, this is 20 cups suggesting, because the guy didn't know what to say. Is this spectroscopy? You know, and then he, oh, yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's crap. Right? What equipment do we have that can be measuring light at great distances? You know, and these things are meant to be light years away, for example, but yet we can measure. What instrument do we have that we've confirmed, that me and you have confirmed can do that? It's ridiculous now. Okay.
Right. How do you negate all of the other light that you're not trying to capture?
Yeah, there's a whole host of issues trying to perform spectroscopy on the sky. Right. Number one, you have to kind of assume that there's nothing in between. So for example, first assumption is that there's a thing there. Okay, a ball or whatever, emitting or bouncing light off towards you. Okay, first assumption. Second assumption is you basically have to, omit, the possibility that there's something in between you and that thing, somehow altering or interfering with the light as it's, traveling towards you. Right. So when you do your reading, you could very well be picking up on something either emitted off that thing or bounced off that thing, but maybe going through something that's going to change your reading. Right? You don't know these things, but they just take it at face value. Okay, they get a reading, and then it gets worse, right? Because they get a reading, and then they assume that, oh shit, this reading kind of indicates that, the light's got, a high frequency or a high amount of, or a high voltage or whatever of this particular frequency, and therefore it must be made of this element. They kind of jump to those types of conclusions. Right? There's
yeah, when it's done actually on Earth, they need a controlled environment to actually
I got a
verify.
basic question: is that if the limit of what we can see, because if it's a flat plane, theoretically you could see infinitely if the light is not blocked. So, but unless there's a limit to how far light can travel, right?
Which there is.
So what's the limit?
It's not just that, but it's also things shrinking.
No, I get it. There's obstruction, but what's the limit?
It's called the inverse square law.
Okay, yeah. So what's the limit?
Well, the source signal.
Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I think
if we can see the sun or the moon very clearly, why can we not? Why is it closer or farther than what we can see in the horizon, just past the horizon?
When you look out, right, you're looking through air, right? Thick air, quote unquote.
But not when you look up?
You're looking up, you're looking through gradually less and less and less thick air.
Gradually less and less, almost until there's that.
There is yes, dude.
Less and less until,
yes, dude. Oh my god, the horror. I'm gonna acknowledge that there's a gas pressure gradient. Oh my god. Dude.
No, but that entails
So the whole,
that if it's a linear, if it's a slope down, if it's a slope down.
Hang on, dude. The whole point is, yes, there's a limit to your vision, okay, because light has to travel through air, and air is not perfectly transparent. Just like water, right? You go down below water.
Yeah.
So you can't even see the sun anymore, right? Same idea.
So if there's no such thing as
bigger.
So if there's no such thing as space, and it's just air above us, it should also be blocked by the air, right?
I didn't say it's just air above us, dude. The hell are you talking about?
There is air above us,
I
right?
acknowledge it. I acknowledge that there's a gas pressure gradient. Yeah. But when you look laterally, if you gotta slow down, man.
There's
you gotta slow down, dude. Don't misrepresent what I'm saying. All I'm pointing out to you is when you look laterally, okay, the limit, the furthest that you can see, based on solely based on the effects that the gas or that the air would have on the light, insofar as limiting, how far you can see, that's going to be different than when you look up, because you're not looking through the same sort of almost constant thickness of gas.
But here's the question:
Mm-hmm.
When we look up, you don't believe in space, right?
XYZ, length, width, and height.
So you're not even gonna answer that. Okay, this is like bad faith. Okay, so if you look up,
I said XYZ, length, width, and height.
You know what I mean by this, and everyone else is.
Oh, you mean outer space? Oh no.
Everyone else is adamant that it doesn't exist. So if
you mean outer space?
You're just hiding the ball out. So if you look up,
Jin has already told you that place is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Space doesn't exist, right? Okay, so if you look up and there's air above you, it's just it never ends. Like there's just air, or maybe it ends at some point, but there's no space with no air. There should be a limit to how far you can see, right?
Cool. What is it?
Well, I mean, I asked you before, but you didn't have an answer. So here's the issue.
I don't have an answer.
Here's the issue. We go up very high, and we still cannot see that far laterally, horizontally. You still can't see. You still can't see. Across continents, so on. Across the.
Where did you get that from? Hang on, you're making a claim.
No, but here's the point.
Excuse me, he's making a claim. That's not a flat Earth position. You're making a claim I don't agree with.
If you look up, if there is a thing that we can see it so well, zooming in on a telescope, that we can literally see the texture of the surface. what people just, craters and so on. We should be able to go there, right? Because by distance wise, it can't be impossibly far if there's air all in between, and because the air would have to block it, right? It can't be farther than it would be, across the, across Earth,
Perfect.
right?
Right, but you're
Perfect.
you're baking in your assumption of the moon being 250,000 miles away.
No,
Right?
I'm not. I'm not actually. I'm bringing in the
No, not
possibility
exactly.
to be
Yeah,
closer.
no, he's not
But it's
exactly. Yeah,
closer.
I was actually just gonna I was just gonna actually probe him for that. Great. How far is it? How do you know?
Well, we can use lasers and we can go up, we can go there, but you don't believe in that. So I'm asking you,
Yeah,
if it's
can you
closer,
show us something?
if
Hang
it's
on,
not
well, check,
200,000 miles away, if it is
no,
close,
dude, you have to
because
slow the fuck down.
here's the
No,
issue.
no,
If we
bro,
can
I'm
see
sorry.
the texture, if
Okay,
we can
hold on.
see the
Dude,
texture of it
I'm gonna give you one more chance.
clearly,
Okay, you guys slow
we can see the
the fuck
texture. Well, hold on. If we can
down.
see the texture of it, but we can't.
No, you gotta slow the fuck down, bro. Okay? I want
He's
to
not.
ask questions, man. You're like running a fucking mile a minute with in this, okay, in this diatribe. Fuck. Can you relax for a second? I'm gonna take you off mute. Breathe. Okay? You said a lot there. Okay, let's go one by one. First thing, please repeat. Or do you actually not remember?
I remember. We can see the moon in clear detail. Then we can see things, horizontally. Like even things that are 40 miles, 50 miles, 60 miles, let alone 100 miles. Maybe you go up 1,000 meters, but then at that point, you're using very little air, so you're basically using the same way you would be seeing up. So the question is, if we can see very clearly the moon using a telescope on the surface, then it must be closer or close enough to physically go compared to things that are 50, 100 miles away on Earth, right? I mean,
You're not answering the question. What is that
it should be
distance?
very close to us, right?
What is that distance?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. One at a time. Okay, first thing. If you're on the ground and you're looking up, you're looking through gradually lesser and lesser and lesser thick or dense air, right?
Compared to things on the ground, right?
Yes, but there's always air, you think, right?
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Now, if you
No,
go
no,
high,
but this is important
no,
because
wait a
the
second.
concentration of air, of quote unquote air in space, is basically negligible, but there will be.
I get that, dude. Right.
But
So when you look,
you're doing
when
some
you
bad
look
faith
up,
here where you're
hang
acting like
on,
you don't
man.
actually
You're
believe in
not
it.
letting me
You do believe in
finish.
it.
You're not. I didn't say anything yet, dude. Okay, I'm just.
You're using the existence of virtually no air, which happens at the end of a gradient,
I didn't
which is
say
called
any.
space.
How about this, dude? How about you acknowledge that I hadn't even really said anything yet? Right? I asked a follow-up question, and you agreed. Right? You look up. You're in the thickest part. Okay, and you can see through it, and then it becomes easier and easier to see because it's less and less dense. Right? Even if you look up at a 45-degree angle, let's say. Right? Now, if you're up in the air and you look down at a 45-degree angle or whatever, 10-degree angle, you're looking into thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker air, i.e. more dense.
More air, yes.
Right. So is it any wonder to you why you might not be able to see fucking forever if you're looking down at an angle?
Yeah, I heard that, and I asked 3 follow-ups. Can you answer any of them?
Dude, you basically repeated that question. What are you
No, I
talking
didn't.
about?
No. You've said this. I know this, and I asked you follow-ups
This
based
is
on
the
this.
first time me actually saying
Can
this
you
part.
respond to
What are you
any of the
talking about?
follow-ups I asked based off of that, which I already addressed?
No, you didn't.
I did, because yes,
Bro,
air is
you
thicker.
asked me.
There's more air the lower you go.
Yeah.
So yes,
You asked
but
the question,
but
dude.
that brings up a few
Okay.
questions. I'm going to repeat them
Go ahead.
because you are not listening. One of them
No, dude,
is
that was this. What I just
hold on.
highlighted was addressing your first point, which is basically
I
a
am
question
addressing. Yes,
where it
you are
was
not.
basically.
Because I've asked these
You're not
questions
going to
over and
talk
over
over me. Hang on, dude. Watch out. Okay. Maybe you said it in like a rhetorical fashion or something like that, but you asked a question. about all this. That's why I answered you. Now,
I
if it
asked
wasn't
several.
just a rhetorical question, then fine, carry on.
Look,
okay, go ahead.
I can pull the YouTube script. I asked several questions which addressed this very thing.
Go
They were
ahead.
follow-up on this very thing. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just listen and answer. If there's less air, the higher you go, does that eventually and is there eventually some fixed concentration, or does it eventually go to what is a negligible amount of air? Does the gradient not just suddenly stop at some point?
As far as we can tell, it must.
Unknown.
How else do you have gas pressure? Yeah, how else do we have gas pressure unless it's enclosed?
You have gravity.
Okay, do you have proof for that?
Because air molecules have weight.
How'd you prove gravity? How'd you prove gravity has any effect on gas? What
Because air
experiment was?
molecules have weight, and if you have weight, then you are
so this
affected
is
by
your
gravity.
theoretical inference, right? This is your theoretical inference, right? So what scientific test was done?
This is the global understanding.
What
The scientific understanding.
No, you
Yes.
fucking son of a bitch.
Based in, yes,
what
this is
scientific test?
based-
What fucking scientific test experiment was done to prove this, sir? Thank you. Go ahead.
We've been waiting for this demonstration for a while.
I don't think you listened to what I said. And I got a dip, but I mean, I asked you a basic question, and you're
run away.
I don't know if you listened to what he said.
Fucking retard. Just get out. Just get out. Fucking retard. No situational awareness. Does not know when he's on red, right? Because he just fucking talks and talks and talks. Carlis.
And as soon as he was pressured on, can you prove gravity affecting gas molecules? What experiment was conducted by 20 cups? And my other colleague there, he had to fly instantly. He had to
go. Yeah, he had to go.
Okay. Okay, it's cool, dude. It wasn't that funny.
I thought you had to go. I thought you were gone,
No, it's the other. No, this is Gerald
Oh,
Ford.
sorry, that guy has gone then. Sorry, yeah. Sounded similar, the voice.
Yeah, he went. He gone.
Yeah.
He ain't got no argument. He ain't got no proof to back his argument.
Yeah. And please note,
right, I'll be the new lolcow.
And please note,
couldn't they just make two steel spheres and then just suck all the air out of one of them and then put them on some scales?
I'm sure they've done that, actually. They've probably done that.
That sounds like a good experiment.
Well, there is a claim out there, right? Something to the effect of you take a scuba tank or some shit, right? You weigh it, got nothing in it, then you pressurize it, right? And then it's got weight.
Oh, so you need a
container. Something to that. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you need a container.
Because you're increasing the density of the thing. We all know how that would affect, how the buoyancy of that object within the air affects that pressure, that downward vector. Right? They're calling it mass. It's just less buoyant for all we know. But they're claiming gravity. This guy's kind of snickering in the background, so I'm just going to put it on mute.
What they need to do is evacuate a region, right, of air, so cause a vacuum, without a container, right? Then within that space where there's no air, this vacuum, without a container, cause a gas ball to form, and then weigh it. Ha 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 ha! Very funny.
Yeah, only the creator could do such a thing. Yeah, because that's never going to be able to be achieved by man.
Because you couldn't do that on Earth, could you?
No, exactly. Only the creator can do such a thing. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
their claim that's possible, right? That sort of thing's possible in their narrative, in their worldview.
I know.
So
it's mad.
demonstrate it.
The other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, when you're looking horizontally across the Earth, the air is at its thickest at sea level where we live. So if you're hoping to see great distances, nothing in the way for thousands and thousands of miles, you're not going to be able to do that because the air itself will be the obstacle. But when you look up now, the air density starts to thin out, which will allow you to look up and see the stars clearly. Yeah, nice. But then try to look horizontal across the Earth. You're going to be limited because the air is at its thickest there. The gases are there, the molecules are at its thickest. And that's the limiting factor as to how far one can see horizontally, laterally. Okay?
Well,
just in case you're wondering.
Why do air particles gather closer to the surface of the Earth then? I mean,
But
like in your
they
model.
don't actually gather there. It's where it's being produced. That's where it's being produced, and then the sun and the moon, the thermetical exchange, the thermal exchange of the gases, then gets them into flux, and then they begin to rise up and flow all over the place, and then you have your storms and everything else. So it's where they start. They begin at sea level. That's where the sea is. That's why its concentration is at sea level. It's the beginning, and then it starts to rise up in flux as it warms up. The thermal exchange.
You ever see them ice lakes where they make a hole and it's just pure methane coming out, and they've got like a fire coming out of this ice lake?
Can I try to answer that?
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, thanks. So helium and hydrogen doesn't really hang out near the surface, right? It's mostly the heavier gases because of atomic weight. So everything seems to organize itself based on its relative density between the object, which I guess in this case it would be, gas particles, and the medium that it's in, which I guess in this case it would be gas particles. So, yeah, there's lots of reasons why the gas hangs out near the surface, but the number one thing is weight, I think.
So the mass. Okay. We agree.
What did I say?
And then
mass or did I say weight? I thought I said weight.
What gives something weight?
What's that?
Same thing. Here in Japan, we have these onsens.
You agree? Right.
We have the onsens, which are naturally hot spas, and in the winter, it's covered in snow. You see all that heat coming up. It's brilliant and really nice, really comfortable, really therapeutic.
Did Neil Armstrong weigh the same on the moon as he did on Earth, allegedly?
No.
But his mass didn't change.
Correct.
So it's not the same thing. Okay, just checking.
All right. I didn't say it was.
Tagged in something interesting, Jen, when it concerns how much water you would be looking through across the ocean. Take a look at that real quick.
So we were agreeing on not the same thing? That's weird.
No, we were agreeing the same thing. But Jen, what creates the gases?
Cow farts are going to destroy the world. Climate change.
Yeah, but what creates the nitrogen? Because nitrogen, air is mostly nitrogen. What creates that?
Lightning strikes.
Plant matter dying.
Plant matter dying creates nitrogen?
Yeah, you ever heard of compost?
Yeah.
It's high in nitrogen.
And it releases nitrogen in the air?
A lot of plants do.
So where do they get this? Where do they get this nitrogen from that they can release into the air?
Lightning strikes.
How does lightning strikes make nitrogen?
Look it up.
You think there's enough of them to account for all the air?
Dude, there's lightning strikes all over the world.
Yeah, no, but we have the pretty much consistent pressure at sea level all throughout the world, and not a whole lot of lightning strikes everywhere all the time.
I mean, there's lightning strikes all the time, just not everywhere all the time.
Yeah, no, but so why is the pressure the same where there is lightning strikes as where there's not lightning strikes?
I don't know. You would figure after 4.54 billion years of losing gas pressure that we would have lost it all by now, right?
I wouldn't figure we were 4.5 billion years of losing gas pressure, though.
So we don't lose gas?
Hi.
Do you think we lose gas?
Yeah, according to the
According to
standard
NASA, we do.
model, we
But you
lose
don't believe
like
that model,
a
so
shitload of tons. Well, I can give an internal critique without believing in it, right?
okay, how much gas
Like,
are
I
we
don't
losing?
believe in Hitler's stuff that he was, you know, doing bad things. I don't believe the way that he believed, but I can still critique it even though I'm not Jewish, right?
Sure.
Okay.
How much gas do they say we're losing?
I don't know. I can't remember the religion, what it says.
Millions of tons
You have to ask
every
one of
day.
the oracles. Her grok is really good.
Makes you wonder how they weighed this gas.
Oh, it's pretty easy to weigh if you wanted to.
I have
But
a
you have to want
question.
to.
How
I
they
have a
weigh
Right,
the
but I think he means the gas that we're losing from the Earth.
Yes.
How do you weigh all of that?
Well, they probably calculate it.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay, so I believe in flat Earth, but every single time that I bring up the idea of reptilian people around them,
Did she just get an instant mute?
Yeah, she got muted.
I get muted every time, like, so when you didn't get a chance to say what happens, and then it happened.
She was muted by reptilian overlord Jenny's.
That was pretty funny. Yeah. Great job. Killed the conversation. Well
We
done,
were talking
lady.
about how do they weigh the amount of gas that they lose. Or they claim that we lose every day flying through an almost
They
infinite
don't.
vacuum.
Don't.
Must have been a hell of a lot of those Stegosaurus farts.
Well, they've got to make up their minds. It's an open or closed system.
Earth was an open system.
It's
We all know
Clopen.
that.
It's a Clopen system.
It's closed.
Yeah, they got
Sounds
to open the
Dutch.
door for the rockets, the space rockets, didn't they? They got a keypad door to unlock first.
No, the sun's dropping
Different
energy
open
on us every
system.
day.
I'm kind of curious what Matt Stone has to say. Shall we unmute her?
No, the alien reptiles from outer space, that's Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. That's not a flat Earth talking point. Edgar Mitchell
Shall we lay her
became
down
so
slowly?
Edgar Mitchell became so incensed that nothing changed after the Apollo program that he came up with a conspiracy theory, shape-shifting reptiles in the government. So if you're going to go on and be like, hey, let's adopt this Apollo astronauts conspiracy theory of shape-shifting reptiles and just slap a flat Earth sticker on it for some reason, that's probably why you're getting mocked, because people believe Edgar Mitchell. They believe he went to the moon, and he believed that shape-shifting reptiles have control of the government. Otherwise, like, why would he lie?
I think a lot of people would have probably heard it first from David Icke.
Yeah, David Icke worked for mainstream media and then started telling the truth. And to quote Alex Jones, then he pissed in the punch bowl. Started talking about reptilians.
Yeah, Edgar Mitchell's take was that the shot callers, Nixon, sends him to the moon, says it's for world peace, it's going to be a giant leap forward. He comes back and he tells all the astronauts, hey, this overview effect is a deeply religious, transcending experience. You know how the Bible says, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated? Looking from the Earth from space levels that up to 9,000. That you treat other people is exactly how you treat yourself. And they laughed at him. They say he's ridiculous. He's a clown. And so he's like, all right, let's do this. Let's get some of you politicians up into space and say, look at it. Look at the Earth, you son of a bitch, and look what you're doing to it. And then they even laughed at him even more, mocked him, ridiculed him. So he said, let me come up with a better explanation for why they're like this, because they don't value Earth or other human life. So they must not be from Earth because they don't value Earth. And they must not be human because they don't value human life. So they got this reptilian brain. I mean, Edgar Mitchell wrote all about it. The guy was a complete quack. We can look at the Navy. He was a Navy pilot too, so the Navy was like, I don't know what happened to this guy. He got some sort of brain damage when going to space.
Wait, which guy are you talking about right now?
Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
I'm a flat earther, but every time I bring up like Kundalini Tantra, like I get muted. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Isn't that a thing?
Anytime I talk about Edgar Mitchell's conspiracy theory, a high-grade Navy military officer, I somehow get muted in these flat Earth channels. I'm like, okay, so?
Wait, isn't Kundalini like a sex thing?
I was just telling a joke. Keep it moving.
Yeah. It went over your head. It's like communism. It wasn't funny unless everyone gets it.
Well, no, I mean, I was just asking like what it is.
Yeah, just look up Tantra. White Tantra.
It's like that Kama Sutra thing, right?
Don't spill the real, bro.
Here, right here, military.com. Navy astronaut and 6th man to walk on the moon believes aliens have intervened with human affairs.
Hey, what's your opinion on aliens? How do you feel about them? Do you think they're like
What's your take on tipping?
what,
On who?
On tipping.
Like, donating money to waitresses or whatever?
Yeah, do you believe in tipping, over tipping, under tipping?
I thought you were talking about a person for a second. I was like, what the? Oh, shit.
Oh, cow tipping? Yeah, cow tipping.
Is bad practice, honestly. I think that businesses should pay their employees a fair and livable wage, and it shouldn't be the onus of the consumer and patrons of those businesses to subsidize the pockets of the business owners.
Well, maybe if the government wouldn't tax them for every single fucking thing they do.
Yeah, they try to say it's like on retail or sales where they're making commission. Like the more they're able to upsell people, the more they get tip for whatever they sell.
Well, I mean, commission is a performance-based initiative, as tipping is intended to be. However, tipping has been abused by business owners, and commission has not. Commission kind of can fall into that territory depending on how the business owner actually plays their cards, but most of the time it's not that case.
Huh. I heard this before. Just look at the article here. Edgar Mitchell, who wrote the 80 lines of code that saved Apollo 13.
Didn't Jack Black's mom do the math for one of the Apollo missions? Was it 11, I think?
Yeah, something like that. And she's standing next to it. It's just reams and reams of paper.
And she did it while she was in labor or some shit.
Jack Black's mum? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, look it up.
That's
No,
what I'm saying.
I remember this thing about some black lady that done all
No,
this.
the actor Jack Black.
Oh right, I'm thinking of a previous one then, probably an earlier one.
Oh, Canada.
You don't believe Canada was kicking our ass in 1812?
You kind of sound like Hank Hill.
What?
That is Hank Hill.
Have
The
you ever
real
heard of?
McCoy.
Hank Hill
Yeah.
became a flat earther because he sold propane and propane accessories. It requires a container. Like some globalist walked up and said, "Hey, I want some propane." He's like, "Okay, sure. Here's your propane." Like, no, I don't want that. I just want the gas. Just wrap the gas up in the ball and just hand me it.
Yeah, he
Like, it
said he had
doesn't.
gravity, so he didn't need the tank, right? And I was like, bro, you got to buy the tank. And he was like, nuh-uh. And that's how it all started.
Yeah, people have got a problem with scale. You know, when you scale that up to Earth, I don't know, it misses people.
Well, I mean, can you imagine what 31,984 matches look like?
Yeah.
You can. What's it look like?
3,480 whatever matches you said.
How about this? Can you imagine what 99 bags of shit on the moon looks like?
Do
We've
you
already
think
seen it.
actually did ever go to the moon?
Fuck no. I mean, this is the two thing. Even if they did, nothing changed. So it's like they didn't do it anyway.
My grandpa
Did you not
believed it
hear?
because he heard it
India
on the
have already
radio.
been to the moon. There is that many bags of shit there. Come on.
No, they're saying that the Apollo astronauts apparently left like 90 plus bags of shit on the moon.
I remember a while back you were telling me about the coffee machine on the ISS. Was that
Oh,
like
yeah.
an AI video or?
No, it's legit. It's but the cup. He's like, you walk to the bathroom, you drop a deuce off, you got a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go make a cup of coffee. Like people talk about farm the table. On the ISS, they got but the cup.
Wow.
It's like the original human centipede on the ISS going on there.
Yeah, that is pretty
Science
crazy.
the shit out of it, as they
Wow.
say.
Yeah, that's the classic, the spokesperson, the NASA spokesperson, Don Pettit. They find the most autistically retarded dude out there. Hey, make that guy the spokesman. And
Bro,
everyone's
wouldn't
like,
it be terrible
what?
to have to drink your poop water?
No, he got a kick out of it. Like he had the second part of the video is he makes some sort of weird cup that uses some type of force that you can drink from it, so you get to smell it too. He said before, like when you drank water, it's like in a container, you just got to squeeze the water through a straw into your mouth. But the way this cup is shaped, somehow it maintains surface tension, so you get to smell your poop coffee.
Wow.
Have you ever seen that guy Nathan For You? He does a thing where he goes to a frozen yogurt store and he helps them with their business by making a poop flavored frozen yogurt.
All gingers are.
No, nobody's seen that. The poop frozen yogurt.
No.
No, who's that being sold to?
It was
Probably NASA fanboys.
Yeah, they got the freeze dry it. You got like NASA poop yogurt freeze dried.
I can just imagine like Red's rhetoric and Peter, the whatever guy who comes in here, and Tim Osmond drinking like NASA poop coffee.
Oh yeah.
So they could be cool like John
They're
Pass.
astronauts now because
Wait,
they
do you
did that.
mean? Have you ever heard of what do they call it? Civet coffee, the poop coffee.
Yeah, the cat poop. Is that where they got the cats eat the beans or something?
Yeah, it's like the jungle cats that like eat the beans or whatever.
Yeah, this is different. This is like there's no cats up on the ISS. They just walk into the bathroom. I mean, there's a whole you can find it on YouTube. The whole interview. It's like Dom Pettit. It's the same video where he plays with Angry Birds. He somehow like he's got in the video. He's like, I'm gonna do an advertisement for Angry Birds in space, and then they're like, it's like on NASA's website, like NASA's YouTube channel. So it's not like some sort of deep fake. When I showed this to my uncle, and I'm like, because he's like anti-flat or anti whatever. He's like, we went to the moon, America. God blessed America.
He
And
identifies as an astronaut.
Yeah, his idea of what the astronaut was is not what he saw when he listened to Don Pettit talk about Angry Birds and poop coffee and smelling your poop shit, coffee shit. So he said it was a fake. The video is a fake.
We
And I'm
went
like,
to the moon.
what? How's it a fake? You'd say it's fake. He goes like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, here is this. I go pull up Don Pettit's on NASA's website. Is this the same guy? He's like, okay, well, it's not fake. It's a celebrity impersonator. And I'm like, holy shit, dude, really?
So
I
embarrassed by his own claim that he
Yeah.
has to sort of, yeah.
So then I'm like, okay, how about this? Just by chance, the video was on NASA's own YouTube channel. Like, it's fucking glorious. I go, okay, finally here, look it. We go to, I go, this is NASA's YouTube channel. Yep. You okay, it's not a fake. Yep, that's her channel. Okay, good. You'll page down a couple. Okay, this is Don Pettit, right? On NASA's website. Yep. Okay, boom. And there he is. I want to play with Angry Birds, and here I got 2 eggs. And don't ask me how I get eggs up on space station. I go, how do you think he did it? How do you get those eggs up there?
Well,
And he's
see,
like,
they put like literal bullshit on the ISS, like everybody would get it, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, they faked the moon landing. The world's probably flat, right?" So they got to trick like some of the people some of the time, right? So
Yeah.
they did like human shit. But if you go back and look, Pizza Hut delivered a pizza to the ISS in the early '90s. I mean, the skull comet, or what was it, asteroid? The skull asteroid they found on Halloween.
Yeah. Turkey Nebula on
See, you can see
Thanksgiving.
that that's a bunch of bullshit. But if you don't have the
Turkey
ISS,
planet.
you're going to be like, human poop coffee. The things that they go to. What heroes?
Yeah, it's interesting too because it all started because that Chris Hadfield had asked. They asked him, "Hey, how do you like the supplies? Right? How is it possible to get that much water up there to maintain human life? Because people need to drink a lot of water to stay alive." He's like, "Oh, we drink our piss," and people are like, "What? You drink your piss?"
Yeah,
And he's like, "Yeah, we're a bunch of piss drinkers up this motherfucker." But in Russia, drinking piss is like akin to cannibalism. Like that's how gross it is for the Russian culture.
In America too, Craig.
Also
Well,
harvest
yeah,
water
they
from
could
like
kind of like play around with the idea that if you recycle it or whatever. So the Russians were
harvest
asked,
water
"Are
too
you drinking your
from like
piss?"
when you breathe out, because like when you breathe
dude.
out, you
Okay, hold on, dude.
lose
Yeah,
water
hold on,
to
dude.
like
So they
carry
were
it.
asked. The people said, "Hey, Russian cosmonauts, when you're on the ISS, are you drinking your piss?" And they're like, "Fuck no, we do not drink piss." So then it came into, well, how does that work? So the Russians don't drink their piss, but the Americans do drink their piss, or the Canadians. So it
But the
turns out
Russians
that
stay there for the same amount of time.
yeah. So it turns out that they bring water up for the Russians, and then the Americans drink Russian piss too.
What? Oh.
the Chinese got to say about this?
But you guys don't believe anything that's happening, though, so it's all
Me
just a story they made
Chinese,
up.
me play joke, me play pee-pee in your Coke.
Yeah, which one is it? They're drinking piss or they're not drinking piss? Either one is just as funny. They're lied about it. It's like some sort of humiliation ritual.
Goes through desalinate, through salinization or something, doesn't it? Because like I remember watching this interview with an Australian astronaut, and they were asking about that, and she was liking it to, well, it's no different to when I tell children, hey, that water you're drinking, it probably went through the bladder of a dinosaur.
Yeah, which is hilarious too, because in America, like right now, there's millions of families with zero access to fresh drinking water. Kind of like a water crisis. They got to bring them bottled water. California, a huge problem with like water in that valley area. And but somehow on the ISS, they have unique space age technology that can turn piss into drinking water. And the Russians refuse to use it.
It's like Waterworld.
I mean, how many families here in America that don't have access to fresh drinking water? Or like Flint, Michigan, it's been lead poisoned water. They'd be like, "Damn, really? Can you give me a portable, household thing, and we can all just piss in it and drink the piss?" Oh no, that technology doesn't exist here. You can only use it for some reason. That technology is only workable in some sort of ISS. That's the only place it works. You think it works here? But I have no idea how it works. It's fucking magic. You just build a machine and pray to the machine gods, shoot it up in a rocket, and suddenly piss and shit turns into coffee.
Yeah, but you don't believe everything you see on TV.
I mean, just a story. The internal consistency of their story is just hilarious.
Yeah, who
And
was
it's
it that
all
said that? Who
Chris
was it that
Hadfield.
said, "Oh, you don't believe in that"? So,
I don't know. Someone
was it a
squawked?
Glober in it? Like, it sounded like he was getting embarrassed by the story. Like, and it's like,
That was
oh, but you
probably
guys don't believe in that. Like,
probably some random
please
squawker.
stop, like spreading the embarrassment of the mainstream claim. Like, please stop,
Well, I
stop
remember
sharing how
like
I'm.
5 years ago they were saying that flat earthers drink their piss. So I guess they were just projecting the whole time.
Oh yeah, they like to say that, don't they? That flat earthers drink piss.
It's backfired now. Huh?
Yeah, because they got video of astronauts telling the people they drink their piss. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, so who drinks their piss?
Not me. Not never.
Well, I think
Not never.
people in India drink like cow piss.
What about Africa?
I've heard there's horse piss in a lot of bathroom products.
What about Europe? Well, I used to drink bottled water my whole life when I lived in Texas. I moved here to Colorado, did a little research, and was like, oh, I could drink out of the faucet.
Yeah, I used to. I mean, right? I live here. I'm getting ready to move. It's just one thing after another that's just getting progressively worse. Like the super church came, the Walmart came. Now they're talking about taking this off the well water. They're gonna start putting city water in. At first, they scare people. They went around to all the different wells without no one's consent and tested it. And said a bunch of wells have these like forever chemicals in them. And so then people like bullshit. Let's test it. Let's do an independent lab. And like half the people, like some of them do have contaminated wells, but other people don't. They're told they did. So like, yeah, and they're gonna get pumped full of fluoride and all kinds of shit. Like put
Well, apparently though, there's mushrooms that can consume certain radioactive material now, so that might be a good way to clean up some of that water.
Oh yeah, like I know, like the all kinds. Nature does a good job, doing that stuff.
Mushrooms are gonna solve so many problems, man. Like they've found mushrooms that can eat plastic as well. Perfect way to clean the sea.
Yeah, they're talking about they do like flora and fauna. They want to add flora, fauna, fungi. They want to add like, 'cause people normally think about plants and animals, and they leave out, like fungus.
Because
Like,
it's its own category.
yeah, it's like the three categories of life.
So they don't photosynthesize.
Some do, some don't. Like the button mushrooms, they don't need any light to grow. Complete darkness, they'll grow.
Right, yeah, they find some of those in in the thick growth or in caves underground.
Right.
And then in the glow, some of them glow, like they're bioluminescent.
You've got so many different types in Australia. You're spoilt for choice there. So many different types.
Some natural, some introduced. Yeah, some native, some introduced.
Yeah, there's like one here in America. I have to look it up again. I don't remember the exact details, but they somehow DNA tested it, and it's like they think it's one organism that spans like across like all of like Wyoming and Montana or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, like the
Do
thing
you
is,
mean the fucking mycelium network?
yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
7 miles long or something, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah,
I think I've heard
ridiculous.
that.
Like Avatar.
Yeah, I think it's like the largest organism on Earth or something like that, right?
Yeah, it goes underground and it the little part that you see sticking above the ground. People falsely assume that each individual thing is its own organism, but instead that they're all connected. It's just
Oh,
one.
everything's interconnected. We'd be nowhere without mycelium. We'd be fucking nowhere.
There's actually a plant like that in New Zealand too, they've found.
You know, it's kind of interesting is you can hook up electrodes to mycelium and then measure like the electrical impulses and translate those into sound, and they make music.
So did you guys hear that there's going to be an executive order, if it hasn't already happened, that marijuana is going to be rescheduled to Schedule 3?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
already did it.
talking about it.
What does that mean?
In America,
Are you
it was
talking
considered
Basically-
no medicinal benefits.
Basically, it
So-
means that pharmaceutical companies can start packaging weed.
Oh, he's catching up with us. Yeah, we're doing that already. Yeah.
Yeah, because right now it's Schedule 1, meaning like there's no medicinal use and highly addictive, and the worst of the worst.
So is that
That's
applied to
crazy
all of
when one of the
America?
most prominent researchers on it in history from Israel that studied it for 60 years stated on record that it most likely has benefits for every known ailment to mankind.
Does anybody else hear like a really high pitched squealing?
Yeah, I hear that.
I'm hearing a bit of feedback on me.
Yeah, no,
on
it's
myself
ducking.
through someone.
I was gonna say it earlier,
No,
but
it stopped.
yes, ducking overlord.
So is that for all of America then? It's not just certain states.
That's federal.
Yeah, it's federally classified.
Sorry, I had you guys like volume cranked way up. My bad.
I got gaming headphones on, so it's like really, really high pitch.
So it sounds like they've made enough money out of it and they're pulling the plug now.
It's the war on drugs. It's really what started reefer madness. See, it's gonna be interesting. Like, how is the government gonna correct this now? Because they've
To be
got
honest-
like 100 years of science that says that marijuana is extremely dangerous street drug. How are they gonna roll that back?
To be honest, it's not going to have any change for like the actual consumption of weed for the average person. All it's going to do is enable pharmaceutical companies to package up cannabinoids and name them as proprietary.
Or is it a worry of like the hemp taking over? Is that what it is?
I mean, that's part of it. They changed the farm bill to ban the hemp loophole, so that's coming into play in 2026.
Because we all know hemp could replace everything, you know, clothing, all of it.
Well, specifically, they changed the farm bill loophole for intoxicating
Bro,
hemp.
fix your fucking mic.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
Really high pitched.
You got some
told
weird.
what's wrong with it, bro.
Hold
Didn't
on,
we
let me
just tell you
jiggle-
what's
let
wrong
me
with it?
jiggle the cable.
Yeah,
Is
you
that
got
any
some
better
weird
now?
stats.
Does that sound any better now?
Yeah, it's better. I mean, it's still a
Good
little
stuff.
high pitched, but I think it's not as overbearing.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
Well, just tell me if it gets bad, and I'll jiggle the cable again.
Yeah, the static's gone. There was a bit of static with it. That was all.
You guys hear about the
But yeah, I've
crazy?
seen that they've been making houses out of hemp and mushrooms together. Because there was one businessman that was making packaging out of mushrooms, you know, to get rid of plastic packaging. But
And you'd have all the hippies coming to your house and licking your walls.
They've combined it with hemp, and they've made buildings out of it.
Yeah, you can make hempcrete.
Sorry, ducking until you fix it. Learn how to mute up when you're not speaking, please.
Yeah, it's kind of loud again. How about you guys
Yeah,
hear
push.
the ISS story where the woman went batshit crazy and started drilling holes in the side of the hull? NASA kept it in the wraps for a while until Russia finally said, yeah, it
Yeah,
happened.
but you don't think that's true, though, do you?
Who
Because
the
there's no
fuck did
space
that?
station. No space station drill holes in, right?
Oh, Scott
I love it
Matthews.
though. Why are you
Shut the
saying
fuck
that,
up.
Scott? It's like you
No,
don't
forget
want us
about it.
to.
It's a squawker, like that sort of thing.
Well, no, it's like he's embarrassed. He doesn't want us to announce how embarrassing what he believes in. Like that's what it is.
Hey, I'll tell you what I do believe. I believe that NASA did this study where this chick was fucking a dolphin. How about that?
Start telling people what they believe. Like,
Ooh.
No, it's not that. He's trying to offset his own pain by having to hear how stupid what he believes in sounds.
All right, because Dagaz posted a meme about Michelle Thaler saying that rocks are our cousins, and then so like he's there talking about like trying to psychoanalyze all the flat earthers in here with what they say. I'm like, what's your psychological analysis on her? And he's like, on who? And then they didn't want to talk about it. I kept asking, rocks our cousins, Scott? No, wouldn't answer it. Didn't want to know. Hypocrite.
So it all sounds believable to you, though, Scott. Yeah.
Just take a picture of your psychology degree, Scott, and put it in the side chat for us.
Like someone declares right to the world, hey, like the surface of liquid at rest is actually horizontal, just like we've been told. Yes, it's true, right? Oh, you're crazy. And then Michelle Thaler comes on from NASA and says, rocks are our cousins. And it's like, oh, so profound. That's so like sane.
The idea of having an antipodal ocean is crazy to me. Like people believe in that is just I don't know. The same body of water being antipodal.
What about my gravity?
Another one's funniest too is like the love triangle financial crime from the ISS. Like some chick figures out that her boyfriend's seeing some other astronaut chick, and they've been going out to clubs and stuff. So she's able to pretend to be the other astronaut and then get her password and then find out what clubs they're at. Or like the one who's going to go murder another astronaut. So they wore some weird wig, put on a bunch of astronaut diapers, and packed the car full of gas cans and drove someplace. I mean, these astronauts do weird. I mean, when you look at it, oh, flat earthers are weird. Really? Do you want to hear about some of these astronauts? Yeah. Hey, Scott, you didn't make me sad, dude. You're just getting modded to your own standards. The way you mod people, you're getting modded. So if you don't like it, change your ways, dude. Remember back a couple years, I was like almost out as mod here. It was like really just like, okay, crit, it's not working out, dude. We're gonna have to part ways, change a few things around. We're gonna switch it up, switch mods out. Yeah, I'm like, no problem, no problem at all. All of a sudden, Scott Mackey goes on a rampage about how I need to be demodded. That, to save the channel, you gotta get rid of crit. I was like, well, fuck, we can't get rid of you now, dude. I'm like, yeah, saved by Wacky Mackey, of all things, like, because if we get rid of you now, it's gonna, Mackey's gonna run around like he's some sort of king shit.
What his complaint reinstated you as a mod?
Yeah, it was fucking epic. It was so epic. I was like, hey, I notice I'm still mod, and they're like, yeah. I go, what happened? Well, Wacky Mackey just had a thermonuclear, like 15 bullet point, like wall of text freak out about how you shouldn't be a mod. And I'm like, can I get a copy of that? Like, literally, if this idiot just would have kept his mouth shut, I wouldn't have been a mod.
I don't know. I think it's funnier listening to him like beg us to not expose how stupid his worldview sounds.
But wait a minute, isn't Mackey a psychologist? Doesn't he know about reverse bias? He should have saw that coming, right?
I know, right? Like, seriously, dude, you didn't see this coming? Like, you didn't think that what was going to happen? Like, what the hell, dude?
Is Mackie muted?
No, it looks like he got banned. He bounced him out of here.
I was going to ask him if he thinks we should go back to doing lobotomies.
Yeah, they think so. A lot of globalists think that lobotomy got an unfair shake. Like, how could something that wins a Nobel Prize go from that to like completely discredited, like in just a matter of years?
Yeah, it was peer reviewed. Must be good.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, look all the people it saved.
Same as electric shock therapy.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. This is I forgot to tell you guys a story. So another server, you know, I hop around a lot. So I was talking to this atheist dude, and he's supposedly like, you know, getting a doctor to be a neuroscientist. He's going to create little brains in vats and shit. So he's talking about how flat earthers were like cavemen, were barbaric. I go, like, well, thank you. You know, like, okay. Well, anyway, and then at some point he says like, you know, we should deny, you know, we should be banned from access to, you know, like modern, you know, amenities like the internet and whatnot. So anyway, after going back and forth with them and saying that all these things, all these punishments that should be dished out to flat earthers, I go, well, how am I going to catch up to you then? If I can't access the internet, I can't use X, Y, and Z, then how am I going to catch up? And he's thinking about, come on, neuroscientist, you know, how am I going to get there? How am I going to get to where you're at if you lock me out with violence, you for force, out of all the modern stuff? And then finally, after getting to him, I go, okay, let's say this, right? Your daughter or your family member, whatever, is has an ailment. They're like schizophrenic or something, and the doctors want to either do lobotomy or electrical shock therapy. But your neighbor says that their daughter had the same thing, and they hired an exorcist, and it worked. What do you do? Which one do you go with? And he goes, I won't go with any of it. I go, no, you're in the 1930s. So you got three choices here. That your daughter gets a lobotomy, they electrical shock, or exorcism. Which one do you pick? And the dude just wouldn't say it. I'm like, dude, really? You can't just say it. You just, knowing what you know now, just like the power of sort of faith and healing and the placebo effect. You couldn't even say, oh, I guess it would go with the placebo effect because the other two are clearly not going to help. But he couldn't say that because in the 1930s, he would have done it. He would have picked lobotomy. I go, you're the caveman, dude. You just picked whatever sort of tribalistic, you know, leader you have at the time. Like Ugg told you, smash rock on head.
People always talk shit about cavemen, but when you live underground, like, the heating and cooling is not a problem.
Yeah, it's like the cavemen invented fire, invented the wheel.
Survived saber-toothed tigers and hunting for mammoths instead of going to Walmart.
There was even geothermal heating and cooling from ancient times. It's a lot of pipe work underground.
Yeah, I think our ancestors were awesome.
The Romans basically invented central heating.
Or
And obviously building with those more natural materials, you know, like a cob and plaster house and a dome shape because it helps, you know, like with the wind, it lets it not penetrate. And it obviously keeps it warm in the winter and cool in the summer. So can't get more efficient than that, you know. The materials are there freely available. I want to try my hand at using those sort of older techniques. I want to make a pizza oven for my garden. I also want to start a mini hydro system going. That is great for gardening. You know, if you want to create your own or automatic irrigation system, and you can also harvest some compressed air at the same time with your where the head flow is. You have you create a hole at the top of the pipe and put loads of straws in it. And what happens when the water goes down? It pushes and compresses all the air, and then you have further down the pipe, the horizontal pipe, after the drop. You can have a container and store all the compressed air, so you can use that for like a lot of workshop tools that use compressed air. Just from falling water. And also you can attach a Pelton wheel, and there you go. You got your mini hydro. You're generating electricity as well.
You ever wonder what it must be like being a cop? You know what I mean? Like, the politicians are corrupt and the CIA is like running drugs, but like you like take it out on your fellow Americans. You know what I mean? Like the ones that, create victims, like I get it. Like, yeah, there's criminally insane people that need to be apprehended, but like putting someone who's not criminally insane in a cage without, creating a victim, like they didn't break contract, they didn't, do anything deceitful. It's just the politician said, yeah, you can't do that. That whole shall not be infringed. Those are just like guidelines.
Yeah, but surely it's got to sort of cross your interests when it's like that could happen to your own kids. Surely they've got to think about that as a cop. Like it could happen to their family, you know. That injustice. Yeah, that must be quite hard to deal with, you know. It's almost what is it again? Cognitive dissonance, really. Sure they get a bit of that.
Think about the ones like in the small towns. They're doing it for like barely any money. Like there was no
It's
war
like,
on drugs because you could throw a stone and hit a drugstore from like your front door, basically. So it's never been a war on drugs. It's always been like the war on the American people.
it's been a war on competition.
Right, competition for big pharma.
It's like I always love it, yeah. You always hear the banks with these adverts about scammers. Like how fucking how rich coming from the biggest scammers that there are, you know, banks. Like they're so tongue in cheek their adverts, you know, trying to warn you about scammers when they're the biggest scammers going. They just don't like competition. But I don't know, man. You see the good side of police as well as the bad side, you know. A lot of them toe the line stupidly.
Yeah, but they all admit that, the government's corrupt, but their
This
job
bull.
is to do what the government
Homosexuals
is
are fucking
telling them.
monsters. They need to be stopped.
What's that?
Say again? He might have been hot micing. But
Maybe.
no, I'm just saying, like, I see quite a few clips where, especially American clips, where they're catching quite a few bikers that are just going way too fast. And you can just see that the officer is not being a police officer, they're being a father or, you know what I mean, a parent. And they're just like, lower the speed. They just don't want to see them die, you know what I mean? Like, I can give credit to them people, man. At the end of the day, you need the police, like. But they're swayed, innit? We get it. It's corrupt. It's a corrupt system. They have to toe the line.
I just can't tell you like how many videos I've seen of a cop saying like, "Oh, we'll just get them with obstruction," and it's like, wait a minute, they didn't like stand in your way or anything. They're not blocking you. Like, are their words creating like a force field or something around you to where you can't, do your job because someone said something? Because Houston versus Hill has already ruled on that. Like that was like in the late '80s. So I know training's
Well,
expensive, but you got to keep up to date with those, court-made laws.
but they know the people that don't know the law, and they'll try their luck. Do you know what I mean? They got to get some quotas done, So the people that don't know the law, they won't. They'll go for. Whereas the people that know the law and they're recording, yeah, they're not. They don't want to do that.
Well, they arrest journalists all the time, just because someone doesn't work for like CNN, doesn't mean that they're not a journalist.
Well,
It's
there's
like,
free press. I thought that was one of the.
right, that's the whole thing, free press. So when American cops arrest journalists, I'm like, oh, like you guys want it to be like North Korea. Like
Yeah,
that's
you're
what
taking
you guys
away
want
their.
the future to be like.
Yeah, that's depriving you of your rights, though, isn't it? So that's illegal
And the cops
or
always say,
unlawful.
these sovereign citizens, they want to stand on their rights, but it's like, wait a minute. Like, don't you guys always say that you only have to follow policy, you don't actually have to follow the law? And then isn't it, a law to violate somebody's rights? Isn't that like literally against the law?
Right. That's why they get scared though when someone's filming and they know their rights, and they repeat it back to them. Like there's quite a few people that purposely they follow the cops, and the cops like pulling them over like, why are you following us? It's like, am I not allowed to? Is that against the law? I want to know what's going on in my neighborhood. It's really funny when you turn the tables on them, isn't it? When you're scrutinizing them, they don't like it.
Yeah, but they literally like swore an oath before God and country that they would defend your rights to, scrutinize them. And then they get like extremely drunk on their power. And to me, like driving drunk is kind of like policing drunk on your power. You probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, and it definitely shows when they've pulled someone that doesn't know the law, because they'll stick them with whatever they can.
Yeah, I mean, I get if someone is like recording the cops and they're like, getting like within like 10 feet of what the cops are doing, and the cop tells them to get back and they get closer. Like, okay, yeah, you should probably get arrested because you don't have the right to interfere.
Right.
And I wouldn't want somebody getting that close to me. So, I kind of get it. But when someone's like, on the sidewalk and they're like, 15, 20 feet away, because they have to be able to hear. The court has already ruled they have to be able to hear what's going on, not just see what's going on. And then there's always that one cop that like blocks the camera, prior restraint. Prior restraint is what they call it. And they've already ruled on that too.
Until they call the sergeant to explain to their staff what the law is. But then again, some sergeants still try and back up their,
I just
underlings
think
that.
everybody should be responsible for their actions. Like there shouldn't be a special class of people that get to do whatever, and let the court worry about it. $60,000 later, you give to the judge, not the judge, but the judge's friend, the defense lawyer, 60 grand or whatever the lawyers are going to charge you. It's like, oh, turns out you're not guilty of obstruction after all. And then the taxpayers pay the bill.
Yeah.
So they basically get away with murder as long as there's no public outcry. And as long as they don't break policy. And there's always that, people say, oh, it's just a bad apple. It's like, how many times I've seen cops violate people's rights, and all the cops back them up. There's not one good cop there to say, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? What did this guy do? Like, oh, he was recording me and talking shit, so I'm going to get him for obstruction. Like, you can't do that. He's a journalist. Like, not one good cop.
Yeah, but it's just the way it is, though, because then they're fucked and then they're out of a job. So you can understand it. All right, it's shitty that not one person wants to do the right thing at the cost of whatever. But you can understand that they're squeezed into a position.
Well, I'm kind of squeezed into a position every day at work, I'm trying to do the right thing, but trying to obey the laws too, It's like if I see a driver, like if I think he's like drunk or something, like one of my fellow coworkers, like I'm gonna snitch on his ass, like to get him off the road. I'm not gonna like cover for him, especially
For
if
sure, but I think you're less likely to be outed by the rest of the company, whereas it's a different thing in the police. It's like blue first, but yeah,
the blue
they've
line.
got that tribe mentality as well. Back to blue. Whereas like what you're saying, that's just completely like safety issue. So like I don't think anyone would bat an eyelid for you raising that because it's an issue, isn't it? Similar thing with police as well. Like for police officers getting caught drunk driving, they're probably the rest of the precinct can't protect them. Literally, there's no protecting that unless they're the police chief or the sheriff or whatever it is, depending on their rank.
Well, back in the day, they used to, cover for each other over stuff like that, and you can tell because the older cops, they'll be like, "Hey, can you show a little bit of courtesy?" And they're like, "I got a body cam on." So back in the day, they didn't wear body cams.
Right,
So
and
they
everyone
would get
didn't
away
have
with all
phones.
kinds of stuff. Yeah. So nowadays, it's a lot harder to be corrupt, but it's still possible to be corrupt because so many people are ignorant. Because the government school ain't trying to teach you your rights. They're not interested in you knowing your rights.
Nah, that's not in their interest. But you do have to give it to them, though. They do put their lives in danger every day. Like,
Well, I don't have to give it to them because pizza delivery is in the top 10 list, whereas a cop doesn't even make the top 20 as far as dangerous jobs in America.
shit. So the pizza delivery guys should be being given weapons.
Right, but it's against all policies because the insurance companies don't want the pizza guy to just start blasting.
Right. Yeah.
So we're not even supposed to have like a fingernail file, you know what I mean?
Oh, mace, taser. Well,
No,
maybe not a taser, but
none of that. We're not supposed to have any of that
bear,
stuff.
bear spray. You know, good old bit of bear spray. Why not? I didn't know that though. That's crazy. That's the most dangerous job. So what? Taxi driver, possibly second or third before the police.
Well, it says professional driver, so that kind of includes like taxi driver, truck driver, pizza guy, Lyft, Uber.
Delivery drivers.
Right.
That could just be dogs as well though. People just not having their dogs on their lead, or when the door, with your porch door in it, and the dog can just get out. You see a lot of them getting chased away. And then you got them porch pirates though that are waiting around to steal the packages. Like that's mad shit. The audacity, right? Fucking hell.
So the reason our job is so dangerous is because people are on their cell phones, people drop their cigarette, people have kids in the back seat, their dog is freaking out, a bee gets in their car. Then we deliver to places where it could be a setup or a trap. At any time they could spring the trap on us and rob us.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
And we can't call for backup. Like if we're getting attacked or something, like we call for backup, like, hey guys, come help me out. They're gonna show up empty handed. They don't have any weapons either. Whereas cops, they can call in the National Guard, all kinds of stuff. I can't tell you how many times a week I'm like dodging someone who's gonna hit me, and then I get out of their way. It's usually like 2 or 3 times a week, I think, on average.
What, like people looking to?
No, just my car, hit my car.
Ah, right, just crap drivers.
Yeah, because everybody's got a cell phone nowadays. And not everybody's smart enough to get a magnetic mount.
Well, hello, my sons. How are we doing today?
What's up?
I'm doing pretty good on this very round day today.
Having a well-rounded day, are you?
Yeah, very well-rounded day. Very round day. On the very round earth.
Nice.
T-Dub knows it too. Conspiracy knows it too. Dr. Jordan, O'Reilly. I'm Larry. It's a very awesome day. Very roundish day. Very well-rounded.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's biting.
Buying what? You don't have to buy anything. You just have to concede to the fact that well, you don't have to concede. You can be delusional all you want to, but the objective truth is we live on a very round ball, not a flat surface.
You saw it on TV? You saw it on TV?
Wait. So your response to that is laughing instead of trying to counteract what I said.
So how do you know that? Did you see it on TV?
Wait, did I see it on TV? No. I mean, you saw it on TV. You believed a bunch of bull crap. A bunch of crazy people told you.
Right, like that the Earth is a sphere. I did believe that.
Yeah. Go ahead. What did you say?
I did believe that when I saw that the Earth was a sphere on TV. I did believe the crazy shit that I saw on TV.
Oh no, it's not that. That's basic common sense. For a very
What
normal
sense?
person.
What sense? Do you see it like when you go outside, or do you hear it, or do you feel it? Does it touch?
Yeah, it's the horizon. Anyways,
So you can see a flat horizon, and that makes you think you live in a.
flat horizon. My sir, are you blind?
No, I can see pretty good. I drive for a living.
Do you own a pair of glasses?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I think you need your prescriptions. Fixed a little bit. I think you should take a trip. Go get some new glasses. Just go to the beach, sit down, just wait for a boat to go over the horizon, and then tell me what happens.
So I've already been, to the ocean. I saw Ingleside on the bay from 10 miles away, and the water was up to my armpits. So the funny thing about that is, if it was 10 miles away, there should have been 66.6 feet of curvature. So how did I see beach houses on the beach that should have been behind 66 feet of curvature?
It's easily disprovable. So, what happens when a boat goes over the horizon?
Well, it's one of those interesting things to where you shouldn't have been able to see what I saw. I shouldn't even know that Ingleside on the Bay exists, but I saw it anyway. So it's really interesting.
Or here's the issue. Maybe you didn't do it right.
Maybe the curvature didn't do it right.
Maybe you weren't at the right position. Because when a
Dude, I was
boat
in the
goes over
water.
the horizon, for a normal person, in our dimension, it disappears. And it's been proven countless times. So you trying to disprove countless research on this. It's kind of disingenuous, don't you think?
No, that's actually how science works. You prove and disprove things.
Well, but the thing
So,
is, you trying to disprove something that is generally impossible to disprove when it's right in front of your eyes is crazy.
so it's not falsifiable? According to Karl Popper, if your science isn't falsifiable, that's bad science.
Okay, so how about this? Wait, wait, did you quote that crazy?
Did I quote that crazy?
Yes.
No, I quoted Karl Popper. I don't know anybody named that crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That crazy person.
Dog crazy.
Yeah,
So you think
Buffalo
Karl
trying to say that
Popper's
it's
a crazy person?
Dog crazy on.
So again, right? There are certain sciences you can't disprove. There are certain things in general that you can't disprove. Like can't disprove. One example: 2 + 2 = 4. Does it equal 4? Hmm.
Oh shit!
That's math. Yeah, you can't disprove
This
that.
is actually a subject.
Yeah, these people are really stupid. They think the Earth is flat. And I disprove them every time.
This is a subject.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it
only
is.
place you see the Earth as a sphere is when you turn on your TV. When you go outside, you don't actually experience curvature.
Well, you actually do. You're just too dense to see you, or maybe too blind to see you.
So where
Maybe.
do you see the curvature at?
Where do I see the curvature at? Just go to the beach, look over the horizon.
Yeah, but when people go to the beach and see too far, that's when globe earthers saying, "Yeah, but refraction. You forgot about refraction."
There you
That's why
go.
you see too far. The Earth looks flat because of refraction.
There you go.
I
So
About
why
just
the
don't
would you
water.
say
You
understand
know what
this?
why
happens?
this is a debate. Why is
Yeah,
this a
Loki.
debate?
There's not the flat earthers.
Because we
If
don't
you were
believe what we see on TV. We
see
actually
Loki,
test
here's
things
the
out for ourselves.
Then you're retarded. Then you need
wait,
to see your
wait,
way
Loki,
Oh,
out.
so critical
Loki.
thinking and questioning the narrative is retarded? You should just be like a good little sheep, like a
Well,
turtle
when you question the
android and do what
narrative
you're
in
told,
a
right?
very when you question the narrative in a very questionable way by bringing up something that isn't very logical at all and
Do
can't
you
really
guys
be
think
proven at
Osama bin
all.
Laden did 9/11?
Say that one more time?
Do you guys think
Osama
Osama
bin
bin
Laden.
Laden did 9/11?
Well, yeah, it's provable. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
he did.
okay. Okay.
Well, the thing is, he
All
didn't
right.
do.
That's
It
that's
wasn't
fun
just him.
talking to
Though.
you
I
guys.
mean,
Well,
it
hold on,
might
hold
not
on,
have been
hold on.
him,
I'm about to
but it
explain,
could have
bro.
been the
Hold on, bin
narrative
Laden.
that he was
Hold on. I am Larry.
speaking. But I couldn't
Hold on.
directly conclude that it was him. I couldn't put him up against a jury and tell
Of course, the
him that he
government.
actually
Hold
did it.
on.
But I
The
can
government.
guarantee that his narrative and the people amongst him that it came from his group of people. Yeah.
His group
But
of
you
people.
agree it's just a narrative because it was just let at
Well, I
sea.
mean, that
Apparently.
was
From what he
well,
was pushing, yeah, terrorism, and
allegedly.
to because they want to push their Muslim beliefs upon America, and they don't believe
Okay,
that
so
we're
now this is
that
just
we're
not like Loki.
they don't believe that we're good people. They don't believe
Loki,
that
Loki, not gonna lie.
Christians.
Now you're just going down like a rabbit hole now.
No, they
It's
don't
so bad.
believe Christians are good people. So that's why he did it. That's why they did it.
It's not that. Also, the government. Hold on.
No, I got a question.
The,
This is a
the
legit
government was
question.
involved
Serious,
too.
So it was
serious
the government
question.
that did it.
Hold on. Did
Well, the government
Osama
was
bin
involved
Laden
in
and
it.
his crew did
Possibly.
they steal the gold under the
I mean,
towers too?
hold on. Let me actually bring up an example really quick, just like 2 seconds. Do you remember
That's a serious
2017, the Las
question.
Vegas? Hold on, Loki. Do you remember the 2017
I didn't
Las
say
Vegas
nothing.
shooting? Hold on, Loki. Hold on.
I didn't say
Loki.
nothing.
So did they steal the gold from underneath the towers too? Like if you believe the official narrative of 9/11.
There's fucking gold underneath the towers. Oh my god.
Yeah, so the gold that
That's
went missing
retarded.
that day, did the
It's
terrorists
not
jump out of the
underneath the
airplanes?
tower. Are you
Yes, you can look it
serious?
up. Gold was missing from underneath the towers on
That's a
9/11.
conspiracy theory. That's retarded as fuck.
So you're not going to do any research. You just heard about it and you dismissed it automatically because you didn't see it on TV. Is this what you call critical thinking?
I mean, I could research it, but I highly doubt it. There's gold underneath the tower. Why would you keep gold underneath a place of business? That doesn't seem practical. It
Why would
seems
you keep gold
idiotic.
in the safe? Like, why wouldn't you put it on the safe? It'd be
But I
safer.
am Larry. I actually agree with this.
I put
The
it
government
somewhere
was. Wait, hold
safe.
on, Loki.
It's the whole meaning of a safe.
Well, Loki, I want to
All
ask
right,
you a
so under
question
the
really
Like
quick.
building,
the
right?
first word of a safe, like the whole meaning of a safe. What?
Loki, I have a question. Just calm your
Why?
old ass down really quick. Do
Are
you
we?
remember
Are we?
2017? Calm down, bro. Like
Fucking shit, dude.
2017. This nigga won't shut
27
up.
what? Sir, what?
Dude,
What did you
shut
say?
up. Here, 2017. Do you remember the Las Vegas
I,
shooting?
2017 Las Vegas shooting. Is
Yes.
that what you said?
Yeah. Do you remember that?
I do not remember that. What is this regarding?
Do you remember, all the gun laws, that were trying to push down gun laws for, federally?
Okay, I don't care. All guns should be legal.
Okay,
I'm
but
an
the thing is,
American.
you know what
Everybody should have
happened
a
that
gun in
day?
their hands.
Well, I think it was like a few hundred people died, or a few, well, maybe less, but no, it was a big
Yeah.
shooting,
So
and they
did
tried to
they
hold on,
do out
Look,
in
really quick. Let me
Texas
finish.
where
Let me
they
finish.
shot up
Nope.
a fucking a commune of people studying Christ? I guess he
No, it
had
wasn't
his
that,
own
dude.
little.
Hush. It was at a resort. I think
There
was
will be no
a
hush.
hotel. Yo, Larry,
What?
can you just mute him really quick?
He should probably govern himself. You know what I mean?
Larry, so you're gonna mute me, but then
Yeah,
gonna mute
because I asked the question and you
old
like
Spurgeon
jumped all over
man.
top of me. And I
I'm
don't even really like
waiting.
muting people. I'm a staunch libertarian.
I'm waiting for the. I'm waiting
Okay,
for
Loki. Okay, so
something to retort to.
the thing is, right? The government, they don't talk about it, right? But the government, certain political party was involved. They try to say it was one shooter, but
Okay.
when you look at the footage of it, it was multiple shots, right? From multiple angles. Why are they saying it's one shooter if when you look at the video footage, it was clearly multiple shots from different directions?
I don't know of this area and
So what?
of the Twin Towers. Yes, there was roughly 3,000 to 4,000 gold underneath there. That doesn't matter though. That's not like
But if they were killing themselves, why would they bomb and steal the gold?
because they're proving a point for Allah,
Oh,
for their Christ,
are you dumb?
for their God. They're proving a point. They're trying to destroy our nation to make
This is just
themselves
racist
feel
rhetoric,
better.
He's just not
Not
allowed to hold
racist at
profanity.
all. It's how is that racist? I just don't agree with Islamic beliefs. I mean, I respect you if you want to study Islam. That's fine.
I'm not
I don't
Islamic.
think
I
you're
don't.
correct. I just
Yeah.
I don't think you're correct in your beliefs. I don't even. I'm not even a Christian. Like I'm more for Nordic and paganistic beliefs of
Don't they
anything.
Wait,
believe
so
in
you're
human
agnostic,
sacrifice?
and wait, hold on. So you realize that just destroys the whole point of agnosticism, right?
What?
What you're
What are you
saying,
talking
right?
about? Agnostic?
Agnostic.
What?
Are you
Agnostic?
agnostic?
I believe in gods. Yes.
Are you dumb?
No, I believe in multiple
So you
gods
said
and
you're agnostic,
gods.
right?
No,
Oh, my bad. Then that's my fault.
I said I'm a pagan Norse.
Oh, you're a pagan. What?
Yeah.
You worship witches?
No, I worship. Well, it depends on what god I see fit for the season. Odin is the god of wisdom. Loki is the god of mischief, right? Um, Freya is the god of beauty. What
Oh
god
wow.
would you want to worship? What god do you feel that you need to fulfill your dreams with?
The Most High God.
What god?
The Most High?
The Most High?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Creator.
that is like some reggae shit. That's some motherfucker that's hella high. He's smoking hella blunts and getting high as fuck. The Most High God is fuck. I don't know.
The creator of the rest.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking of levels of smoking weed because he said the Most High God, so I was trying to think of something sarcastic. Ugh. Okay, what are you talking about? What are we doing? Nothing
No, I
specific.
actually agree with them to a certain extent about the government, pushing out certain things, but the Earth thing is just stupid. Right?
The
It's
Earth,
taken too
You know,
far.
I bet you
flat
guys
Earth
haven't
is
heard the conversation too much, and for you guys to like, make decisions on something that you don't really know about yet, that's actually the height of ignorance. Speak about something that
Wait,
you
you said what?
haven't done research on. Yeah, like if
Are
you
you
told me something
advocating?
about Dragon Ball Z, right, and
Are you
I don't know anything
advocating
about it.
for flat Earth? right now.
Yes.
I am
Larry,
my
you've
Larry.
known me for a while. I've done my
Larry,
research.
are you advocating for flat Earth?
Yes.
He's a flat Earth moderator.
Yeah, dude, I can't.
What? Leave.
I'll come back in here. I'll tell you, you're fucking retarded.
You got butt hurt and left. Don't run. Don't run, bro. Don't be a pussy.
He left.
You got butt
You
hurt,
know,
bro.
but anyways,
I no, I heard butt hurt before I left, but
You
no,
got,
I just think
somebody should send you like a case of Preparation H. You got a PO box?
I think like you're literally mentally ill. If you think that the Earth is flat, you got to be ill.
You almost
Like
bullied me back into believing the globe.
like,
Almost.
hey,
I'm sorry, but I mean,
so how does water work? How does water work on a flat Earth? How does
9
they
to
don't
5,
know.
bro. 9
They
to
don't
how does
5.
know.
water work?
Well, they also
I'll tell you
don't
how
believe
When do we
water
in
find
works
a
if you'll be
level?
God.
quiet and actually
How
listen.
do you find a level to that? Like, how is that possible? That's
So
not.
are you going to be
No,
quiet and actually listen? Do you want to answer?
no.
Wait, Larry, I
There's
have a
Oh,
question, really
you don't
quick.
have to
A
answer?
serious
yeah.
question.
Why'd you ask
No,
the question then?
I can't listen to this retarded
Wait, hold
shit,
on,
So you're
bro.
not
Loki. Let me tell you
capable
I
of
something.
gotta go
listening. I
somewhere
get it.
else,
You
dude.
got a low
I
Wait,
can't.
IQ.
Loki.
Go talk about
There's no.
voting for Trump or some shit. Get out of here, dude.
Wait, so you're gonna
Let's
not mute Loki?
let's see the IQ of people that let's run gambit on everybody that thinks flat Earth is a true thing. Run your IQs.
Loki, I have a question. Do
Come
you know
on,
they don't
bro.
believe?
Like
Wait,
run
Loki,
it.
chill out. Wait,
Like
Loki,
run it, bro. Like run it.
Loki, I have a question. Do you know that they don't believe in? Wait, Loki.
You think how do the satellites? How do you
Bro,
think
you're
Elon got
Norse,
the
bro. You
satellites?
think Santa Claus is real. You're Norse. What's the matter with you,
No,
bro?
I don't think
Wait,
Santa
Larry, I have a
Claus
Oh,
is
question.
so you
real.
Wait,
don't think
actually,
Santa
Loki.
Claus is real?
His name is Sinterklaas, and
Okay,
it
So Larry,
is a
you're gonna
so
not mute
he's
him, but
celebration.
not
you're gonna
real,
mute me.
but you
It's
know
about
his
the
real name.
solstice,
Is that
sir.
his government
It's
name?
about the sun and the
Okay, now
solstice.
you're
The
just spurging
sun.
out, Larry. So you're gonna mute me, but you're not gonna
It's about the
mute him.
sun's lowering to a lower expectation of normally when it was, because we're not going to reap the benefits of our crops anymore, because the solstice happens between the 20th and the end of the year. Like, this is the coldest of the fucking
Yeah,
year, and
bro.
all our
We know
crops
about the
die.
solstice for flat
That's why
earthers. We
we've
know
all
all
there's
about this shit.
multiple different religions that study this shit, that they celebrate this year on this day. Like, they celebrate this shit. It's obvious. Like, what do you mean? What are you trying to argue? Like,
Wait,
you gonna
Loki.
try to argue against all the other religions that study this day and they believe in Santa Claus? And I necessarily don't believe in Santa Claus, but I do believe in the solstice. You
Okay.
do not believe in the solstice and the interplanetary expectation of what our planets do?
Really quick. Not you're kind of spurging out now,
What
bro.
what do our
Too much,
planets
too much.
do? What do our planets do in the winter
You're just like
solstice?
rushing out questions and they're not paying
When
attention.
do
Spiraling big time.
Dude, he's
what
just
do our
like
planets
the
do?
mods aren't good. Will mute me
Okay,
first, but they won't mute him.
okay. I understand. I
Or let
understand.
him spurg out.
But what do the planets do in the winter solstice?
Why are you spamming questions?
I am simply asking this one question. What do they do in the winter solstice?
The
What do
planets,
you see him do?
they do what they always do.
They do the
Okay,
sun
so
lowers
Larry,
to a certain expectation, to a certain degree, to
Bro, you got the
we don't have
verbal
a lot of
diarrhea, bro.
light.
Can you just like stop, diarrheaing all over the place?
Larry, you're gonna not mute him, but you're gonna mute me.
I'm waiting for a counter. I'm
Okay,
waiting for
Larry,
something.
it's just gonna let him spurg out, but you,
I don't normally mute people, but you were like over talking me in the middle of
nigga, this nigga spurging out, dude, and
Ginger, chill out.
you're stupid.
Chill out, Ginger.
Anyways, I mean Loki. I mean, do you know they don't believe in gravity?
We know
Oh,
that the cell phone drops when you drop it, bro.
What?
Why
No,
does it
but you
drop?
don't call it gravity, right?
Why does it drop? Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Do you
Specific
call that
gravity is
gravity?
what
Yes
we
or
call
no?
it.
you
Yes,
guys
specific
can't be for
gravity.
real. Like, this has got to be a joke.
They
Is
also
this a
don't believe.
joke?
Wait,
It's not a joke, dude.
no, it is.
This has got to be a joke.
Wait,
Tell me how the solstice works.
Bro, you couldn't shut your mouth long enough for me to answer the first question that you asked. You still
Tell
got
me
the
how the
verbal diarrhea.
solstice Tell me even the word, what solstice actually, the representation and the word what solstice means.
It's a halfway
Like the
point
word.
between summer and winter.
Okay.
Oh, it's winter. Sorry, winter solstice is marking the point in which the sun is no longer lower
The
and
sun
lower and
reaches
lower.
the
Bro,
most
in the middle
northerly.
of
Go
speaking,
ahead.
in the
Go ahead.
middle of
Go ahead. Go
speaking.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so around the 21st, sometimes it happens on the 22nd. That is the shortest day of the year. And during the summer, it's the longest day of the year. So the sun is going to be at the highest point during the summer, during noon, right? And it's going to be the lowest point in the sky for the entire year on the winter solstice. Do you want to know about the equinox next?
No, I know about it. How do they circle around something though? If it's not a circle, if it's not a circumference,
These people don't even believe in gravity or
if
space.
it's not a circumference, then how does it?
Bro, could you please stop strawmanning us? I just said that specific gravity is how it works.
So do you think that the
How am
moon
I
just
strawmanning?
stands? So the sun and the moon, and they just stand on the point of the flat part of the Earth,
They
and they
don't
just
even
sit
believe
there.
in space.
They just sit there, like those point of tangencies just sit there for unexplained amount of time
Don't it?
until like we're just gonna sit them there for a couple hours until no, it revolves. It would have to.
Yeah, it makes a circle
Loki, they
once
don't
every
believe in
24
space,
hours.
so they probably don't
The
believe
sun
in the
does.
sun.
Bro, could you
It would.
stop strawmanning us? No one ever said
How
that
am
we
I
don't believe in
strawmanning?
space.
That's what y'all said in the
No
past.
one here says that they don't believe in space, like point A and point B, there's no distance between. Like that
Okay,
sounds stupid when you say that. Why don't you
So,
let
if
me
the Earth
make
Larry,
my
is
Larry,
if the Earth
argument?
is
don't question
Hold
my
on,
intelligence,
bro.
Larry.
Hold
no,
on, bro.
no, if
Hold
the Earth
on.
is flat, if the Earth is flat,
Hold on, bro. Just relax. So, I'll make my arguments. You make your arguments. Do we have a deal? Don't tell
Okay, no
people what
problem.
I believe, right? Right?
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Okay.
goddamn regret that I'm not streaming right now. So I'm gonna blast this everywhere on the internet.
Go for it.
If there's a sun, okay, if the Earth is flat, it's a circular disc, right?
Nope, nobody said that.
So it's square or it's rectangle.
I'm not claiming the Earth has a shape. That's what you guys do.
So it just goes on for infinity. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not claiming that either, bro.
Then what is the shape of the flat Earth?
A flat is a surface description. You understand that, right?
Explain the shape. Explain
I'm
how
not
long it
claiming the
is.
Earth has a shape. I've never
Would it
measured
be
the whole
round?
thing.
Would it be round or would it be rectangle or would it be just jagged edges everywhere?
It's a topographical plane.
You'd have to measure the whole perimeter
No,
to actually work
topographical
that
is from the top to the bottom. That's the word. That's what it explains. What is it? Oh my god, dude. Explain why if it would be a circle. If it was flat, right? It's a circle? Is it a circle?
Nobody claimed it was a circle, bro. We don't know
Is
the
it
extent of the
is it a
Earth.
square? Is it a
We
square?
They
don't
claim it's just
know.
all the way flat. That's pretty
Is
much what they claim.
is it then you don't have any justification of explaining yourself of why
Bro,
it's flat
listen,
at all if you can't
listen carefully.
explain why the
Listen
shape of
carefully.
it at all. You told me it's flat, but you can't tell
And
me the
really quick, I just
Bro,
want
diameter
to
can
of
say
you
it.
this
stop
really quick,
talking
Loki.
for a second? Do you
You
think you could
can't
do that?
explain the
Hey,
circumference
do
of
you
it.
Hey,
think
Loki,
you could
chill out, chill out,
govern
chill out, chill out.
yourself and let someone else speak?
Yeah, I
Or
just
is
want
I'm
to say
that
this
not
really
waiting.
quick.
possible?
No,
Loki,
I'm waiting for
yeah, can you hush?
the
Like,
actual measurements.
Okay,
I can
so
give me
here's the deal.
measurements.
Bro, shut your pie hole, bro.
No, you shut
Don't
your
sound like
fucking dick
left.
hole.
Ugh,
okay, can I
God
say
damn.
this one thing really quick? Loki, I agree with you. I'm just gonna tell you one thing that just disproves this whole thing, right? Our GPS system, it works under the pre-assumption that the Earth is round, right? If we're saying that currently the Earth we live on is flat, the GPS system will be fucking shit, right? It would misguide you, all of that, but it works perfectly. long as you actually follow the directions. Guess why? Because the Earth is round, right?
So that's affirming the consequent logical fallacy. It's a form of logical fallacy, which is like the worst kind that you can like make. So let me give you an example of how it works. So Larry is full. He ate a pizza on Tuesday. Sorry, if Larry eats a whole pizza, he'll be full, right? On Tuesday, he's full, therefore he must have eaten a whole pizza. Well, what if I went to like the Chinese buffet or something, right? So you just said if GPS works, the Earth must be a sphere. GPS works, therefore Earth is a sphere.
Correct. Well, how's
So
that a
that's a
fallacy? I don't think you know how it works.
Okay, just look up formal logical fallacies, specifically affirming the consequent.
Hold on. So you're telling me our GPS system, which is worked under the pre-assumption that the Earth is round, that because it works perfectly as long as you follow the directions, that means Earth. That still doesn't confirm that the Earth is
Dude,
round.
it's in your argument. You said it's an assumption that the Earth is round.
Yes, correct. Which it's already true. I'm just saying it just for the argument, right? Since you don't think the Earth is round, right? Because we already know the Earth is round, right? I'm just saying because you don't believe that. I'm just saying that, right? The GPS system works under the presumption that the Earth is round. It works perfectly, right? As long as you actually follow the directions and don't miss wherever, right? You have to go. It's gonna lead you to your destination perfectly, right? If the Earth was flat, it would be a whole different story. It wouldn't work,
So
right? Because
explain to me why trilateralization from the cell phone towers wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. Explain that.
wait, hold on. Did you just transition arguments from what I was saying?
No, it's the exact same argument. You said that it couldn't work on a flat Earth. I'm asking you why it can't work on a flat Earth, because trilateralization doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do with pinging your location by using 3 or more towers.
So again, right? You do realize the whole model is made under the assumption that the Earth is round, right?
Bro, can you just answer the question? How will it not work on a flat Earth?
Well, no, I'm asking you though to confirm, like if you know. But hello.
Yeah. Sure.
See, the GPS system we use, right? Our real one. Do you know how we use it? It's not just towers, right? What else does it use?
You,
Satellites,
you
right?
did on
Hold
you
on.
did understand I was
How,
just trying to get you back to the example that Larry gave. You did understand that example because it was an equal analogy to your argument.
wasn't. But while I'm answering really quick, our our GPS system uses satellites orbiting our Earth, precise timing, aka atomic clocks, and relativity, right? You know what those are, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to do with what we're talking about,
Yeah,
bro.
hold on. Let me continue, right? Your phone, calculates location by measuring how long signals take to arrive from at least 4 different satellites at once, right? This all at once.
Bro, you think
Oh,
we're all using satellite phones?
dude, GPS, the one you use on your phone, this is all what it uses. This is basic things. If you just look it up, you're gonna see it. Right? That's what your GPS system uses. This is what we all use for wherever you're going. If you use a GPS to say get somewhere, someone's house an hour away, that's what it uses, right? And this all math. This math assumes a globe and has been tested millions of times by multiple things, right? If the Earth were flat, though, these calculations would constantly drift and fail, but it doesn't. That's the
You do
whole
know
point.
that
On it. You
you
said
could take
what?
a flat coordinate reference system and transform it to a curved one. And the calculations after the fact, right?
Are you serious? You're telling me right now.
Yes, I am serious. That's the same thing that they do on the airplanes. You know, the little monitor that you're watching on the back of somebody's seat.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
But hold on, we're talking about a phone GPS system, right? For now, right? I'm
Well,
not sure
yeah,
about
it's
that.
it's the
Hold
same
on, I'm
thing.
not saying. Hold on, I can't confirm what you're saying because I've learned in the past that a lot of the people's words in here aren't very reliable. But you can look it up. What I'm saying, right? I'm gonna look up what you're saying though too, right? Everything I'm saying though, you can go ahead and look up if you want to. I know everything. What I'm saying is valid. Like, this is all just math, right? What I'm saying is the current system we use would not work on a flat Earth. It would fail and drift constantly, and it would have to use a completely different system if we want to use it on a flat Earth. But guess why we don't have to do that? Because it works. Because the Earth is round. And like, but go ahead, go ahead. I want to let Loki go. If I want to, I think Loki wants to talk.
Well, I posted something up in the side chat for you, showing that it was a coordinate reference system using X, Y, and Z, which would be flat.
But again, right? Does this have anything to do with the phone GPS?
Yes, it's the
It does.
exact same thing because if something shows you on a screen that you're doing something else than what's actually happening in reality, you can actually see which one is correct if you just measured the ground.
What? So,
Yeah, not refer to a coordination system that has been transformed from flat measurements, right? Because you could transform any coordinate system. I'm sure you've seen 3D models of characters in video games and movies and such, with all the different
yes,
polygons. Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you could transform flat measurements to any surface.
Oh, but the GPS system, and I had to look at the plane. I'm not sure what it uses right now. I'm just talking about GPS right now, right, for your phone at least, or just any general besides plane for now. I'm just gonna look it up to see if it uses the same system.
Yes, you can apply a transform and you can take flat coordinate system and transform it into any shape.
Okay, exactly. That's a whole different thing
Yes,
now.
exactly. So what we can do to actually see what's happening is you can refer to the measurements of the surface and see that there is no drop over distance.
And guess what? That will require a whole different system. Just prove my point. Thank you.
What?
Or that prove a whole different. What are you talking about?
So hold on, really quick. The GPS system again, like I said, is but on a spherical envelope. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry if I butchered this name. Ella Poseidon. Is that how I say it? Is a system right for the Earth. We're all aware of this, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. And then it uses local flat approximations only for convenience. Right. So that's the thing you get, right?
Okay, so
That
if everything
diagram
is
we just
always
showed.
local and flat, right? And where does the globe come in?
And hold on, that chart you just showed literally pre-assumes that the Earth is round, not a flat one.
Yes, like I
Diagram
said,
proves
they
this,
you can apply a transform to a flat coordinate system.
but it doesn't matter. This whole thing,
Yes,
this
it
whole
does
chart,
matter.
the whole chart. Hold on, I'm gonna explain to you why that nothing you said just matters, right? This whole thing.
Sure.
What does it show right there? It doesn't show a flat surface, right? What does it show? A round one. Which
Hmm.
is why nothing you said matters at all, because the diagram you just showed still pre-assumes a round Earth, not a flat one.
Okay,
Where's the
dude, check
flat
this
Earth?
out, right? Let's say I buy a bunch of small furniture, right, to stand next to. So when I take a picture from my online dating profile, I look taller, right? So in the pictures, I can deceive people into making them think that I'm taller than I actually am. But if I'm actually measured, you can see that I'm not what is posted in a picture.
Okay, so what's your point?
So what you can do is actually measure the surface, because if we are claiming that it's flat, if they are stating that it's flat, right, but they're showing a ball, you can determine what the surface of the Earth is actually doing by measuring it.
You just realize what you just said is a bunch of cope, right? So either way, right? Whatever you just said.
Why is it cope? I'm telling you to measure. I'm telling you not to believe me. I'm telling you to go
Yeah,
check,
I'm saying
verify what
I
it is that
know,
I'm
but
saying. Verify
yeah,
what it is that they're saying, because they're saying that they also have local and flat. But if they're showing you a picture of a ball, right, you can actually verify that
okay.
with the geometry and the size of the Earth that they already gave us. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the
But
same thing. Like you can verify to see if Santa actually exists, right?
okay, yeah,
If some people say that he's real and some people say that he's don't, but he does not, right? Like you can actually go and check.
exactly.
You can do calculations to see if it's actually possible to travel to 5,000 houses a second. Is that
Yeah, exactly.
possible? Still have time to go in a house, eat all those cookies. Is that possible?
Exactly. But
Even though people show you a picture of Santa, you can verify to see if that's actually true or not. Same like with this coordinate system. If people are showing you a picture of a ball, and you can actually go out and check to see if that's actually true or not.
okay, right. But I get that, right? But
Right.
guess what the model still presumes?
Yes, we have a model. We have a Santa tracker. Did you
It's
know that?
correct.
You can
And
actually check his location
and and,
online.
and guess what else? The system that we use, no,
Yeah.
let me actually, the gaming system we uses
Yeah.
here, actually, how about this? I'll use PC. PC, uses certain parts, right, that run the
Yeah.
computer. All these little parts and pieces that put the PC together so it can run and what's it called? Manage your whole, computer system.
Okay.
Whether you're working, playing game, it can do all of that as
Yeah.
long as the certain parts are capable of doing so. So, like I said, right, this model, even if how does it do keyword? Anyways, like the model, pre-assumes the globe Earth, and the reason being is it works currently. It works as of now, right? In the current day, unless it somehow magically changes, it's been working for years, and it works in the modern day. It works perfectly as long as you're following, the directions. Like I said, it's you know almost near perfect, right?
So you're telling me just because something works,
Yes,
that
that's
doesn't mean that
correct.
it's wrong.
That's the
Well,
pragmatic
exactly,
fallacy.
right? Because guess what? Like I said again, it the system we use right now would never work on a flat Earth unless you made a whole new system for the flat Earth, right? And this is
Why?
already
Tell
proven
me why. Why the
through
signal couldn't
again.
go from the
So you
cell
want me to
phone
repeat it
tower
again?
to the cell phone? No, you didn't answer it the first time I asked. I'm
I
asking
did. So you weren't paying
why would
attention.
it not work? Because if you're sending a signal from a cell phone tower to a cell phone, in the straight line of sight, it would actually work better than trying to get around a curve.
Were you paying attention? So again, you want me to repeat what I've just been saying the whole time? Is that what you want me to do?
No, I want
So
you to explain why the signal can't go
yeah.
from the
So
cell
no,
phone.
you're asking me to repeat what I've just been saying for the past 5 minutes, which I'll do it. But it seems like you weren't paying attention, right? Because I've been saying it the whole time. You're just not understanding. Do
You
you want me
just
to put in
you
base
don't
for it?
understand what you're talking about, Master Debater.
Well,
As one
no,
more,
you
you
don't
don't
understand what you're.
understand the history of the spherical coordinate system, how it was derived, where it came from, and how it has nothing to do with actually a globe Earth in the first place. In fact, all of the engineers that build planes and things like that, including the engineers at NASA, they have to assume a flat and stationary Earth for all of the calculations required in building an aircraft.
So again, like I said, right, the model still presumes a
Yeah, they
round
use a
Earth
flat
on
model.
every
They use a flat
GPS.
model. So they
No,
assume
they
a
don't.
flat, non-rotating Earth when building aircrafts.
No, they don't.
Yes,
You want
they
me to
do.
look this
I
up?
can. Yeah, I can provide you with citations right now because I
No.
obviously didn't just make that up. Okay, and we
Okay.
speak to aerospace engineers. We speak to aerospace engineers, and they also admit that. Okay, it's even in NASA documents. I can show you the FAA flight dynamics summary citations right now. They do that, and if I show it to you right now, will you admit you're wrong about that?
Yeah, show me all the evidence because I've never heard about this until now.
All right, man. All right, so the first citation is going to be FAA, Aircraft Dynamics Model.pdf, and a actual citation out of the PDF as well. Right. Right. The aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm reading it currently. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. I've already, read it a little bit, and I can
Okay,
see the
there's another one.
misunderstanding.
Another one
Wait, hold on,
highlighted.
really quick. You haven't let me finish.
Well, just really quick, yeah, I'll let you know when I'm finished. Okay, so here's another one. Okay, so the nonlinear equations of motion used in the linearization program are general 6-degree of freedom equations representing the flight dynamics of a rigid aircraft flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Okay, I could keep posting these all day long from flight dynamics manuals, from NASA, from all sorts of different
Yeah.
places. Right, so they have to assume a flat model if they want their aircraft to work properly.
Okay, so here's what's happened, right? And I get it. You want to be right, but you misunderstood what it's been said here, unfortunately. And I'm going to explain why. So hold on, I'm about to cite everything right here. Just give me 2 seconds. I've already read through it. So hold on, I'm going to cite it. Okay, hold on. Here's number 1.
He's straight onto the AI. Please help me, ChatGPT.
AI. No,
Please
I
help
literally
me,
found this
ChatGPT.
online.
The flat earther got me on a point, and I need
You
you to
didn't,
try to
though.
help.
You just want to be right, and you're wrong. Very wrong.
You didn't
You're
know
not
any of
wrong, but
this,
you
bro.
misunderstood,
You're just going
unfortunately.
straight to AI to do your thinking for you.
What do you mean? I looked that up just right now.
Yeah, on ChatGPT, you looked it up, bro. You're
I
just like,
didn't.
debunk this, flat GPT.
So again, if you want to go read that article and realize
No,
that
bro. You don't. No citations. You provide the bit. out of the article,
I
and that's what a citation is. You know what an elephant hurling fallacy is? It's when you just dump a whole shit ton of information and then
That's
expect
what you
me to
did
go and
before.
read it all when you haven't even had time to read it all
So,
yourself.
wait, hold on, Anti.
You're
I think
just
you just realized.
trusting that ChatGPT has saved you, and you haven't even read it, and
So,
you didn't
hold on.
didn't even post a citation. You're
You
like, I'm
didn't
going to
post a
post a
citation
citation,
either, but
and you
okay.
don't even know what a citation is, bro. Right? You say you're going to post a citation, but you don't even know what a citation is.
You didn't post a citation either.
Bro, you're getting
I went
wrecked,
to
bro.
look
You're not a
for
master
it for myself.
debater at all. You get wrecked when you come in here to try to debate.
Again, it seems like you're crying right now. I'm just asking. And you've got disproven because you're stupid.
Yeah,
Dude, again,
well,
right? If you want me to
You know
post
you're
this,
winning an argument when you have to resort to like personal attacks rather
well,
than
I'm
like
not.
attacking the
The thing
argument.
is,
It's not a sign of a winning argument, is it?
no, you can go ahead. I'm gonna screenshot it for you like a baby. Okay, I'll screenshot it. Show you that they literally in that same document that you just referenced, they're using a flat, not even a flat Earth, excuse me, a round Earth model, not a flat. And
No,
the thing is,
it
here's what's
says
happening. No, I'm gonna explain. Do you want me to explain?
no.
So you
No,
don't?
go ahead.
Okay. So, like I said, right, you've misunderstood what's being said here. Right?
Okay,
I'm
what
gonna
did I
screenshot.
misunderstand?
You've misunderstood what they've said in that document that you just referenced. You're cherry picking, right? And this is, it's like the FAA, right? First of all, they don't use flat Earth for navigation. You've got that totally wrong. That's the first thing. That document.
No, that wasn't the claim. That wasn't the claim.
Okay, so
The
what was
claim
your
was
claim?
the claim
They
was
played
that
for it?
no, you asked me a question. Let me answer
Okay.
it. Okay, so when they're designing the aircraft, okay, they assume a flat stationary Earth for the calculations in the design of the actual aircraft, right? The plane that flies over the flat plane, they assume a flat plane. Imagine such a thing.
Okay, so
I'm not talking about flight paths. I'm not talking about using a sky coordinate system, which would be a spherical coordinate system or a WGS-84 geoid or anything like. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that they have to assume a flat stationary Earth when they design the actual plane in the first place. And then the
okay,
pilots are also trained, right, to treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
okay,
That's why there's so many pilots are flat earthers as well. I could drop you a 3-hour video right now where they interview like 28 pilots, like aerospace people that work in the aerospace industry, jet pilots, commercial pilots, all sorts of military people, all talking about how the Earth is flat, right, and how they have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary, to do their jobs.
and can you
I'd,
cite
I'd
that?
like to see that video.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
love to
I'll
see that.
pop it in this. I'll pop it in the side chat.
Do I wish that Loki was like still going in and out? Like Loki, I was like jamming to that in and out noise. Ba-ding, ba-dum.
I'll also drop a little clip from like
Okay.
I forget the guy's. Yeah, I'll find it before I misquote exactly what he says. But yeah, I'll drop the 3-hour. This is 28 pilots confirming flat Earth over 3 hours. So I'll drop that in the side chat.
Okay, no problem.
I'll also drop the one called Flatten the Curve. That's a really good one as well. Okay.
Yeah, that is a good one actually. We didn't cherry pick a shitty article. Okay, that's straight from the FAA aircraft dynamics module.
And he's still not attacking
And
the
I'm
argument.
telling you, you've misunderstood it. So here, hold on.
No, I didn't misunderstand it. And we even spoke to an aerospace engineer in here a while back who also confirmed that. He said, look, I believe the Earth's a globe, but I will admit that for all of our calculations in designing the aircraft we must assume a flat and stationary Earth, which is interesting. That's what he said. He said, but I believe it's a globe. I can't prove it's a globe, and we do assume a flat Earth. We have to when we design the aircraft. It's protocol, and that's why it's in all the manuals. Find me one where it says they assume a globe for the aircraft design.
Can you
it's
do
not
the
true.
opposite?
Yeah, here you go.
Can I do the opposite of what?
So look in the chat. That's the
Someone
number you'll be looking
says.
for.
Anything else?
Here's wait,
Yeah,
hold
no,
on.
never mind.
I also found a pilot training manual.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas, Libby.
you gotta post citations.
Yeah, show
Oh, I
the
posted right there,
training
didn't I?
manual where it
Or do
says
you want me to screenshot it for you?
land and moving runway.
You just copy the text that's out of the article that you found on ChatGPT and attach it
I
with the
found
source
on
link.
I'm not equipped to.
Bro, the
So-
flat Earth shit, the Chat GPT and flat Earth probably made you guys. That probably made you like way easier to do it, huh?
So here's another article.
ChatGPT just parrot. It's just like like parrots the mainstream
don't use
globe
ChatGPT.
information.
Yeah, it can't parrot
People
like
use-
actual like light speed and math and shit, right? So it can only
And-
parrot like the basic shit.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Like it can
I
parrot.
don't-
Like it can just. It
And
just
yeah.
like brings up stuff from the internet. Basically, it's like
So Anti,
here,
you know what's
I
funny?
agree. Yes, I agree.
Anti, you know what's funny, right? I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
read this really quick out loud for you from the FAA. Okay. Advisory circular. Okay. You know, great circle routes. This is what they describe it as: the line of shortest distance between 2 points on the spherical Earth. That's what the FAA said, not me. So I'm gonna cite it for you. Okay.
Are you mad how planes fly?
Wait, hold on. Spherical Earth.
Yeah. I didn't say that the people that work at the FAA think that they live on a flat Earth. I was just saying to design the aircraft, isn't it interesting that they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary?
Where is the evidence of that?
NASA. It's in the
It's a
flight
plane, it's not
dynamics.
spacecraft.
I gave you the manual. Okay, I
And-
gave
and
you
I'm
two
telling you, you're
different
wrong.
sources.
And
How
I'm
no, you'd have to tell them they're wrong. Okay, so it's I actually
Well, I'm
gave you
telling you you're wrong
I gave
in
you a
your
proper
assumption.
citation, and it even highlighted the part that I'm talking about. So this is directly from the FAA website, and it's the Aircraft Dynamics module PDF. Okay, it's faa.gov, and then there's another one under it. I can also give you citations from NASA, also stating the exact same thing, if you want. I can give you different flight dynamics manuals as well that also state the same thing.
Okay, so here's the issue,
Yeah.
though, right?
When it
You're
comes to
misinterpreting.
navigation and great circle routes and things like that, once again, you're talking about the spherical coordinate system, which it comes from the sky. That's how they came up with that.
Okay,
It's
here's what
not.
you're
It's not.
misunderstanding, though.
Yeah, there is no globe in the first place.
Are you
You can
serious again?
giggle. You can giggle all you like about it, but I could just sit here and show you real world demonstrations that absolutely destroy the globe, and you're not going to
Okay.
be able to bring up anything. You're just going to be saying, "Please, ChatGPT, find me something," and then you're
I
going
don't
to.
use ChatGPT.
Then you just, bro. Every single link that you've posted
Can
here
I
says
speak for an
source.
idiot for a second?
Source equals ChatGPT. Every
It
single
isn't,
link that
though.
you've
You
posted
know
is
how
from
easy those
ChatGPT.
articles. Hold on. If it was that easy for me to find online, that you think I found it from ChatGPT,
It says
don't
it
you
in your
think that
link.
this is public?
It
Hold on.
says it.
Don't you?
It literally it says source ChatGPT at the end of every link that you just posted.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so look at 55 after the hour. Okay, and at the end of every single link that you posted, it says source equals
No, hold on. Does it or
chatgpt.com.
does it not?
Yeah, I didn't get it off ChatGPT, though.
Yeah, you can go on mute, right? You little lying bitch.
Does it or does it not?
Okay. Look, I'm genuinely not sure what's going on right now, and
Really?
honestly, taking it back.
Don't take it back. Own up on it, bro.
Is that Sesame AI or something? Sounded like Sesame AI. Like a talking chat bot thing.
I have a question. I'm just gonna like throw out some random shit real quick, right? If that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a kid, I'm 22. Obviously, like I don't plan to having a kid for a while. Who knows? Maybe like next month. I don't know. Right? Obviously, I'm still just talking shit. But let's say I have a kid in like 5 years, right? How do I want that kid to learn about planets and our planet and everything? How do I want him to do it? I
It's
want him to
very
do it
easy. You
properly.
just hang on.
Hold
Sorry to interrupt you there. You just
properly.
explain to him what you know. I had this situation with my children.
I'm
I've
not
got
a
4 boys.
teacher. I never
Hang
said
on.
anything
I've
yet.
got 4 boys. Hello. I've got
You're
4
not.
boys. I taught them about the flat
Nothing to do
earth
with what I
truth
said.
as soon as I knew. As soon as I knew, I taught them about the truth. And when it
Has
comes to the
nothing
planets,
to do
I
with
explained
what
to
I
them that they
said.
don't know no one knows what they are. Exactly what I taught my
Yep.
children. That no human being knows what the planets are. We've got scientists and so-called cosmologists,
That has nothing to do
theoretical
with
physicists
what
giving us
I
theories,
said at
but
all.
nothing's
But that's
facts.
okay.
That's all. Yeah,
Can I
that's what you
continue,
just.
please?
Well, go
That
ahead. You were taking a
had
long time to get
nothing
there.
to do with anything. Okay. Where did the fuck did I leave off from that? Holy shit, bro. You obviously have something going on, and I don't know what it is, but hey, hope you figure it
Well,
out.
no, I listened to what you said. You were saying you were going to teach your child. How do you explain to him about the planets? Is what you said. That's
See,
where you
I
left off.
never said
Okay.
that. That's the issue. I never said that, and that's the point I was trying to make. You didn't allow me to make that point because you had some weird shit from whoever taught you. Like, leave me out of your whole thing, first off, and like let me say what I was gonna fucking say. Okay?
You said
Is
what
that
you're going to
okay?
do about the planets is what you said. What do we teach the children about the planets?
I'm not gonna do a goddamn thing. I didn't create the planets. I didn't make a plan. Like, what the fuck you want me to do? I just wanted to say something, and you went way off. Kind of
No,
weird.
I responded to your question. What are you going to
What did
teach
I
the
say?
children about the planets? Is what you said. What are you going to teach the children about the
Oh,
planets? That's what you said.
I never said the children.
That's what
I
you
said
said.
it.
That's why I
I,
responded.
nope, that's a lie. Lying is
I'm not
weird.
lying.
Please don't
I'm
lie.
not. I'm not lying.
I said if I had a kid. Don't
That's
lie.
correct. In 5
Yes.
years' time.
I did
In
not say
5
the
years' time.
children. Lying is
In 5
weird.
years'
Please
time, you
stop
said.
lying. No one
You said
likes
in 5
liars.
years'
So
Don't
what
do
time.
did
that.
you mean by kid? Did you mean a baby goat?
Okay, are we just gonna keep going on without lying? What are we doing here?
No one
No,
was
I'm
lying here.
asking
Yeah.
you a question. You said
I
a
can wait.
kid
It's fine.
in
You guys
5
go ahead.
years.
I'll wait. It's okay.
So did you mean like a baby goat or did you mean like a child? Cat got your tongue?
It's like I won that debate so easily. How did it feel running away inside?
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, you're just full of shit, bro. That's the problem. Like when you lie, I'm not gonna waste time on people that blatantly lie.
Thank you.
You can disprove anything I
agree.
said.
Yeah, I literally disproved what you said. You denied what I said, and then you said that you would admit you were wrong if I showed you the sources, right? The
And your
citations.
sources were wrong. There you go.
Well, okay, well, you're gonna have to go take that up with the FAA
Do you have
and
counter sources?
NASA.
Do you
Well,
have
I'm saying you
counter
misinterpreted it,
Didn't have
which
any
is okay.
counter sources.
Are we just
Didn't have
now
any counters.
assuming?
There aren't any.
We have counter sources now? This is what we're doing?
Yeah, I already countersourced them, but he didn't want to read them. But
No, you didn't counter source anything.
I
Everyone
did.
You just
He
loves
went on
doesn't
that.
read the articles I
ChatGPT.
sent.
Yeah, look, bro. I don't know who
fucking
unmuted
saying
you. Don't unmute him again.
Anyways, what I was saying, and I don't think this is the crazy fucking thing to say, is that I'm 22. If I have a child, I'm gonna let him understand science. Is that crazy? No, of course not. If something shows something one way, and he says, "Hey, why?" I'll be like, well, because this is how science explains it. Why is that bad?
No one here disagrees.
Why do you not want that? Why did you fail? Not fail, but like why did you give up on science?
Bro,
Again, that's an assumption that you're putting on the flat earthers. Because first and foremost, if you're talking about the shape of the earth, that's not a scientific endeavor, number one. Number two, another assumption is that we've given up on science. No, we haven't. We actually adhere to the scientific method when it's applicable. Okay. And teaching of the truth is more important than believing and following in something that's not been proven. What the scientists, as you put it,
disregard
I'm nearly finished.
science.
My last point. Don't interrupt. What the scientists tell us, what you put forward, hasn't been validated or proven. So why should we actually accept it when they're just theories? We don't have to accept the theories. Thanks.
Who told you this? Honest question. Who told you this?
I think for myself, I don't have to be told. It's just common
Okay.
sense and logic. It's
Next,
logical, isn't
okay.
it?
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Where did you learn it from?
Where did I learn what from? What are you being specific to? What? Learning what?
Whatever you're saying. Where did you learn
Oh,
that
it's
from?
common sense. It's just common sense, isn't it? Really?
No.
Yes,
Where did you learn it from?
It is. It is. It's common sense. You learn that from your parents to question everything, and you learn it for yourself when you've been misled.
Okay, then you have to humor me. Imagine I'm an orphan. Where would I have learned that from if I was an orphan?
You're not going to learn it. You're not going to learn it until you go to school, and then you go to school and you're given information. Now, whether or not you question that information is going to be down to you and that child. Whether you accept it as truth or you believe it, that's going to be down to the individual. I carried a lot of beliefs for 48 years, ladies and gentlemen. 48 years believing in the globe because I didn't check it. I thought the information that I was given was correct. So the question in your mind should be, what made a man who carried a belief...
Who taught it to you?
The globe changes... Well, it's at school, the teachers, of course.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen,
A teacher in school taught it to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you should be asking is what makes a man who carried a belief for 48 years that he lived on a globe, why did he change his mind? What happened? What made him change his mind? That's the question, isn't it? Because believing in something means you haven't checked it. You're carrying information which you haven't confirmed or validated. And
Thank you for proving my point. Yes, 1000%. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
So
I completely
48
agree.
years later, ladies and gentlemen, I checked to see whether or not that was a globe, and it's not. We're living on a flat, stationary realm, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know the shape, but we know it's not oblate. Thank you.
It took you how long? Do you want to say the years again? Out loud?
Well, 48 years, because I trusted the information that I was given was correct. That's why I trusted the information.
So 48 years.
Yeah.
In the 47 years, like what happened?
Well, it was
it bad? Like did something happen to
in
you?
47 years, I was still believing I was on a globe. 47 years, still believing I was on a globe.
And what happened?
What happened was in the 48th year. In the 48th year, I came across information that challenged my beliefs. You keep asking, I'm trying to respond. So in the 48th year, ladies and gentlemen, I received some information that challenged my belief. I looked into it, and within 5 minutes, I knew I was in error. It only took me 5 minutes to realize that I've been in error for 48 minutes.
No, it took you
years.
48 years and 5 minutes.
No, it took me 5 minutes with the new information.
It took you 48 years and 5 minutes.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It took me only 5 minutes.
It took you 48 years and 5 minutes.
We're not going to squabble over that. I carried a belief for 48 years.
Yes, we are. It took you 48
No, we're not. You're
years.
squabbling. You're
It
squabbling.
wasn't. Hey, Flat Earth wasn't introduced to him 48 years and 5 minutes ago.
We weren't even born.
So it was when it was introduced to him, right? The idea or the notion, right?
He lived 48 years.
It took 5 minutes after that.
Yeah,
That's not what he's saying. Don't lie.
that's what I'm
Don't
Yes,
saying.
it is
That's
exactly what he was
what I'm
saying,
saying.
you
make an
fucking
excuse.
idiot.
Don't make an excuse. That's
What
No
a
one's making any
troll. Poor
excuse.
Get out
troll.
of
Fuck off,
here.
troll.
No one's
Get
making any
out of
excuse.
here.
Yeah, you
Don't make
won't.
an excuse.
Yeah, you won't find many flat earthers giving you times and dates of how long they carry the belief, but you'll always hear it from Gene
45
CBR1.
years
Because
and
I'm not,
5 minutes.
late, 48 years I carried the belief because I trusted the
48
education that
years
I
and
received
5
was
minutes.
correct. Right? I trusted it implicitly. I wasn't alerted to any misinformation until 2015, and that's when I realized. And then that day I stopped believing because 48 years of believing in something that wasn't true, didn't even exist, is a good wake up call.
What made you start believing in it?
I was
And
educated at school. So at school, I learned, right? And remember, you're learning from your teachers, your educators. So you're not
Yeah.
alerted to any misinformation being passed on to you. So as a child, you carry that information. And then the information you're given, let me finish, please, because you keep interrupting when I'm speaking, which is not good. And when you're given this information at school, it is also reinforced by the programs you watch at home, cartoons, music, science programs, and then you've got corporate images out on the streets, and then you go on to secondary education, it's reinforced again. Then you go on to university education, and it's still being reinforced. You then get a job, and it's still being reinforced then. So basically, it's easy to fall into that belief system because I was believing it. That's what happened. It's quite simple.
Can you give me an example from one of them? One of
What
the
do you mean? The Earth being a globe.
one of the education systems that you mentioned. Can you give an
Well,
example?
ladies and gentlemen, just going to school, science and physics, geography, when they talk about the shape and the sphere. Those subject matters reinforce that you're on a globe. Every
What
single one of
grade
them.
is that?
Well, it starts from elementary school and it goes right the way through till you finish. So elementary school, 6 years, secondary education, 6 years, university education, 4 years.
Have you ever had that feeling outside of elementary school, though?
What do you mean? What feeling?
Well, not feeling. Like, have you ever had that thought outside of elementary school?
What thought are you referring to?
I think, like, what do you mean?
Well,
It's not
I don't
hard to
understand the line of
understand.
your question. I don't understand the line of your question.
Okay, my bad. Never mind then.
Right, thank you. Just blurting out nonsense there.
So not outside of elementary school. Got you.
Again, I don't understand the line of the question. I don't understand the
school. I
line.
got you, bro.
I don't understand the line of the question.
Yep. No,
But
it's
ladies
easy
and
as fuck.
gentlemen,
Elementary school. Okay.
when you carry a belief for 48 years and only to find out that you made an error, and that error would be, I didn't check it. So had I checked the information I was given at elementary school age, I would have found out that the Earth isn't this oblate spheroid. Okay, but I wasn't in that frame of mind. I didn't have the intellect, being like 8, 9 years old at the time, 7, 8, 9. You're not thinking that your teachers are misinforming you because you're going to school to be educated. And one of the things that parents used to tell the kids, don't criticize your teachers. And I believed everything I was told. I didn't have any inkling that there was any piece of misinformation that I was being given. That didn't even enter my mind through all of my education. All of it. I trusted 100%. Yeah. Didn't question anything. Yeah. My critical thinking skills were not awakened at that stage of my life at all. I could critically think about other things, fault finding and mechanically and doing plumbing and that. But through the education and what I learned, I had no inkling that I was being misinformed. Not until 2015, or should I say 2014. And then I ignored it even then until 2015. And then I decided to look into it. And that's when I discovered that I'd been misinformed. It was wrong to be believing because it means that you're taking information and not confirming it. That's what a belief is. Okay? There you are. So that's the question that should be on your minds, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are listening in the live stream. What makes a man who believed in the globe for 48 years change his mind? 48 years. What happened? Yeah. What happened was I went out to check it, check the information. only to find it was misinformation. We're not a globe. We don't have any curvature going on. We're not spinning at all. Earth is measured and utilized flat. Every part of our existence is reliant on a flat Earth. Without the flat Earth, we're not going to be existing, ladies and gentlemen. That's the honest truth. Oh yeah, and DJ, that was a valiant effort you displayed in dealing with these. Really, they're trolls, really, aren't they? But you did a great job anyway.
Oh, thanks,
Was
Jen.
listening.
Yeah, you know, once they start lying, it just annoys me, and I can't be bothered with them anymore. So sorry for booting him out, but he was just lying at that, and
Yeah,
being,
that's what happens,
being
ladies and
dishonest.
gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're giving them the facts, because we don't give theories here, right? We're giving you facts that you can go and research for yourself. We're not using Chat GTP or AI. It's not really necessary, but some people feel they need to do that to try and catch us out. But these things are observable, provable, and repeatable out there in nature. Nature is the template. That's the model. If you're looking for a model, you're living on it. That's the outdoors. The great outdoors is where all the answers will be found. Quite simple. So when we
Yeah, I
have
didn't
people,
mind. I didn't mind that he was using ChatGPT, but it was just that he said he was lying about using ChatGPT. But every link that he posted had source ChatGPT at the end of the URL, so I knew it was all from ChatGPT. And then he was lying about it. So I was like, "Screw you, kid."
that's when I backed you up with the 44 documents that from the government agencies that refer to Earth as flat and stationary. Flat, non-rotating, right? Flat Earth. Those words are mentioned when they refer to flying aeroplanes, as DJ said earlier, flying aeroplanes, and also firing missiles and weapons of mass destruction. And also, when you're learning how to fly an aeroplane, you have to consider Earth as flat, non rotating, flat Earth, stationary realm. Those words are uttered. What government agencies am I referring to? We've got the KGB, we've got NASA. We've got the military, that would be the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army. Okay. And then flight instructors, those who teach you how to fly planes. All in their documents state that the Earth is flat and stationary. Now, why would you need to do that if the Earth is an oblate spheroid that's rotating? Surely that takes precedence, doesn't it? That's what you must consider. But no, you must consider Earth flat and stationary. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Why do we need to think and consider Earth to be flat, non-rotating Earth? Why? Why would we need to do that? We're supposed to be living on an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe. Why would we need to think about a flat Earth? Why should that have any reference or any precedent? Yeah. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because that's what it is. Earth is measured and utilized flat. That's why. It is the globe that is the anomaly. The globe that you've never seen the curvature. The globe that you've never noticed it spinning at all. Yeah, that's the problem. The one that you believe in. Yeah, remember, when you believe in something, you're saying to the world, I'm taking the information without confirmation or validation, which is where this last character was talking about. Why don't we believe it? Who taught you this? You know, that's questions that are very odd in themselves. But there you are, you know. You must think for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. So although you may be hearing my voice or the voice of my colleagues, it is the onus is upon you to validate and confirm that what we're saying is accurate. And that way you know, you see. We don't ask you to believe anything we say. We say to you, go and check so that you can know for yourself. Because that's the most important and best position to have. The fact that you know. And when you know that, no one else can change your mind ever.
So I just posted a link from NASA.gov, and it said this method that relies on no assumption other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So since that one guy liked talking about assumptions so much, you know, the debater guy, right? How about that
Yeah.
assumption?
See,
They're assuming
assumption,
the
ladies
Earth's
and gentlemen. When
orbit.
you're assuming, so an assumption is not the truth. See, right there. When you assume something, you're not telling the truth. You're not following a truth path. This is a guess, speculative. That's all you're doing, assuming, hypothesizing. You're not really getting to the truth that way. You're not proving anything with an assumption. So even NASA tells you that they're assuming. See, it's very clever wording there. But because you are living a life of belief, assumptions are okay because you're believing everything. So you can believe an assumption as well. You see how easy that trap is that's been laid out for you, and you just fall into that trap of assumption, and then you take your assumptions as to be the truth, but they're not. So when you hear me say assumptions are not the truth, now you think, what do you mean by that? Well, you're not telling the truth when you assume something, because you're not.
Hey, Jin.
He might be busy doing something. I'll be your Huckleberry. Shout out to QV.
You wanna be my bitch?
Dude, you think you can control me? Seriously? I'll be
Seriously,
like a
what's
bull in a china house, bro.
but
You sound like you're
I want
5'4", bro.
to ask Jin if he ever
Oh, the
actually
French
read
guy's back.
the
Talk for us,
papers.
French guy. Talk for us.
Yeah,
Tell
yeah.
us
Go
about
ahead,
Macron's
buddy.
wife's
Why
penis,
are
bro.
you still doing this? It's like
You
what's the
flatter
point?
is disgust me.
One more on at a time. One more on at a time.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Like, you know you're lying about the papers, you know you're lying about the measurements, you know you're lying about anything that you do, and you
Okay,
just kick
your
people.
mom is not a whore. Am I lying now?
Wow.
Oh, but like, Jim, before kicking
So
the
you
guy
were
and
wrong
saying,
then? So I don't lie about everything? So you just lied? Or is your mom a whore? Which one is it?
did I say in general or did I say in this room?
You said you lie about everything. So I said your mom's not a whore. Did I lie?
Anything that you say in this room is mainly lying. Yes.
Okay, so your mom's not a whore. She's totally not a slut, and she doesn't sleep with the whole soccer team. She does
Yeah, I
not.
don't care about your personal opinion, you know? I'm talking about objective things. like the papers that Jean likes to mention so much, but he never wrote them, or anti-globalist here that lies about them all the time, when he clearly knows the answer and he knows what they say. They also say the plane is a rigid mass. It's not. Does it say we plan planes this way? No. It's not an actual claim.
Yeah, it's an assumption, isn't it?
Yes, you do assumptions.
Yeah, for a calculation. So isn't it interesting? Isn't
But
it
why are you
interesting that they have to? This is my
shut
argument.
up.
This is my argument, Frenchie. Frenchie.
This is not your
I just
argument.
have to
Okay,
click a button, and then you
listen.
stop talking, and then I get to
No,
finish talking.
because you talk.
Yes, that's how it works. Okay, isn't it interesting that they have to assume that the Earth is flat and stationary to be able to design their aircraft? Do I think that they're admitting that they think that the Earth is flat? No. But isn't it interesting that they have to assume such a thing to make a plane work? Interesting, isn't it, Frenchie?
Right, so interesting is not a claim. What's your claim about it?
I just told you my claim. It's not my
No,
claim.
you
It's
said
their claim.
I'm
Okay,
a
I'll tell you my
cocksucker
claim.
and I cannot read and I cannot discuss with people
that's
like
these. Like those are all facts. Those about you. Okay, you're all those things. Okay, but this is my claim. They have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary to design an aircraft that they also call a plane that flies over a flat plane. And that's interesting. It's an interesting assumption they all have to make. That's my claim. That's my only claim about it. Your turn.
So, very simple. This is a lie because this is not the way you design a plane. The documents you're talking about is the simplified version for learning the basics of the basics course for engineers or for people that operate planes. They don't need to know further. But the people that design planes do other calculations that are will be complicated for you to understand as a piece of shit that cannot read.
Okay, well, you haven't provided any citations.
Therefore,
you haven't provided any citations.
you know
Show,
your
show
line.
it, show it, Frenchie.
You
Hey,
know
Inspector
your
Clouseau,
line.
show.
You know
Show.
your line. You can open
Show.
this
Show then.
document.
Prove it. Prove it.
Simple. You open the document, and in the top of
You do it.
each document,
You do it and show.
says for who
Show
it is meant. This
Show
is
it.
your claim.
Show
but
it.
This
Show
is,
it. Show
Stop yelling,
it.
show it.
Post
this
it.
Is
Post it.
Your,
Post
this
it, bro.
is your claim.
It's a baseless
you
assertion.
bring the
It's a
document.
baseless assertion then. Okay, cool.
Okay, so if you don't want to bring the document, you'll know your line.
What?
As simple as that.
They've already posted the
heck?
documents.
There is only two options.
You're just making shit up now, bro. Can you not show like a little like good form? Why do you have to be in here showing nothing but bad form?
He said his assumption. I explained why his assumption is wrong. The next step is for him to read the actual document, which he cannot do because he's a piece of shit.
Okay. Is that the best you've got?
And therefore,
pretty weak, bro.
all the people
Pretty weak.
here are bottom scum animals that should die
Wow.
for their behavior.
Good representative of the Globe Earth side. You're really
I
putting
don't
on a
represent
great
anyone.
performance right now.
I don't represent
Everyone listening to you
anyone.
is very impressed.
I don't
They're like, wow, this
represent
guy's really
anyone.
good. Really good at debating
You're
for the Globe.
a disgusting, horrible human being.
You are
All
mud
do
raking, sir. You're
is-
mud raking,
is
and
lie
that's not what we want here.
and
You're mud
shit.
raking.
You
Stop the
lie
mud
and
raking.
shit, and
But
Jean
you're mud raking.
pretends
You're
to
mud
be
raking, sir.
a disgrace. Jean, you should fucking die, you piece of shit.
It's just mud
You
raking,
should
ladies and
never
gentlemen.
talk online.
Hey, Frog Legs, could you just give me like a post office address so I can
You
send you like a
cannot
whole case
even
of Preparation H?
You sit here for 10 years and you just fucking lie like a
Bro, you're
Piece
the
of
one with the
shit.
butt hurt in
How
this. You
can you
obviously
live
been sick
with
for 10
yourself?
years.
How can you keep on cheating these fucking idiot assumptions? You have nothing, and you keep doing it every day.
Then why do you
How
globe
can you
earthers
go
always have
to
to make up
sleep and
excuses like,
not
oh, the
think
crisis in
what a
cosmology,
trash
it's not
human
really a
being I
crisis,
was?
Peter the
You should
Glober.
fucking
Hey,
You
stop
die,
say,
you
acting like you're on
ego.
your periods, bro.
what?
I'm asking the French guy to stop acting like he's on his periods.
Oh, yeah, the butt hurtiness is strong. Did somebody kick him? Sounds like he's gone. He gone.
Yeah, he's gone. We can only tolerate a very small amount of mud raking, ladies and gentlemen. He's not teaching you how the earth is a globe and how he got there and his methodology. He's, insulting us and just hurling out mud all over the place, which is like obviously a very weak position to be in, wishing us all to die. There you
So
are.
you know you're winning.
Yeah, there's your humanity right there for you. Yeah. I wouldn't lift a finger to help somebody like that, to be quite honest, ladies and gentlemen. If he fell over, wouldn't help him up. I'll just walk on.
Everything you say is a lie, except for what you said about my mom just now. Dude, I love it when they say that. When they say that everything you say is a lie, instead of me going, oh, that's a genetic fallacy. Like, I would rather them eat their words, because once I call their mom out to be, a really nice lady, totally not a prostitute, not a whore, like a really proper lady, and then they have to go, oh shit, I just called my mom a whore. I love doing that. That shit's so funny to me.
Yeah, that's so true, Hank. So true. They don't have any respect for life at all. You can tell. Because the very fact that they're calling their mothers a whore just proves their point straight away, instantly. They've got no sense of life, being alive and connecting with nature, even down to the point they're insulting their own mothers with their position.
Because if I would have said, everything you said is wrong, and someone said, oh, your mom's totally not a whore, I would have been like, okay, you got me there. I was wrong. You're right. But they never do that. They never ever do that.
I noticed. They never do. They don't. It goes right over their head. I've noticed that, of course. And that's
This
when
is
I know that they
chess,
just got no idea at all.
not checkers.
You're living rent free in his head, Jin.
Yeah, I certainly am. Because he hates me. He's been destroyed so many times. He needs therapy.
Hello.
State your case.
Greetings.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
From the Flat Earth community. How's it going?
Things are good. Ever since the Kung Flu, people are starting to question everything, which is what Joe Rogan told them like fucking 15 years ago almost, it seems like. So maybe people should question everything.
Can we repeat that? I don't know what you were talking about.
Said ever since the Kung Flu, Convid 1984.
Okay.
Yeah, people have been questioning things more, so that's a good thing.
Ah. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Since we're here, I mean, is there anybody else here? Is it just you? Is anybody else present in the 247 Flat Earth right
Yeah,
now?
I'm here. I'm here.
You
All
can talk
right.
to
All
Jen.
right.
Go ahead, bro.
No, not. It's not anything specific. I just want to get a few perspectives here today. Um, let's talk about specifically. I mean, without really wasting any time, can we talk about the idea that people are questioning things so much more? We can concede, definitely because of COVID-19, but what about the fact that now we're questioning the United States government's choice to now go to war whenever it likes? What do you guys think will be a result of that, considering, again, all that you all know very well in the quote unquote tin hat community? What do we think here, fellas? What is the.
Unfortunately, we can't discuss that as this is a flat Earth server. That's a government issue thing. Although it's happening on a flat Earth, I'll agree to that. That government's situation to go to war is happening on a flat Earth. We can't discuss that. That's politics, really, and we can only discuss the politics associated with flat Earth and the heliocentric model. Okay, it's a great question. I'd love to delve into that. I've got a lot to say about that, but I cannot
Oh
say
my
it
God.
now. Yeah, because it's a flat Earth server. Okay, sorry about that.
Wow, that's whack as hell. But I'm actually a member. Anybody can click on me. I am a member of the 24/7 Flat Earth server itself. I mean, are you guys actually, have some open forum anytime soon? Is that on anybody's docket, in the actual 24/7 Flat Earth server?
Well, yeah, there's people that go in there. This is a live stream right now, and we've got to be always on topic at least 95% of the time, 98% of the time. And then those little 5 to 2% that we're not on topic, it still has to be kind of like related. So that's it. That's how it is.
All right, but look,
It's
I'm
a
not
great.
talking about this server. Hold on, I'm talking about the member server, the actual Discord
Yeah,
server.
there's people in there. We go in there from time to time. You can go in there, yeah, and chat about it.
There's nothing
Again,
planned though.
I don't know. I never know who plans that. I have no idea.
Okay.
And
All right.
even then, we're still same rules apply. We've got to be careful of what we talk about. We've got to be.
Oh
Okay.
my God. Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
Jen. We have many a talks. I know you, Jen. I know your voice. You're a black ass man, old man who talks real shit. I know you, sir.
Yeah. I talk
Anyway,
the real stuff. The real stuff.
we've had so many a conversation. All right, but look. If we can't talk about the political fucking spheres of the flat earth in the political server, I mean, what the hell are we talking about here? I mean, you
Well,
guys are
no,
pretty quiet in here
we're
for a
talking
reason, I
about
guess.
how to prove that the Earth is a globe, and how that when you endeavor to prove the Earth is a globe, you are met with the horizontal constant, constantly all over the place, and that's what we talk about. And then
Yeah, I
things
know that.
associated to that. Sometimes it goes to space, and the moon landings come up, then and how they were a hoax, etc., etc. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about. There is a lot to talk about actually. Sometimes we don't get to these different aspects of this flat Earth and how it's not an oblate spheroid. But so it's up to you.
All right, let's do it. Let's make it up to me. I guess it's up to me. All right, how about
Yeah.
this? Okay, sir. We've covered the idea of going in the direction of the fact that over 193 countries have banned the right for an individual to travel to Antarctica, North or South Pole, wherever they decide to go on those fronts, it is illegal territory. Isn't that correct?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that's correct because you can, all now 193 countries can visit Antarctica, but you have to go through the established channels. The established tour guides will take you there. You are not able to go anywhere you like. You're always under their jurisdiction, right? And their rules and places you can. So you are going to be limited. You can't go all over the place because you don't have the right to do that. That's a fact. But you can go to Antarctica. Established locations are there.
Thank you. So what's true is that there's a gatekeeper that tells you on a 193 level scale that you will not go here unless you come to us first. That's the thing, right?
That's correct, yeah. And then you are limited as to where you can go in Antarctica because they seem to have, yeah, they've divided it amongst other countries. I think currently there's about 55 signatories or thereabouts, and then they've divided the land up. So before you start moving around, you'd have to get permission from these countries who have signed the Antarctic Treaty to be on their piece of land, their portion of the Antarctic. You see, these are the problems that are out there for you to encounter.
Yes, thank you. So we're going to go two branches here. We're going to branch off here. We're going to start with number one, though. We're not going to start too early with the peak. Number one, though, we should really discuss how the government is involved with that. And I mean, at the end of the day, if 193 governments have control over whether, again, where I stand on that ice, right? Then we should probably be able to at least consider a discussion about when those 193 countries are possibly in a conflict and we're on the flat earth. Right? Right?
Yes.
Shouldn't we be talking about that? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I do talk about that. And I do say it's rather odd, isn't it, that you'd have, like, for example, perfect example would be Ukraine and Russia. You know, they're signatories to the Antarctica Treaty, but yet they're battling on the mainland, which is really, really odd. It questions, is that really a real situation? But that's as far as I can go with that. Can't talk any more to that. That's it. That's
oh my God, you can't talk any more to that. Oh, is there anybody higher than this man?
No.
Can I get a manager? I want your manager, sir. Call the manager. Where's the manager? Hello? Is there a manager in here?
Moderator.
I can't handle this. Are you kidding me? Wait, I just feel like this is a big deal. We're in a politics server plus 24-hour fucking flat earth. Why can't we put those things together? What? Okay.
Well, we can to a certain degree, which we have been doing. We have been doing that. We have spoken to the politics, the situation governing where you can go in Antarctica. That is a little bit political, and it is on the flat Earth. So we've done our
You
best.
can't talk about war. You can't talk about war. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, we can't delve into that, no, because that's definitely not going to be related to curvature, etc., unless you're talking about the weapons they use. You might want to talk to the weapons they're using, and are they considering Earth's curvature and rotation when they fire them? But okay, that's slightly part of it. You know, that's slightly part of talking about the war. You can't talk about the deaths and all this and that, because that's really, again, although it's happening on a flat Earth, it's not to do with flat Earth and the shape and the spin and the space and the vacuum and all that stuff that comes out of it, really. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. We're gonna have to put a pin in it. Yeah, we're gonna have to put a pin in that conversation. That's so fucking whack. Well, I'll just go ahead and just bust it. Look, let me just go ahead and peek out first. Now, apparently, again, the body don't matter. We could have been here having a really great dialogue, but apparently we're restricted now. Listen, I've been away for some time, fellas. I'm a fucking 24-hour flat earth server member. I know what's up. Okay, we ain't on nobody's fence. We know what's up.
Yeah.
But I've been gone for some time, and I see what's going on around here. We need to. We got to start talking about it. I mean, this is all tied to the flat Earth. I'm just going to say that. You know, as I get off my soapbox and peek out quickly, I will say that if 193 countries are telling me I can't go to Antarctica, then 193 countries should be on one accord first. That's all I'm going to say. The 193 countries are going to tell me I can't go to the fucking Antarctic. Then 193 countries should be friends, allies, fucking trade partners. There should be world peace before 193 countries tell me I can't do something. And I'll hop off right there.
Well, that's a good point you raise, and the reason that's going to happen. Let me just finish it off, Clapping Stone. The reason, the way we may get to that point of everybody realizing it is through flat Earth itself and the education of the fact that we're not living on a spinning ball.
Hello? Hello? Is that me? Is that him? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you're still on, bro. Continue.
Oh, that's him. That's him. Okay, okay. Jen, you there?
That's what I was saying. Just to
Yo, you were lagging. You were lagging. Yo, Jen, you were lagging. Say that again. You lagged out. You literally cut out.
Oh, well, basically, I just said that the way we get to getting everyone realizing that, this situation exists with Antarctica is to get everybody to learn about the flat Earth. And from there, they will learn. And then things may change once everybody's on the same page. Yeah. So it's just
right. I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Persistency is the key here. We've got to be continuity, keep it going. And eventually, when everybody learns and wakes up to the fact that they're not living on a oblate spheroid, that's when people will begin to demand rights as to where they live and where they want to travel to. Yeah. Yeah. And that'll be happening someday in the future, hopefully in the near future.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I was really just going to indeed add to the fact that that all ties back into your first point starting out. And the fact that, again, us having these conversations in the Flat Earth chat like this, really, it's about the fact that COVID, whatever you were calling the big 19, that whole time frame opened the floodgate. When will we peak out at Flat Earth is the question. When will we peak out at the Flat Earth is the question. And really take it to Congress, and you really take it to the top because they have no choice. They're old and white and fragile. Mind my tongue, sorry. Black party here. But they're old and fragile, and those same rich, old, fragile bastards are going to have a real hard time bringing up old fucking news, aka the moon landing and all kind of old shit, when that gets debunked on a Congress level. And most of quote unquote the baby boomer class dying off by then, not getting more. They're not growing. The baby boomers aren't growing in numbers. They're dwindling every day, every hour, every week. So by time we peak out, I anticipate, politically speaking, to the point where flat Earth is at the fucking Congress table. Well, baby boomers must be fucking milking milking it. Like they're 25% left. 25% left. Not much old people left to keep holding on to this shit. By the time flat Earth is on the peak.
No, don't worry. Flat Earth is going to be there forever. This is where we live. So this topic will never die. It's never going to die at all. It's impossible. And what's happening, the most recent situation is that people are beginning to learn that Earth is measured and utilized flat because that's what it is. And once people realize that, things may change. That's going to take a little while longer to get everybody on the same page. That's taking a while. I'm in this for the long haul. So I've got no worries there. But that message will get across to people. We're going to get to the tipping point. That's when we know we've already made some inroads. Let's get to that tipping point. And we're doing a good job of it as it is now.
Yeah. So, and I do think so. I do think so as well.
Yeah.
Well, I've been checking back in. What's up with Jim? Jim, what about you? How you been doing?
Is that Jim? Who are you talking to, Jim? Maybe he's not there. Maybe he's out. He might be doing something.
He must be doing something. But yeah, he's just another guy I recognize. Does anybody else have anything to add to that? I'd like to hear some of the fucking flat Earth opinions in here. Well, I guess not. All right then. Well, Jen, we need to put a pin in it then. I guess there's no one has anything to say here. Because me and you, we have to have a real conversation then. Because I want to talk about the real, obviously implications of the political and fucking obviously economical issues going on in our fucking, not just country, but Western
Yeah, I've got a lot to
society,
say about
right? You know,
Yeah,
there's a lot going on with this shit. And again, this is all affecting flat Earth. I can't believe they've blackballed you guys like this. This is
No,
sad. I've been gone for 6 months.
hang on. They haven't blackballed us. Like I said, I've got a lot to say on this topic matter. The thing is, this is flat Earth and really flat Earth only, with some trimmings in that. You mentioned it a little bit, that in Antarctica, that's part of the flat Earth, there are currently about 55 signatories, all right, to the Antarctic Treaty, and yet they're pally down there, but they're trying to pretend they're enemies up there. We've discussed it a little bit, but we can't go too deep into it because it then spirals out up into other subjects, and we don't want to do that. I'm just trying to keep it flat Earth. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, I've got a lot to say on that topic. I'm very knowledgeable on that, and I could tsunami you and other people with lots of information on it, but we can't. I do that on other servers. This particular topic you want to have, I got other servers. I'm really, I'm the one that's got all the material, and I'm just feeding everyone. To be quite honest, yeah. Especially,
Why the hell are you still a politics leader? The fuck? How are you still a politics leader, sir? Why the hell are you not fucking leveling up faster than that, sir? Talked to you 6 months ago. What the hell have you been doing?
I'm not
Let's get
looking.
personal.
Yeah, I'm not looking for that sort of thing as such. At the end of the day, just as long as we can get the truth out to the individuals who come in, that's the main thing. If I get promoted upwards, or so be it. But I don't think I'd be using those roles anyway. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I'm a mod in other places, and I very rarely use my mod status unless someone's being really foul languaged and that. Okay, but outside of that, I just, my voice is enough. And at the end of the day, I'm only here to ensure that the Globers don't lie to the people who are listening in the live stream. That's what we're here for. And to ensure that the people who are listening in the live stream and those who come in learn the truth about their situation and what Earth isn't in this case.
Right.
They learn that it's flat, and at the same time, they're learning it's not a globe. But we don't know the shape. This is the one little bit of misconception that goes on out there. Yeah, but you said
Yeah,
it's
I
this
know
shape.
it.
Yeah, people say, but you said it's flat. Yeah, well, flat is not a shape, is it? Flat is just a definition and a description as well as a definition to the surface. That's it. We do
It's
not
an
know.
open-ended answer. It's an open-ended answer. Yes, it is.
It's a truth. It's the truth answer. It's a truth, honorific, honest answer. That's what it is. No lies. It's clean, neat, truth, concise, precise answer. We do not know the shape of the earth. No one does.
That is real. Honestly, that's a candid take. Honestly, I might have to just go on that one because honestly, you're absolutely right, buddy. It's been a while. It's your black ass. You're old as hell. Love you. OG type shit. Even though you clinging to some shit that is indeed going to involve the world. I'll never forget how you were black as hell one time with me 6 months ago. I was like, God damn, this man's taking it to him in the 24/7 flat Earth server. I'm like, golly, look at this guy. But anyway, I just want to make clear though for sure that that is the case though. It's not even just the fact of, again, the Earth is flat. That is a loaded answer. It is a fucking open-ended question that we dare to answer infinitely because, again, the answer is not definite just yet. But we're gonna get there. Oh, we're gonna fucking get there. Gen Z, millennials, we're gonna fucking get there. And again, it's gonna be because of indigo children like yourself. You give me about 45. You're like 44, maybe you're a little less.
No,
But you're about 40 plus.
64. I'm actually 64.
Oh my God, this man is an indigo. You're an indigo child. Oh my goodness, or you raised them. Indigo children are about 55 to 65 years old. You're the middle ground between the what is it, Generation X and the baby boomers. You're like the middle. You're like the middle baby between the baby boomers and the Gen Xers. That's what it is. You're
And
the
I've learned my
fucking middle
lessons
group.
well. As old school, I've learnt my lessons well and I apply them well. And the main thing is, ladies and gentlemen, is to maintain health so as you can enjoy what's left. And that's what I do. I maintain my health to enjoy. And part of my enjoyment is coming onto these servers and engaging with people who think the Earth's a globe and hopefully getting them to understand that it's not true and look into your own history, because that's where you're going to find all the answers. It's quite simple. Your own individual personal history, which you have. I don't know it. You know that. Look back, backtrack, because you need to, and then you'll find the truth, and then move forward. Teach your children, and etc. etc. There you go. And your
Yep,
family.
that is, boy, what a beast, and that is honest. Yeah, that's honest, and that's true. Indeed, and you're 64 though, so I mean, what's
Yeah.
you're good though, health wise. We start wondering,
Look,
if you're okay
look,
after a
let me tell you
while.
something. Yeah, I cycle, I run, I do circuit training. Okay, even
There it is.
my son today, right? We're looking back over the Mount Fuji pictures that I took, and I said, "What's on everybody's mind as you look at them like that?" It's tough. I goes, "That's right," and that's what it's going to be. Tough. Life is tough, and it's easy, and it's tough, and it's easy. So I maintain my health well. I'm very good. I can do the splits. I can hold a pike. I can hold myself
Oh,
up
you're
with
a
one arm.
fucking. Oh, you're going crazy with the splits.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're going fucking crazy with the splits. Old
Exactly.
timer, yes sir, yes
Yeah,
sir.
I like to be
Okay,
agile, but that's all part of
nice.
that. That's me using the flat Earth to get there, ladies and gentlemen. I utilize the flat Earth. I had to. It's called the horizontal
AKA
quantum.
the genuine Earth. Yes, the authentic Earth. Oh my goodness. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. All right, we're peaking out. Fuck you. We gotta end this shit. You're a great
Yeah.
guy. We're gonna fucking talk some other time, because we gotta talk about some real shit with this energy, nigga. Hey,
Yeah.
you want to
Now
check out
listen
real
up,
quick?
right?
One
You
on
want to be
one?
careful.
One on one real quick? Go one on one real quick. I'd like to have a conversation with you. Fuck
Yeah,
all
let me just
this.
say something. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yes,
You
sir.
got to watch the vocabulary. You got to watch the F bombs and
Oh
the
my
N words.
god.
Okay, you got
Okay.
to.
All right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Let me tell you something. Though. I'm going to respectfully agree with you. Number one, for all the
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
people in the room, but I'm going
Yeah.
to tell you this.
And the listeners.
Fun fact. Psychology tests has just revealed that when a parent, preferably the father who's present in the child's life, fun
Yeah.
fact. Psychology, if you teach your children how to curse and cuss people out, they will be statistically more likely not to be kidnapped or messed with. That is on status. I'll leave that there, and you all have a good day.
Oh yeah. Okay, you have a good day. I don't agree with that, but there you
Yes,
go.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. That was a rare visit from someone who used to be a member a while back, and he just made a return. Still full of energy and that, of course, as you can hear. But yeah, the politics of it all. Yes, the politicians know the Earth's flat. That's why they're leading us in the wrong direction. We can say that much.
That last take was absolutely crazy. I don't think
Yeah.
parents should teach their kids to swear. What? What?
Yeah, no, that's not true at all. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. No, I didn't teach my children how to swear, but they swear for themselves. And they know that, when you're talking with people, you have to be polite. The F-bombs are not suited at all. Thank you.
No, definitely not.
Every other word was an
Yeah.
F-bomb. You know what I mean? I didn't
Yeah,
want to say
least of
anything,
all,
but
least of all from a parent, like a figure of authority telling you to swear.
Yeah.
If you are going to swear, it's got to be it's got to be a personal mistake kind of thing, not something that's like sanctioned by your parents. That's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I didn't do that with my children at all. That's not the way to do it. And like I've said, when you're having a discussion about flat Earth, F-bombing doesn't prove your case. Really doesn't. Doesn't at all. So I don't need to F-bomb to prove that Earth is an spheroid, and the fact that it's utilized flat and measured flat first and foremost in order to utilize it. In order to utilize Earth, ladies and gentlemen, you have to measure it flat, and it's flat. That's a fact right there. And then from that position, we utilize the Earth. We're not utilizing Earth as an oblate spheroid. That would be a nightmare every single time. We just don't account for it. In our daily lives, we don't account for it. That's the amazing thing when you look back on it. That the geodetic surveyors, all surveyors are surveying Earth flat. They have to. And then they add the curvature maps or curvature values afterwards. Right? So it's like you make your meal and then you add your salt and pepper for the flavor. But you make the meal first. Otherwise, pouring salt and pepper on a plate doesn't make any sense, does it? Right. So, yeah, They measure Earth flat first, always. Yeah, of course, the average man and woman on the streets not aware of what surveyors are doing. 99% of us don't know what surveyors are doing out there, but that's what they're doing. That's what they've been doing for eons. Egyptian days, 7,000 years ago, they were doing that, surveying Earth level. Okay, so it's not a new thing. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Those pyramids, they had to level it all out, level the land, and that land was leveled out, and then built horizontally from there upwards. Yeah. But I do thoroughly enjoy the topic matter because it's where I live. So what's not to enjoy there? And then people who are not aware, it's gratifying to get them to understand it. There is a sense of accomplishment, togetherness, oneness, understanding, connection with the Creator. There are many ways to connect. It doesn't have to be through religion, just naturally one at wonder with what's been created, and all those years that you didn't realize, for example. Yeah. And then after that, you see Earth differently. You have a better understanding and a better respect for every aspect of the life, right down to the little insect, even the microbes you can't see. All of that was there for the benefit of everyone. Yeah. That's the flat Earth truth for you right there. Yeah. One can never get tired. To get tired of flat Earth is to get tired of living. And I'm not in that frame of mind at all. I think you can tell I'm enjoying every second, even when it's getting heated and the guy's sparring out of control and they're chucking out insults. I'm still enjoying it. It's like a rugby game, because you do get some blows and knocks, but I still get that try. Yeah. Love it. Excuse the hot mic, and I'm going to try and mute the mic, switch on my screen, and there we go. Yeah, I'll tell you what I heard the other day, and this news is maybe 5 months ago, but I only heard it yet the other day. Elon Musk was thinking about going to the moon with his rockets, all right, which is still going on about, right? And they're going to need many filling stations along the way to the moon, right? They've got to have a stop off and refuel. And then when they actually come to landing on the moon, they're not going to land with legs. They're going to land a rocket on the engine. Do you understand what I'm saying there? So the actual nozzles are going to hit the ground, or they're going to try and land it horizontally along the length of the rocket and land it like that. Just, not that they can go there, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the idea that you would have the gore to throw that up. And as an engineer, you just think that's bloody ridiculous. Try and land on the engines, you're going to wreck your engines. Explosions all over the place. And if you try to land it horizontally, how are you going to get it to be upright to then take off again and lift off? Just absurd. This is Elon Musk. Obviously, we can't go there. Just they're running out of lies. That's what I'm trying to say. That's my point, is that they're running out of lies, and now the lies are becoming absolutely awfully ridiculous now because they're running out of lies to tell. How can it be that Saturn V had 5 engines, right? The Saturn V rocket, made by Rocketdyne, F1 engines, 5, right? But Elon Musk's rocket has 33 engines. How is that an advancement? 5 to 33, ladies and gentlemen. How is that an advancement? Surely there's more things to go wrong with 33 engines than a 5 engine. And the power output is less than the Saturn V. So the payload is less as well. So it underperforms but has more engines. Even Elon Musk is just deliberately, gaslighting us or trying to let us know something's wrong. But it's ridiculous, to say the least. And his latest statement wanted to land a rocket horizontally on the moon. All right, good luck. Not that he's going to be going there anytime soon, because we can't go there. We can't go there. Just that the lies are becoming more and more ridiculous.
Hello, governors.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, welcome.
In paradise. How about yourself? Good morning.
Morning.
I think I heard a real American hero in there. Jen.
Yeah, Jin CBR1. There you go. The African living in Japan, talking to you in America. Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Barrington?
And all of that notwithstand, you are a real American hero, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. It's good to hear from you.
You know,
I'm
I've
doing
never
well.
heard.
How about yourself?
I've never heard of
Oh.
an Africant. Right? They will find a way. Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah, yeah. I like that one. Yeah, yeah. We're very well. We're having a nice holiday here in Japan, just relaxing, kicking back, talking to the children and that. About their jobs and that. Touched on flat Earth a little bit. Touched on the needle a little bit. Latest updates in that regard, because I always update my children so they know. But yeah, no, they're enjoying themselves. The
Yeah, I saw
youngest
an
one.
article this morning that your current prime minister there has like a over 90% approval rating between the 18 and 30-year-old crowd.
Yeah, that's true. That's now. Let's wait and see in 6 months' time. She's still new,
Well,
yeah.
we know how that always works, just given enough time and they'll hate her.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. She's still a new PM, so we'll wait and see. But then that's politics, and on the politics server, we got flat Earth. flat Earth politics. Yeah, yeah. So she's still new. I suppose the honeymoon period's still not over yet.
Well, very cool, very cool. Well, hopefully, regardless, hopefully, whatever she'll do will be the best for the Japanese people.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I doubt it though. It doesn't sound like it thus far. Nothing's going to benefit the Japanese people thus far.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind my joke, Jen. I just made it up on the spot.
No, that was good, isn't it? But he can't.
Never heard of those.
Yes, even though we can do, we can do though, is what it is. Yes,
They will find a way.
we will always find a way. Yes, absolutely.
You know, I look back and think about Muammar Gaddafi and what would have happened if he would have been left alone. You know,
Yeah.
our lattes would be like $10, $15 for a shitty cup of coffee. But we could always just make the coffee at the house, right? And then the
Exactly.
African people could have their gold-backed dinar and all the things that he was doing. And I'm not a socialist, bro. I'm a nationalist.
Right.
And what that means is that I think they should have been allowed to rule themselves.
Yeah,
However they
I
wanted to
agree
be ruled.
100%. I
So
agree
yeah,
100%.
that's all I got on geopolitics, and you know,
Yeah,
I'm
I
really
think that
rooting.
Gaddafi was going to try and unify all of Africa together, and yeah, and then hopefully operate under one banner, if you will, and learn from each other. But yeah, unfortunately, that didn't happen. But the desire for that should never have died, though. Shouldn't have been reliant on one man. That's what's disappointing. One man goes and the whole thing just crumbles down into dust. Silly people, no backbone, no backbone at all. They talk the good talk, but they don't do the good fighting. They don't fight the good fight. It's the problem.
Well, all I'm trying to say is power to the people. Please continue.
Absolutely, power to the people, but the people themselves are sleepwalking at the moment. Though they've woken up slightly, they have woken up ever so slightly, but they're still sleepwalking at the moment. And then the waking up they've done is still sending them in the wrong direction, valuing wrong things. And then you have to be the change that you want to see. So you lead by your actions as well, which is what I've always tried to do. Yeah, I just can't get over the idea of 33 engines underperforming the Saturn V. It's funny
You know,
that.
to me, that sounds like code. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah.
Every time I hear like, "Oh, he was on the run for 33 hours," I'm like, "Oh, bullshit."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is code. I would agree with you as well. But it's just funny, isn't it? Though you have 5 rockets, and then the next rocket, modern times now, 50 years later, 60 years later, we're talking 33 engines. Oh, that's just, and as an engineer, that is an absurd situation. Sorry, 33, absolutely ridiculous number. What a massive jump.
Is that Elon Musk rocket that you're talking about with the 33 engines?
Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous and wild number of engines, to be honest. I mean, come on. I don't see that as good engineering at all. I see that as retarded engineering, even for rockets.
Yeah, but the Saturn V couldn't land. So the rocket he made, doesn't it land? Like it goes up, but it's reusable.
Actually, Elon Musk rockets totally destroyed themselves quite a few times before he managed to get that one landing, which is suspect in itself. Okay, it's still suspect. Still, my jury is still out on that. And as for the Saturn V, it never went to the moon anyway, but it did
Yeah.
lift up and it crashed. It crash landed as well. Yeah. I just think the idea that you're putting out a story that you went to the moon with a Saturn V rocket, and that Elon Musk wants to do the same thing, but he's going to use 33 engines. And how's that better than the 5 when it's not lifting as much and more engines, and then you're going to need more filling stations on the way to the moon. You can't go straight from Earth to moon. You've got to go to the filling points to fill up. Silly. How's that better technology? How's that an advancement? It's just mad, isn't it? It's just absolutely crazy that you would think that is an
200
improvement.
of trash on the moon.
Say that again about trash?
Yeah, I saw an article the other day that says there are 200 tons of trash left on the moon.
Oh, wow. Where's that number coming from, ladies and gentlemen?
They let the
200 tons.
yeah
They had to
the
take a dump, didn't
Indians,
they?
the Indians recently went there, so
What does that mean? Oh, 200 tons of junk on the moon. Now, I'm sure if you Wikipedia that, will give you a similar number, but no, man.
That's actually brilliant propaganda because here's the thing. Now people are going to be arguing, oh, there's not 200 tons of trash on the moon. Well, regardless, they all have accepted that we went to the moon to have that argument. So to discuss that in any meaningful way, you have to first accept that humans somehow got to the moon. And so we can just dismiss that as bullshit without even discussing it,
Yeah, because it legitimizes the moon landing. Of course, that's what you mean. Yeah, I would agree. It's just an absurd idea that 200 tons. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing man-made on the moon. Nothing. Nothing is on the moon that is man-made. Nothing. Zero.
Yeah, but it is interesting that that's how you do propaganda is you come up with something that everyone knows is that patently retarded right out of the gate, and then you get people to talk about the retardedness of it. But what they didn't realize while they're talking about how retarded that article is that there is no man-made trash on the moon. You can't. So by accepting that and agreeing to discuss it, now you've just agreed that man has gone to the moon.
What about the laser receiver? Supposedly there's this thing on the moon. They can shoot a laser at it and then bounce the signal back. That's how they measure the distance.
They've been doing that since 1963, I think. Bouncing lasers off the moon. Do you know when we landed on the moon?
Well, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean a man had to go to the moon. They could have dropped it there with something else,
Well, the point is that they bounced lasers off of the moon before we went to the moon. So saying that we went to the moon so that we could bounce lasers off of the moon, that doesn't really check out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily mean that a human went to the moon, but they could have flew a craft up there and dropped it or whatever.
No, bro, we've been doing it since 1963 before we ever had a chance to put anything on the moon. So it's a moot point.
So before 1963, they didn't orbit the moon or anything. That was like the first time they made it even close.
Okay, how would they land retroreflectors? With parachutes? With rockets? How would they land the retroreflectors?
Yeah, they would have to have dropped it, and then hopefully the 1/6 of Earth's gravity on the moon supposedly would have helped it to land, but it would have just crash landed anyway. So how would they have landed it exactly? And there's another thing. A guy by the name of Bill Casing. He wrote the book We Never Went to the Moon. He worked for the company called Rocketdyne. Okay, he was the technological journalist who had what was called the Grey Pass, which entitled him to go in every facet of NASA. No door was close to him. And he stated that if they really had gone to the moon, they should have put a light that would be flashing on the moon that we could see from the moon. He said they could have done that. That would have gone a long way to proving it. Okay? Because those retro reflectors, that's crap. They should have put a flashing light, he said, right? That we could all see. That would have proven it.
Oh man, yeah, that's a good idea. Like put some kind of beacon up there, like some
Yeah.
sort of yeah.
That's what he said. Would have been able to see that for all time. But they didn't do that. He said, we never went to the moon. And he worked for the company that made the Saturn V rocket engines, known as the F1 engines, okay? And he said there was no, in fact, he said, we did a math after watching so many engines and rockets exploding due to combustion instability, he called it. We worked out the mathematical formula to see what was the likelihood of getting a man to the moon and bringing him back safely. And it was 0.14% chance. That was the answer. There was
What's
no
his name?
chance at all.
Bill Casey.
Yeah, Bill Casing. Yeah, Casing. That's Kaysing. Casing.
So he worked for NASA, and then
He
later on,
he worked for Rocketdyne, and Rocketdyne, and that's the company that NASA commissioned to make the engines for the Saturn V rocket. Okay, and Bill Casing was the technological journalist. Okay, so and he had the pass, the Grey Pass, which allowed him to go to every area in NASA. No door was closed to this man. Okay, so he was able to visit every area in NASA, and he stated that when he looked at the Apollo missions, he said, "No way was I looking at a moon landing." And he said one of the biggest clues is the what's it called? It's called the ascent module. So that's when the LEM lands, and then when they want to return back to the command module, you've got the upper section of the LEM. That's known as the ascent module. He said there was no exhaust plume coming from that. So he goes, "That's how they never went to the moon." He said, and that's Rocketdyne. That's why he wrote the book. In the end, he was totally upset and fed up with all the lies being told about Apollo and the missions. That he wanted to tell the truth. So he wrote the book. We Never Went to the Moon, which you can. It's available on PDF as well, ladies and gentlemen. So you can PDF it. We Never Went to the Moon. Bill Casing. Yeah. So yeah, no, and Hank was correct when he stated that MIT were firing lasers supposedly hitting the moon. Now, is that true? I don't know, because the only way I could accept that is to be on the moon and see the laser hit. Do we have laser beams that can go that far? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't even
When I
accept
looked
that story.
when I looked into it,
lasers that
as
don't
a
go that
modern
far.
laser
Yeah,
test done at a
they just hit
college.
like a brick limit in
What?
space, and they stopped going.
Go ahead. Sorry, say that again, please.
With the lasers, do they just hit like a brick wall, like an invisible brick wall? I guess.
Well, exactly. Who knows? Exactly. How do they know they're actually hitting the moon? I haven't seen such a thing happen, but I think Hank's going to enlighten us here. Go ahead, Hank.
Well, if you got
Yeah,
a
when I
power
looked
enough,
into it,
or
it
if
was
you
a
got a powerful enough laser, right, and then you like got like a telescope like 20 miles away, right, and then you just like see if it hits, yeah.
I would want to be actual fact. I'd want to
Like
be
zoom
on the
in.
moon. I would want to be on the moon with my receiver. That's the only thing I'm going to accept. No other standard but that. But go ahead. Hank's trying to get in. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I was
What
just
about
gonna
like
say,
what
bro,
about
can
in
you
like
can you just sit,
military with
bro?
like
Let me
where
know
they
when you're
can
done,
use a
okay?
laser? They can use a laser to like measure distance, like with sniper. You don't think that's true?
I think that lasers are limited, but there's another guy trying to get in. Larry, for the fourth time. Go ahead, Hank.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I saw this thing in college. They did the moon bounce with a laser beam, and what they said is if they get a handful of photons back from where it came from, they consider that a successful moon bounce. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how would they know that those photons actually hit the moon surface and bounce back? What if it just hit like a cloud or something and bounced back? And there's other things that it could be, but I don't really want to get into that. But
Clear day. I
if
don't
that's
know.
where they get the distance from the moon, from counting those literally like 7 or 8 photons that come back, it's one of those things where you have to believe that they know the path of light, just like with
Well,
the
couldn't they
refraction
just
thing.
compare the test to like actually hitting a cloud and then test the distance with the moon?
The point is, these tests
Like
haven't been done.
they could test it on a cloud and then they would know
Haven't
that
been
it's
done,
not
man.
a cloud or not, right? How do you
Hasn't
know?
been done, right? That's what I'm saying to you.
You don't think they've measured how far the clouds are?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't say they have. I don't know if they've done that. The point is this, ladies and
No,
gentlemen.
they don't measure them like that. They use
Yeah.
triangulation.
Right, with a laser.
Right. And
How do you think they
folks,
find out like distance in sniper rifles with those like laser like
yeah.
distance
They
things? Like
shoot, they
what?
shoot, they shoot, and the guy looks and says, "Okay, move over, 2." And the guy will go
No,
click,
it's
click. Yeah,
they're
that's
called
how they do it. That's how they shoot long
I'm just
distance.
yeah, maybe in fucking World War II, but now we have laser technology, bro.
Yeah. Unfortunately, even with the technology
Don't
you
you guys
mentioned,
use lasers to
can
like
you
prove the world's flat or whatever?
yeah,
You
can you not?
think snipers don't have a spotter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like how do you think the modern technology they use? How do you
Because
think
they
they
have a
like
spotter.
Yeah.
I
They've
like a
got
want you to
range?
infrastructure.
move
Do you
your
know?
sights.
Do you
Move
think
your here.
rangefinders are
Click, click,
wrong?
click, click. 3 clicks. Click, click, click.
Right.
Okay, good.
Do you
Try
know
it. Click.
how rangefinders work?
Again, they're limited. They don't
How
go
do
on forever. My
Yeah,
point
how
is
does a
this.
rangefinder work? If I get one, can I point it down my street and be able to measure ranges on buildings that are 6 miles away?
Exactly. See what I mean? You're limited, man.
You
And
just,
and
they just throw shit out there, Jen. They just throw it out there, hope it sticks. They never think about it. They don't think it through. They're not critical thinkers.
that's right. They don't think it through at all. And the point is this: if you're
I
telling
love
me they're hitting the moon,
projecting.
I'm not going to believe that. I'm not going to accept that unless I'm on the moon myself with my special receiver. Okay, fire up, Harry. Go for it. And if it hits, then I'll know. Outside of that,
Why can't I see the North Star from Australia?
because you're out of range,
Oh really?
distance.
Too far
Yep.
away.
Yeah, that's it.
Too
Oh, by the
too
way,
far,
guys, does
bro.
this mean that he now completely and entirely understands that this moon stuff is nonsense?
Yes,
He's a good
that's why he
Calvin,
moved.
but I want to
Yeah,
make sure
that's why
that
he moved on. That's why he
right,
moved
I want to
on.
make sure that he realizes that's why he's done that.
Yep. So now we're talking about the North Star. So we told you why. What's the next one that you're going to move on to? Let's just get it out of the way.
Yeah, too far from what?
Your eyes.
I can see all the other stars.
Too far away. How come you can't? How come they tell you that like you can't see anything on the horizon at a distance, like
Do you
really
think it
far
goes
distance?
into
There's
do you think
nothing.
it goes into like an
Like
infinite
when you
point
have to
or what?
spot stars, you have to use like 15 degrees or something above that, and then you're allowed to use them. That you should use them, or whatever the number is. Might even be higher than that.
You can
Anything
see
below that,
all.
stars don't show up. They don't show up on the horizon. No stars do. That's why you can't see it.
I wonder why.
You can see all the other stars.
There's just a magical bubble force field that stops you from looking at it until you like walk closer, right?
So you can't see the pole star, but you can see all the other stars.
Yeah, crazy.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, you can't see the North Star from Australia.
But you
It's
can
a
see all the
storm.
other stars? Is that
Yep.
true?
Not of the north of the horizon, yeah.
So yes or
Ixmod,
no?
have you actually done any astronomy in Australia?
Dude, I could just use people that are there, yeah.
Let's say no, he has not. So don't say yeah. Well, there's people that are
Are
there.
photos
You don't
different
say
when I send them
I
to
know people that
America?
are there. So yeah, you don't do that. You
Do
don't say I know people that are there. So yeah, I've done
do
it.
photos over the internet magically change when they go into America? Do they just like magically get like changed?
Okay. Yeah, so hang on, we're still stuck on the point. I need to hear you admit one way or the other. Have you yourself gone and done any astronomy in Australia?
I would say, do you believe in fossils?
That's a no again.
Right?
Okay, Ixmod,
Have
I
you
don't
ever
know how
heard
we can
of
continue
fossils?
until you can acknowledge whether you've done
You
astronomy in
all
Australia
one
or
of you
not.
guys are
It's a
coping,
real
I'm
simple
sure.
question.
Yeah.
So, is that a yes or a no?
Yeah, they magically change when they get to America, yeah.
He thinks
Okay,
he's
so are you
remotely
saying that's
controlling. He
no?
thinks he's remotely controlling telescopes in Australia from his mom's basement or his bedroom in the basement.
I just thought it was weird that he said that he could see all the other stars, but not the pole star.
You can do that, yeah.
No, you
Possible.
can't see any stars on the horizon. They're just washed out.
If I send a robot to Australia,
Dude, you
what's the
can't
chance
see through clouds that far. It's going to get washed out.
that ironic?
I just sit and I wait and I let them speak. And when they say something that doesn't make sense, just call them out on it.
You know, it's funny the hill that they'll choose to die on.
It is weird, right? Like all you had to say was, "Oh, I misspoke," or "Yeah, you're right." That's all you had to say. That would have been like the proper thing to say.
Or it's real simple. No, I have not. But it doesn't change the truth of what happens in Australia. You know, there's any simple response to that, but obviously, they. This is not about a discussion of fact and observation to the Globetard. Otherwise, they would be able just to say, yes, in fact, I have, or no, I have not.
Yeah, so bouncing laser beams off of the moon or signals, these are reliant on beliefs because you can't confirm it from here. And
You're not
for
bouncing
two,
shit off the moon.
yeah, exactly. They're not. One or two photons coming back is not the truth at all.
No, there's nothing bouncing back. And they're not saying, oh, I caught one. How does this little tiny thing bounce right back to where it came from?
Yeah,
And you have everything around you. No, it doesn't work like that.
exactly. Things rotating, remember? What a joke. Honestly, these people are so silly. So ready to believe everything. Don't question anything. Now, I was like that, though, mind you, right? Because I was trusting that what they said was true. So if you went back to 10 years ago, I'd be, yeah, that's right. You know, they sent a photons there, that's plausible. But now I know that's impossible now. Definitely not. Yes. Absolutely ridiculous idea. Like I said, I want to see the equipment and I want to open it up so I can see the components and let's check to see if it's fit for purpose. That's me. The engineer side of me says, right, let's open it up. Let's have a look. Yeah. Reveal it all.
Hey, Jim, I sent you a link in the direct message there of a song that I had Suno create last night. You need to listen to that. I think you'll like it.
Oh, did you send that to me, Mr. Barrington?
I did. I sent it to you directly.
All
You have to
right,
listen to
cheers.
that.
Yeah.
You'll like it.
Thank you very much. I'll look at that later on. Yeah, I will look at it. Thanks.
Man, it's quiet in here.